Stars in the sky, cause the night is ours. On our way to Mars. Let me take you higher than where we are. So high now, there's nothing to come down to. Have you ever tried to fly? Have you ever tried to fly? Cause I could take you there. You ain't gotta ever be scared. I got you, let's go to outer space. Take you to the stars, you never gonna feel out of place. Fly with me, need a ride or die, so will you ride for me? Twinkle of my eye, girl, you
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Asia Pacific Predator League 2025 Valorant stream. My name is Eliminate, and with me joining is Contra, and we will be your casters for today. And we are finally here at the group stages. We have a lot in store for the whole entire day, back-to-back matches throughout, where we have every team facing one after another to find the top two to make it on forward. But before all of that, we have to invite everybody and welcome to the APAC Predator League stream here. Group D, Contra, how are you feeling today?
Well, I'm feeling absolutely ecstatic and excited because this is going to be our very first Valorant cast of the year. That's one. And also, another thing is that this is still the off-season. We want to gauge how's the power level like for all the teams that are involved, where we have the best of the best from across Asia Pacific to be contending here this very evening, and whoever survives this grueling group stage, they make it into the playoffs, which will be happening over the course of the weekend. If you guys are in Malaysia, get your tickets now. If you guys are not from Malaysia and plan to fly down for the grand finals, please do so, as you can also check out Ace Predator's website. I believe there's also going to be links somewhere across all these streaming platforms that we're on, whether it's YT or Twitch, whichever one that you guys are watching from. So we're gonna have a whole lot of good time. Well, of course, you guys may be wondering what exactly happens from here on, where of course we'll take a good look into the groups before we begin. If you guys are wondering who's gonna be playing for this evening, lo and behold.
Oh, and these are the standings right now. We did talk about going into the group stages, and we will be covering Group D, but alongside this, simultaneously, we have Group A, Group B, and Group C running live streams, which you guys can go intertwine and look around if you're guys are looking for those matches. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you can recognize some of the teams here. Big names throughout Group A, Group B, and Group C. We have the DSG, we have Boom, we also have the defending champion here, Team Secret in Group A. But today, we're going to be looking at Group D, which is mainly comprised of Chaos Alliance, Team Flash, Alter Ego, and Orangutan.
Yeah, and of course, there's just stacked rosters all across each and every group. If you do see your favorite team and you want to, I don't know, jump across the other live stream platforms across the groups, by all means do so. If you guys want to stick around with me as well as Elle, well, we'll definitely love to have you on board. But of course, it's going to be a long day of action. Also, just to take note that this is going to be a best of one format. So it's go big or go home. I mean, you got to win at least 2 of your matches from if you're going to be any of these teams to make out of the group alive. So we will take the top 2 teams from each respective groups to qualify into the playoffs, where the best 8 teams will be playing off against some of all these top dogs out there. And of course, we're having all eyes on Team Secret, the defending champions as well, who's playing inside Group A. And hopefully they will be able to survive the gauntlet because you look at all these other names like Team NKT, a heavy hitter coming from Thailand. You also do have DSG representing MYSG. Some may also claim it's fully Singaporean, but it is. This is Disguised Tales' little baby, and we do believe that they should be going pretty deep into this tournament. But if we were to focus on to Group D, you know what Group D stands for? Group of Death, where we got Orangutan, the finest of them coming in from South Asia, and also the VCT Challengers Champion of Vietnam, where we have Team Flash to be on board as well, and also not forgetting Alter Ego Esports. And this is definitely going to be one hell of a run for all these teams out there. So we do have a lot of exciting games in hand, L.
Absolutely. And we are talking about a prize pool where the champion is going to walk away with 65,000 USD. Of course, that is no small number. Every single team here wants to bag that prize for themselves. And of course, it's not just the pro teams that we have in our Group D. We do also have some teams that are just put together as amateur teams with the tag for fun. But you never know. Underdogs are a real thing here, and they could be a real threat to the teams that we have and the organizations that we have established as well. But with that, our first match is going to be between Team Flash and Chaos Alliance, and we're already going to be talking about the underdog. So Chaos Alliance is exactly that, whereas Team Flash is the organization, the one that's been tried and true throughout the years, and we're going to have the battle of the experience versus the inexperience.
That's true, and of course, we once again will be looking into what will go down later on, but if we do have favorites inside of Group D here, it's really hard to pinpoint, right? Like, I guess it really depends on whichever region you guys are, of course, from, as well as supporting, because the Indonesian favorites here inside of Group D, they're absolutely rooting for Alter Ego, and also Boom is also in another different group, and I think, like, that is definitely one monster that nobody wants to face off. So Group C, they got, like, AGY stacked up against them. I wonder how's the result going to be like. Will Bloom still emerge on top? Whereas you have even names like CNE, ZOL. All of them are, of course, renowned in their own region. And we look into some new faces as well. Group B with a varsity team of TUMT joining online. I wonder if we do have any form of prodigies at the very same time. But, going back to this Chaos Alliance, it's fair to say that, they will be kicking off this very first game here going up against Orangutan for our first matchup. But I want to see what kind of firepower do they really have to offer, because I believe there is one player that's played in the VCT before.
Oh, well, that's going to be very interesting. Of course, a lot of these players, I think they did come from VCT, but like I said, of course, they have some as well that are amateurs. But with that being said, you did talk about it being the off season here, so a lot of changes has been implemented, and not anything is set in stone just yet. We have the meta shifting, map pool is now different in terms of esports, so we might be able to see some different changes. And maybe for those as well, adaptation is being asked for, and how they're going to be playing now with the changes in the characters as well as the maps.
That's right, and I really do wonder how do they actually sort out the map veto, because they're basically playing only one map. I guess it's kind of like a form of vote, the usual coin flip, and then the last one gets to select, the sides as well as the map. Now, what's also interesting to note is that, ever since Abyss has been introduced to the roster, would Abyss be played out by any of these teams at all, or do they actually stick to something stock standard, a little bit more comfortable, something like, Haven, or even all the other maps that has been around for those number of years already? So it's really down to what they would favor later on. So of course later we have plenty more to talk about. Orangutan, I think, like, if for South Asians or fans from India in particular, this is definitely no strangers, where they have always emerged as one of the brightest teams and have also performed regionally, and some even say internationally as well. And of course, we're looking at some familiar names out there. I believe there might even be roster swaps in between some of these teams during the off season, so we should actually check that out later on.
And with that as well, Team Flash gonna be our first one there in our first matchup, which is something that I'm gonna be looking forward to because noting that there are changes in the members. As the lineup is solid since the halfway point of 2024. So it's been about half a year right now with the current member lineup. So a lot has been asked for, even though they are the organization team that we've been eyeing for. I'm eager to see how they're going to be playing. At the same time, Chaos Alliance, we don't really have much information about them, just in fact that they are players that come together to play as one. They do have a lot of accolades in terms of skills and gunfire, but when it comes to synergy, this is what we're going to be looking for from them.
Absolutely, and overall, there's just a lot of versatility in some of the names out there. Orangutan usually will be known for some really explosive plays, and I believe that some adjustments have also been made throughout the course of the past couple of seasons, as well as some of all these tournaments that they've played online or even over on the LAN setting. And for a matter of fact, right now, some of them are playing either through their own respective space or through an office. So it definitely will be looking rather interesting on how it actually works out. So I'll definitely want to see how this form of dynamic could actually favor some of all these teams out there. I feel like Chaos Alliance moving into this very first match definitely has a whole lot on their shoulder to work with.
Absolutely. In fact, not a lot of data is actually being found by Chaos Alliance, which could be a good thing for them because now they don't exactly have the research that the enemy teams could be looking for to actually dig up and find out how they play around. So it's a big question mark even for us on how Chaos Alliance is going to be performing. As for the rest of the teams, we kind of have an idea sort of. But again, with the meta changes and shifts, we are going to see a whole lot different synergies coming in with the change. Just the small numbers could actually affect a long way.
That's true, and overall, like we're to actually check out on how these teams actually cope with that form of a pressure. It definitely will be a little bit daunting to actually kick things off because it's still relatively early in terms of gamer hours out there. Usually, it really depends on how their usual schedule is like. And for what I do know for the fact that for Chaos Alliance, they aren't exactly a full-time team. Therefore, it is going to be a little bit more of a challenge going up against some of all these full-time squads being established in an organization in that sense. So they are depending on raw firepower. Chaos Alliance, one of the stronghold names that we do have in this squad is Utah, the player that I did mention that has played in VCLs as well as VCT. He has all that wealth of experience, and the fun fact about this squad is that they also do field a female player, and according to what we do know, she is actually one of the best from their region.
That is great to hear, at least from the female body over here, as myself. And one thing I actually really like coming out from all the teams here is that most of them really want to bring their region and let them shine on this international APAC platform that we have here. As for Chaos Alliance, they really have the primary goal just to have fun. And I love it comparing that they have professional teams to face up on. So I love this energy and this morale coming in. And like you said, it is the wee hours of the morning for the gamers. But good news is that we have them on ground in the event venue itself. And if you guys want to check it out, the finals will be happening soon. Hopefully, at least, we get to see a Group D make it up there into the finals. Hopefully, it is a two-man spot. So we have to see how it's going to pan out.
True enough, and I've been waiting for a Valorant LAN event for a very, very long time. The last one was also Predator League. That was actually the Malaysian qualifiers into this APAC run. And overall, it's been a banger where we actually see teams compete. But now we have, somewhat of a stadium for us to witness some of the best teams possible. I definitely want to be there. I hope to actually see you there too, El, because, yep, I'm going to find a way to cop my tickets, so we'll still have time for that. So you guys also do have the time to also check that out. It's going to be happening on this Saturday, where we'll be having Valorant. And also, if you guys happen to be fans of Dota 2, we also do have a whole lot of that to offer throughout the course of the week here in the APAC Predator League. So go ahead, tune into each respective channels. If you want to open multiple tabs to actually check out all these teams out there, feel free to do so because, you know, if you're on PC, why not?
Absolutely. You have the freedom of all the tabs, might as well open it all up. Be the hardcore fan that we are all longing for. Now, I know the teams are getting ready here. Very interested to see how they're going to be playing, especially at this time. But wow, so much to be asked for today. We are going to have 6 teams, just to remind everybody here. 6 teams, saying 6 matches. We have 4 teams here: Team Flash, Orangutan, Chaos Alliance, and Alter Ego. And for those of you who are tuning in, do not forget that we have our sponsors, Predator, the main name of the tournament, as well as Intel. Thank you so much for bringing this whole tournament towards us.
That's right, and of course, we hope to actually see more and more of all these grand events where you can also show a lot of love by, you know, dropping into their social media platform, as well as subscribe, follow if you were to be in tune with everything related to the coolest tech that they are releasing, as well as everything esports here in the Predator League. So that being said, I'm still, of course, waiting for that green light for us to just kickstart our very first game, which, like I said, it's gonna be Orangutan versus Chaos Alliance. So that also gives them a little bit more of that mental preparation. You know, it's been a while since we actually sat on the casters test together, but you know, a lot of things actually go through the list for them to actually take out a box before, you know, they start off the game. Like, have they actually get all the gears pretty much set? And there's also briefs where they always got to remember, because sometimes when you get into the matches, like, you might forget what the coaches said. So I guess the best time to do it is right now.
Yep, the time is now. But of course, coaches, they play an important part. We do have a lot of other mechanics that the teams can utilize as well, like such as Setsuyu. They have to prepare everything as much as they can prior to the game starting. I'm not too sure if Chaos Alliance actually has a coach, when now that you brought up that topic here. But with that said, we have a lot to see and see forth and how these two teams is going to be playing out.
That's right, and of course, just digging a little bit more information for some of you guys who may not be all too familiar on the first 2 teams who are playing. Of course, Orangutan, as we did mention, has been one of the best teams to have hailed out of South Asia, as they've been based in India for, you know, a couple of years already. But when we take a look at their roster, it has been held by Helv as the rock of the team, where it's their captain, and as well as IGL, where he's always going to be calling the shots on how they actually play this form of tempo. And now with, you know, the involvement of Vice introduced, you know, not too far back, like, are they going to be able to implement something special with the Vice? Because it's been a while since I actually casted. I've not casted any games with Vice at all.
Oh.
Have you actually tried the agent so far?
I've tried the agent, but unfortunately did not get to cast the game as well. As far as I know, most of the times when it does get played out, I'm unlucky enough that I do not get that game. But Vice, I think, is a very interesting topic. A lot of people did bring up the question whether it would be brought into esports gameplay, you know, bringing into the tournament aspect. I think we do see her once or twice, but I think not enough. There are a lot of capabilities to her potential, but then when we talk about teams that are already comprised and set in stone for the teams here to play out, they're gonna go to something that's more comfortable for them, you know, something that is stuck in stone already that they can work around.
True enough, and that element of Vice is just so powerful when used in the correct timing, whether if you're infiltrating into a site or you're going for a certain retake, that disable of your primary weapon could make or break the enemy team. So if you time it wisely, oh boy, it's definitely going to be a slugfest that the receiving end will be going up against. So that said, you know, like, I'm pretty sure there's been just about enough testing for all these teams throughout the off seasons on what works, what needs to be altered in that sense. Perhaps in one way or another, we would still get Vice to be emerging into the competitive roster once, you know, the official VCT season starts, in a sense, so that people get a clearer idea of what kind of composition actually fits really well. Right now, it's a lot of trial and errors, and not that we actually have all eyeballs onto all these private scrims that all these teams are going after once again. So if we were to actually look into all the other squads who are playing, I'm thinking that for our group, they definitely do hold a very good chance to actually win it all. If you look at names like Team Flash, Alter Ego, who will be playing later on, these players that have been playing in their own respective region have always been grinding not only the solo queues as well as the ranks, but they actually feel big results throughout their careers here in Valorant. Prior to this, many of them have already gotten a lot of FPS experience coming from other games as well. So, of course, we'll get to that a little bit more, but I want to laser focus onto Orangutan once again. We've talked a little bit about that captain, but we've also had names like Hoax as well as Vankabot. These guys, they can be super ferocious on how they actually put the pace into their opponents, where it could be pretty overwhelming if you're not going to be ready to take on someone as feisty as Venka.
Absolutely, and I really love how they even give us the information on their members here. A lot of them is not even just about the game, but just the personalities of each player, which really goes to show how they're going to be performing as a team, because synergy is important, not just in the gameplay, but also the personalities. I think mentions of Hoax, like you said, is one of the youngest players, but also the most mature. Coming into this, so he actually acts as the pillar, even though he's just at the bright age of 22. And then we talk about the duelist here, which is Venka, and he has been the opener for everything. He's playing explosively, true to his age as being super young. And I think that's something that we all love to see in the game of Valorant, right? We do have people who are experienced, and we do note that they have been here all around. But the truth is, the young people, the ones that are coming in, the grassroots players jumping into the scene, they are the ones that are going to be bringing in the changes. They're the ones that are going to be bringing in the new ideas that we're going to be seeing in Valorant today. And it's super exciting to see, because most of these teams, at least, I think the average age is about, 20 or 21, which really puts, I wanted to say a nail to our coffin, because we're seeing these players and we're trying to keep up with them, and the meta changed so much, and I really love that from all of the teams.
I kind of wish I was born a decade later, or so that I get my chances to actually compete in games like this. I mean, back in the days I did, but for other genres overall. But once you actually hit that prime age, when you're in your 20s, that's where you're gonna have a whole lot of passion as well as fire in you to win it all. Right now, of course, just to correct myself, this is gonna be game one between Team Flash as well as Chaos Alliance. Now, I guess we have to do a little bit more reintroduction, as I guess I kind of got it all mixed up. So later on, Orangutan will be playing still, but now we got to highlight the boys from Team Flash, the winningest team of Vietnam.
Yep, of course, we do see the players here. Milok, Layla, Ting, as well as Bukut Killers. They are there and they are ready. So this team has been around, solidified since the halfway point of 2024. They have been around for a long time. It's termed as a name, but these members only together since then. So half a year, a lot of eyes are on them and how they're going to be playing. Bukut especially, I think he's the newest member the newest addition to Team Flash. On the other end, we do have Chaos Alliance, who are the underdog. Not much data on them, but a lot to be said.
That's right. They let the action do all the talking, as we are already getting a little bit of bird's eye view of the scenery of, some of all the areas of the training grounds that, you guys go for target practice and stuff. But, we'll get into our game really shortly. But that being said, we'll have a lot to discuss on these two rosters that will be at play. Sometimes being the underdog could be good news because your opponents do not know what exactly to expect. But for Team Flash, I think they've got just about enough accolades to prove that they are worthy for that championship trophy on the line. And of course, with that trophy, it also comes with a whole lot of cash prize. How much is the cash prize once again, Elle? Well, you gotta give me a reminder, because this just too much for me to count.
Well, I understand completely because the champion does walk away with 65,000 USD, but the total prize pool is a whopping 112,500,000. So we're talking about 112,500, which I'm having a struggle here to try to pronounce it because it is not something that we usually talk about. Numbers like this, 6 digits USD throughout the whole board, and this is of course being spread out into different awards provided here by Intel. I think there's an Intel MVP award purely for 10,000 USD. So that's also a reminder for you to perform your best because there are people that who are watching, and you could possibly walk away even though your team does not make it to the grand finals.
That's right, and quickly as we move right into the agent select, what's going to be the options here for the side of both Team Flash as well as Chaos Alliance? And for now, we still have no clue which map are they actually selecting. Let's start with the agents first and foremost before anything else. So that said, I believe like if we were to move into areas like Abyss, a jet will be super relevant. Ever since the nerfs that has hit Raze, we might not actually see all too much of Raze unless if we play in some of these tight corners. But Team Flash coming in with something flashy of their own. We already see a Yoru in the hands of Ting.
Ting here, he is a very skilled duelist. He does have Jet, Raze, Neon, ISO in his belt, but the Yoru being picked up, this is something that's pretty much unexpected. I would like to say this might be Abyss, but in terms of that, we're still unsure just because we might have missed it. Do forgive us for that. But if it is, we do have double controller on Team Flash. This is very interesting because this is a meta that has been around for quite a while in terms of the international stage, but now in terms of Asia, we are slowly adopting it time and time again, and we are slowly perfecting it, which I would really love to see being implemented in Team Flash.
That's right, and overall on the side of Chaos Alliance, they're going for only slight changes in the form of their duelist setup, having Kirito going on that jet. Now, we talked about that form of mobility that she does have to offer. Are they also considering a double controller type of setup with a little bit of intel gain? And oh, goodness gracious, we got a double duelist on the line. Is this going to be a W gaming setup for Chaos Alliance?
Well, but the ISO being picked up by Chaos Alliance, we do forego a double controller or double initiator pick here, which could be very beneficial, but it does bring the question of how they're going to be playing, especially on the defense side, right? How are you going to get that information? ISO, as well as Jet, they do have some means for some back off if they really want to, but it's going to be very dangerous. It's a very dangerous game for Chaos Alliance.
Indeed it is, and right now the stage is set. The players are ready. It's game on here in the Asia Pacific Predator League 2025. And there's no better way to kickstart the year with one of the hottest Valorant action happening around the globe right now, or should I even say specifically here in APAC. And Team Flash, how much have they sharpened their claws throughout those seasons? How much do they have to offer? Is this going to be a walk in the park, or could this be a David versus Goliath matchup where Chaos Alliance can overwhelm them? And indeed, we are starting on Abyss. Now, this is going to be super exciting as we move right into the match.
Yep. You take a look at the way they're starting here. We have Team Flash on the defense, and they're actually stacked up onto A, but the prediction might be wrong here, as everyone else, they're already onto B site. It's totally claimed by the side of Chaos Alliance, and the spike has already been planted. The silver lining is that Team Flash does not have any members down, but I spoke a bit too soon because it is a trade for trade, and looks as though Chaos Alliance is pushing down the problem. They are moving forward, but only Blue manages to find another two. Takes down as much as he can. Killer's last man standing has full abilities. That's one on Blue. Doesn't quite hit the headshot though. And now it's who is gonna peek first. It is gonna be Blue, and he does miss. And the readjustment does make it inside, and that is a okay for Blue to start off the match.
What an explosive start for Chaos Alliance, just showing what they are worth, and all the hype around Blue is absolutely showing right now, where she has remained as one of the top players from her region. And so far, just showing off with that 4 frags on the Sova. Like, you saw that was that scenario where she was funneled into the links, and she still managed to actually hold true with her being blinded for a split second. And now they come in with some purchase. They do have the marshals intact. Kirito does get a glimpse though. So the rest of the members of Team Flash, they have to hold back for this last bit because they don't really have the best weaponry to start with. A couple of showers on their hands, and that's just about it. So just gonna be seeing whether if they could find perhaps a couple of picks, as we are having pretty much a steady flow. That explosiveness wasn't something that the rest of Team Flash expected. This is where some beautiful things suspended. This is going to be a big swing coming from Kane. That 2K.
Yep, and Jack here loses out his life. The good news for Chaos Alliance is that they did manage to dissect the map into half. The bad news is that they're actually losing out their members, although it is a bye round. And this goes to show the experience from Team Flash. I think it's underestimated Chaos Alliance in the early beginning parts here, whether they can just run into sight. They did, but what use can it be? Ruta tries to save it for his team, the most experienced member on Chaos Alliance with that Guardian. But with that,
30 seconds
it's a
left.
2-on-2. Layla here. He has so much to offer. Goes for the peak, doesn't get a single scratch. Gets blocked off, and 20 seconds left on the clock, so Chaos Alliance, they have to make a move on. But once we got the big guys, and he finds the second, and that is all she wrote.
My, Utah with the clean taps on that opener of the Guardian, and it just rewarded him with that beautiful 3K. Solid start so far. Not much has been fumbled. They still go in for the purchase, but it seems like it has bent slightly on their economy in the sense where they're still leaning on to those half shields that they bought in that prior round. So it won't really hinder them too much. They just have to get a pretty much clean execution onto the site. There's gonna be a full commitment onto A this time around, switching things up every step of the way. Remaining to be pretty unpredictable, but look at that stack from Team Flash though. This is not going to be an easy task at all for the rest of Chaos Alliance.
Yep, if you take a look at where they are, the default is actually proving to be very detrimental because there's so much information about them running into A site and now retreating perfectly fine. Layla even finds one for himself. It's a 1-for-1 trade and the site is not giving out so easily. But here comes the plans. Layla with a spy cam getting the information. Finds one for himself. Staggers it out, but the fight is not over just yet. You take a look at that. The spike is trying to be planted. PT, they have something to say about it. It is down to the wire. Back and forth makes it super easy for Team Flash.
Big first corner right now, just covering some wounds. It's still pretty much salvageable overall, coming into that round, but especially for the side of Team Flash, that was a round which was so vital to them, where they were trading blows. But you saw that placement of the Cypher camera was just undetected by the rest of the members of Chaos Alliance, and there's just too much hectic stuff going on where they don't really have time to really check where exactly it's being planted. So it's full information gathering for inside of Team Flash that has actually gotten that round back towards his team. Now, it's going to be looking to be pretty even up. A little bit more momentum that has been built by the side of Team Flash, as they've definitely made firm predictions on that A hit early on. They're going to look to try again, it seems. We still have the Cypher lurking around that mid-sector, and perhaps if he could get this catch onto the Yoru, then it will be pretty huge. Yuta now going for a little bit more of that setup of smoke over onto the mid-sector, so it will give Sakuma a little bit more room, but he is caught out.
Ooh. And that's going to be a great pick for Ting here. Just shuffles his way back to safety. And now with Sakuma out of the way, information as well as flank watch, it is dwindling down in numbers. Not to mention Layla here at a very risky position. If he just walks out just a little bit more, he realizes that 4 members are there. And Dorf, he gets taken down. He is very much aware. Gonna hold on to the problem. But take a look at Team Flash. They are not budging. Holding on the lanes of A and B side. That is going to be the right read though, because that's why Chaos Alliance is going to be hitting.
It's all down to Buku right now. The first line of defense right now, trying to actually set everything perfectly. We do have full smokes just to cover the tracks for the moment, but Kirito's trying to merge on top line. One gets two with the help of Chalk. It's gonna be a smooth sailing run for them as they manage to clear a house. Only down the side for looking from back. Kirito has gotten the big 4K.
Oh, Burrito, just like that, 4K, playing around with the smokes that was supposed to be hindering his team into claiming out B side, but instead, with the speed and the aggression, it does manage to take another point around, a very much needed one as well, considering they did lose out quite a few of their creds in the previous rounds. And now, ultimates are being readied up for Chaos Alliance. 4 of them are available, and that could be huge, especially if they want to keep the momentum going in the next rounds.
Get out of my way!
Boy, it is super explosive on both ends. You saw how they were just trading back and forth. But the heroics coming from Kirito was absolutely huge. Buku just went out by himself. Well, maybe he just doesn't really have the economy to actually contribute into this round. But quickly with the Blade Storm, Kirito once again hitting the mark. It's gonna be pretty much an easy taking over onto this B side. It's not gonna be much of a response for the moment. Anything of a catch would be a big bonus for the rest of Team Flash at this very moment.
Yep. So much is already invested though. For Team Flash though, they're not gonna waste their times here, trying to play as safe as possible. I think Chaos Alliance, they might be taking wind of this, might want to consider going hunting. But lives are important, trying to just keep themselves alive and afloat here. No movement at all, actually. Wait. Could it be a technical issue? I believe so, but well, as that is getting started here for Chaos Alliance, they're having free reign of the whole map of Abyss. Just running it down. And now 1 to 4. What is the response that's going to be coming out from Team Flash?
I believe a technical pause is in the works right now. As you can see that the timer is being halted for the moment. So I wonder if that's going to be a remake of the round, if that's going to be the case, because there was absolutely no response at all. You saw that we started around with the Omen actually jumping off, which is not something that anybody would just simply do in a competitive setting. Unless, you know, if it's a tactical full squad who's going on eco mode and you just decided, you know, let's go down the rabbit hole together. You know, we've seen that before in the Champions. If you guys missed out, well, just wind it back. I mean, it's on the official Valorant esports social platforms, of course. That being said, when we take a look into the scoreline so far, the team has been able to match up with the tempo, and you can see the strength of playing Euro when it comes down to a map like this, because there's just so many corners to turn to. All these tight angles does allow a lot of space for Euro to just leap around, or should I say teleport from one space to another, to either cover site, or if you're just trying to pick a proper push. That being said, if he's going to go on the attacking side, I believe that Team Flash would have a whole lot more impact on what this Euro can actually bring.
Yep. But the fact is that the Euro is actually at the top of the scoreline right now, even on the defenders. He has been giving so much valuable benefits to the team here, just by having so much map control throughout the whole of Abyss. At the same time though, I do want to highlight in terms of Chak, he is on the second duelist for Chaos Alliance. They do run the double duelist here. Kirito on the Jet, but Chak on the ISO, another unorthodox pick that hasn't been seeing so much dividends just so far. He's actually at the fourth name in terms of the frags that we see. But perhaps this could just be a situation that is being put up by Team Flash with the double controllers, just making it impossible for visibility and sight to make an entry for the duelists.
Yeah, what's really interesting is how Chaos Alliance, they just go full blow on the aggressive approach from, you know, the very first round, and then when they do have that full purchase, they understood that, you know, you have the advantage in terms of the firepower rates. So you could see how confident they've been able to quickly handle some of all these dicey situations in many of all these occasions. But of course, Team Flash, they're no pushovers. They will be able to eventually figure out the form of playstyle that Chaos Alliance is currently bringing to the table here, as Chaos Alliance are still situated in the Acer Hong Kong office. So once, if they do make it into the playoff stage, that's where they get that golden ticket to fly to Malaysia. If they can't, so can you. If you guys are considering, should I actually meet some of my idols from, Team Secret, Broom Esports, Orangutan, like traveling all the way here? Let's give them very good reasons why they should come here, right, El? Well,
Yeah.
one, Malaysia, fantastic food. Friendly people. If you do see us, we will definitely say hi.
We are friendly. Yeah.
Yeah. And what else? Great Valorant players all here in Malaysia playing on a grand stage. And also, we've got a whole lot of amazing artists that will be performing during the finals.
Yep, that is right. If your idols aren't the players themselves, or if you do not want to just waste your time by looking at the people here, looking at them and trying to get some photos, you can take a photo off the stage as well, where we have idols such as Sandra Park from 2NE1, and I believe Minzy as well is going to be coming down. And then we do have a cosplay competition on the final day, which is going to be led by Yingzi and Preston Les. These are big names in terms of cosplayers in the Malaysian scene, and also some of the local artists that we have are going to be performing down here in Malaysia. So you do not want to miss that, because that's going to be a huge stage that's happening in a span of 48 hours this weekend.
That's right, Korea Booze. You know where to go over the course of this weekend if you don't have any plans at all. Drag your boyfriends along, or if you happen to be lads, no judgment. I mean, you guys, if you love K-pop and stuff, we absolutely do love to have you guys on board, because it's gonna be a whole lot of fun. I believe there's also gonna be a lot of all these Acer Predator merchandises, as well as all these cool tech that they are displaying, where you can also test out their gear, and perhaps some great promotions as well if you guys are thinking about brand new monitor for 2025, or even better yet, a whole CPU setup. How about that?
Wow. Well, if that is not what you're into, there's also a bunch of booths and activations happening throughout the event. So if the hall gets a bit too cold, you want to go for a walk, perhaps maybe the outside area is something for you. I believe there are some independent artists as well as content creators that are going to be there, and activations such as little challenges that you can be playing with your friend in case you want to try the game yourself. So much to be looking forward to this weekend, and it's all going to be happening at MyTech. That's going to be in Kuala Lumpur. And apart from the food, by the way, I just want to mention that it is winter in many other countries. So if you are not able to stand the cold, Malaysia is perfect. It's super hot, it's super humid, but at least you get to wear clothes that are showing your sleeves, showing your legs, let out loose a little bit in Malaysia.
Yeah, I will call it summertime right now. It's not super duper hot where it's unbearable, but it definitely is humid for sure. While of course the technical pause is still going to be taking a while, they want to keep their hands a little warm. Not that they could actually jump right into the game to keep their hands warm, which is why they do have those heat packs. Always good to carry around if you were to be in, a very cold setting and stuff. Of course, us trying to segue this into something else, but Team Flash, they didn't really start their journey here on this first game in the smoothest of fashion. And we start to actually understand why, because of a little bit of this technicalities that they are facing. So hopefully, down the line, hopefully sooner rather than later, they will be able to actually quickly sort it out. So, of course, we will leave that to all the marshals on ground to be able to actually get everything back in the clear. So for now, perhaps we jump back into our seat, all the things that actually goes through. So, maybe a little bit later on, but looking at the current scenario, it really seems that, Chaos Alliance, they have absolutely prepared everything here to get their qualifications into the playoffs. That being said, we now get a glimpse of the boys and girls hailing from Hong Kong. You can see calm and composed. And most often than not, of course, you guys might be wondering, oh, it's a pause. Why aren't they really chatting? If you guys are tuning in for the first time to any Valorant tournaments, this is just part of the rule set where there's not going to be any form of discussions during a pause. Therefore, they just have to be keeping themselves pretty much at the ready at all times once the green light is given.
Absolutely. And I think a point that you actually brought up that was very interesting is the fact that Team Flash, we did have a lot to expect from them, especially in a map like Abyss. It is a 88% win rate, at least for this team composition. So just seeing how they lost out the few rounds, it does make you question whether the technical difficulties played a big part in that, especially I think in that one duel between Blue in the very beginning. You saw the kind of the latency lag out there. But it does go to show, you know, just trying to join out these two regions here, making an APAC tournament, it is a big deal. A lot of things to be begged and asked from these two teams, as well as the production team of the APAC Predator League here. So, of course, a little shout out to them. But yes, like you said, for Chaos Alliance, so much to be asked for. And it's very interesting, at the very least here, because they are playing as much as they can, but I'm very curious to see who their IGL is, because as far as I know, not an official coach is assigned to them. And I know Uta here with the most experience, but we do see Blue in the middle seat, which could actually attribute into the comms as well, because you know the middle to be the pillar, to be joining the left and right. A lot to be asked here. Of course, they are a new team, an amateur team here. But I would love to think that Utah is leading the forefront.
Sure, I believe so as well. Now we are back into the match, so
Get out of my
the
way.
coast is clear, and there's not going to be any form of remix or so that is good news, ladies and gents. And quickly as we go, it is going to be Chaos Alliance directly headed into the side. No defense whatsoever, but it's going to be a big wraparound. Take a look at the entire team of Flash. They're coming in with a very cheeky angle with the flanks, and now bring everything to the line. It's going to be Sakuba getting one in the back and Blue with a triple in hand.
Oh, no, they're just getting the information triggered out by the Cypher Cam. It is now so detrimental for Team Flash. You thought that they could possibly do something, but the wraparound did not pay off its dividends. Layla now, the last man standing, holding out the sights of a third right here. He gets taken up by Kirito. Right behind the box, a 5-man standing. It is again another point to Chaos Alliance. And it seems as though this is actually it, because they are continuing on in the movements. No technical pause being called out this time.
Yeah, that being an equal round for the side of Team Flash is absolutely understandable that they're just forsaking 100 points over onto that form of an instance. So they were trying something to see if they could actually overwhelm some of the members of Chaos Alliance, but they were undeterred at all. It was flawless, and now the economy is absolutely busting over on the side of Chaos Alliance, where they got pockets full of threats for them to actually push for at least 2 more rounds, even if they do falter. But there should be a big response in this round here, moving into 6. So it is going to be even tougher if Team Flash does not really get this one going in.
Yep. Tempest Fairy is available for Team Flash, as well as the Dimensional Drift that could get a whole lot of information, especially if we do see the likes of Ting here just running it down mid. That's going to give information about where they are holding on. But it is to beg the question how they're going to be playing it out. I'm sure Team Flash having this 88% win rate, and I believe this is a map that they kind of picked up for themselves here. It has something up their sleeves. And A-Side, though, has been looking to have the same setup time and time after again. We have Layla, we have the Astra here, Killers, that's going to be playing off of each other. And most of the times, they're going to be playing to the back of sight. And if Chaos Alliance does go for the hit this time round, this might be huge for them because it's only 2.
I believe there's another technical pause right now going through, as we are not really seeing all these members from the side of Chaos Alliance actually moving, whereas at least Team Flash has gotten things sorted out, right? They got themselves pretty much moving. That's already a good sign. Or it could once again be the Sova coming in from Team Flash, which I hope that everything's still alright from their side. And at least they already have a clear idea of what exactly to do. We see some of the quality stars being planted inside of killers, where if anything goes down here over on the A side, Disaster is absolutely prepared for that duel.
It's absolutely not going to be a nice morning for them. At least you imagine that they coming in to play this tournament, they are ready, they are pumped, and having this technical difficulties, it's going to affect the mentality just a little bit, the slightest bit. If not, it might affect it a lot just because of the delays. You have your strategies, and then suddenly you have to figure out the technical difficulty. So with that, every single thing here does attribute to the players' mentality and how they're going to be playing. And I bet for Team Flash right now, they are not on the best seats, but how they bounce back is going to be the question that we are asking.
Quick scan over to mid, Millie getting cleared, but they do detect one though, so that's going to be a little more difficult for Tsukuba to be able to actually go on for that full flush. Not that you have to as a Cypher player, I mean, you're just trying to see if you could actually get as much intel as possible. You take a look at that stack already inside of the smoke. This is going to be a quick spot on catch coming from killers. And that's going to be Kiryu down. This is going to build a whole lot of pressure coming down the line. Hunter Spirit now dropping right through. Catch at the same time. The big swing coming from Team Flash has now overwhelmed the rest of Council Flash as they clean up shop with the flaws of their own.
Chaos Alliance just not able to execute the plan that they had in the previous rounds. No run-in this time, Team Flash says. They had the Cosmic Divide, but unfortunately did not play out towards their favor. The moment they walked out puts them into such a risky situation that Team Flash was able to make a quick use of them. Hunter's Fury as well being invested, but so much dividends paid out from that one ultimate alone. And finally we see a Team Flash that's online, getting another point for themselves. And now economy is looking to be saved out here. Another technical pause, I believe. It's stuck at 7 seconds. So this is not going to be good for either side of the team here, but at least some seconds for the side of Chaos Alliance to recuperate.
Yeah, it really feels like it could be a momentum breaker to certain players out there because you already got yourself into a certain groove right after such an explosive round. And now, I guess that is being halted for the meantime. I do believe that this is actually coming from the side of Chaos Alliance this time around, where, you know, it really felt like the push was done half-heartedly, and now we could actually understand why, like, what really went down in that form of a fight. So it must be frustrating when you do face some of all these challenges that's kind of out of anybody's control over the moment. Team Flash, you can see smiles on their face as well, doing a little bit of stretch while they get themselves back into the run. So, yeah, they are in good spirits despite, you know, them starting off on the deficit. So, I'm pretty much sure that they have something up their sleeves once they go into the second half of the match. So, you can see they're jet set and ready once more. Back on their seats. And here we go. The lineups looking pixel perfect. And this is going to be a quick challenge.
Recon Ball here gets destroyed, but that doesn't deter the likes of Chaos Alliance as they make the breakthrough. Gyarados already Elsa's sight, but he doesn't catch wind of anybody else. But Buka finds a blue in the midst of it. A 1-for-1 trade. They are on side, but they have to try to fight off. Team goes down though. Gyarados just in the nick of the space, but Shorty doesn't quite find Buka as he finds two other killers there to defend the site with him. No quick execute for the side of Chaos Alliance this time round.
Oh, that was a close call, though. The Shorty did not really hit the mark, and perhaps there might just be a little bit more of that wiggle room, but you can see the rest of Team Flash have expected that from an aggressive push, and you can't really do the same trick twice, or how many times you want to count it. So, I guess that Team Flash, they are starting to adapt to the tempo of play of how Chaos Alliance actually manages their type of aggression, where they're just flooding every step of the way, and that is not going to be the best form of approach for every single take. This time, it's going to be 4 members true, the mid sector.
Yep. Chaos Lion trying something new here. Ting gets taken down to half HP, but he does survive. Layla, however, is gonna be executed by Blue, and now they have full control of Aquarium. Vilka trying to get a cheeky angle here, but doesn't quite find anybody. He is now retreated to B, but he might be pinced in a moment's notice. He does find one just before he goes down, and Sigma is going to find Dorf at the same time. Now, B side open for business. The spike is going to be planted, and now one killers. No, trying to find 1-for-1, but mid is going to be taken down by Chak.
Oh boy, look at the tempo of play. Like, you blink, you miss a whole lot of the action. The rest of Chaos Alliance, they just strike so decisively. They leave no room for some of these members of Team Flash to respond in that split second. Where the moment that they got detected over the mid, like they just push through. It's just overwhelming on how do you actually react to 3 members pushing over mid side. Good luck. The best case scenario could it be common composed enough, maybe 2 picks or so, but at least those points are now regained by the side of Chaos Alliance. Still pretty much salvageable for the rest of Team Flash to still pull through. But now, gonna play on a slightly slower tempo. There is gonna be Kirito once again hitting over onto mid. Doing it all alone though, whereas the ISO trying to move over onto the other corner. Trying to see if they could find anything through the tubes as well as the tunnels. This could very well be leading into a B push.
Yep. It worked before, it's gonna work again. Kirito though lost in the sauce. Bilko's gonna take one before he goes down. But it does open enough entryway for them to make their way into B site. Ting with the dimension of trying to get as much information. He does spot Sigma, but that is not enough. Layla is going to find 1-on-1. Team Flash now at the back of B side, but Blue is going to find Layla, and now it's been dissected into half. The spike is being planted. Only one Ting alive to fight the likes of Uta and Blue. He is at 30 HP. It is not looking good. So much utility still available for Chaos Alliance, and she cannot do much except to peek out dry. Oh, and Uta is going to make quick work of him. 3-6 is the scoreline that we look at.
That's a rock in the hard plays as well. But commendable fighting spirit coming from the side of Team Flash. You saw the commitment of the Dimensional Griff as well, regaining that intel, managing to get a couple of trades going. So they would still have a little bit more of that crest to still go in for a half purchase for some of the members out there. Now we're looking at double sheriffs, even moving into a stinger as well for their very own Cypher. So it will be a little bit more of a passive stance until they actually reach a form of contact. But the protocol so far, Chaos Alliance, they are still brimming with that confidence. They will still try to breach into all these gaps, all these holes that is left uncovered from the side of Team Flash. A little bit of poking and prodding over on the A side. He sees the commitment of some of all the utilities being burnt out from this Astra. Instant shock dart right into his book, and quick response from Kirito up the top to be able to find one. Only good for one. Killers instead finds 2, and this is where Team Flash shines brightest. They recuperate, they get those full armory of weapons from the rest of Chaos Alliance and are back in the game, baby.
It's looking so dicey for Chaos Alliance. Yes, they got the points in the beginning, but you take a look, most of the times one method only works for 1 or 2 in a row. They have to go back to the drawing board time and time after again, because that is the only option that Team Flash leaves for them. But it seems to be impossible for them to hit just because of the double controllers that they do possess. And so much is being asked for now. They have ultimates available for Chaos Alliance, but the last time they did use the Cosmic Divide, it did turn out to be towards the favor of the enemy. So how are they going to be executing? They are going back into a default. How are they going to be playing? It is all up to them.
Double Cosmic Divides, or should I say one of them, and one being committed from the side of Chaos Alliance to put it through A. But that's just going to be a quick setup just to pick off killers. Now that's one control down, so they could just decide to wrap around the other way. Spike now being brought into B, and none of these members have been able to run right through. It's gonna be Layla at least bringing one down, and it's still gonna be an even exchange.
The ultimate is available for Chak here if he wants to take one person out with him to another dimension, but it looks like as though a post-ban situation is being called for by Chaos Alliance. The first time we actually seen, most of the times they do go for the aggression here, and King has gotta make some moves here. Dog's gonna find one though, Chak gets taken down. And now they does peek out the Kirito, but doesn't quite land it. The defuse comes in, and they are ready for the fight. King gonna find Kirito. As a one-on-one, Hunter's Fury also utilized here, trying to play as much as they can, but doesn't take him down. They have to go for the push over. Bilkit finds Utah. Blue only go for one. As a one-for-one trade is being utilized, but there goes the spike. And Team Flash secures. Oh, sorry, does not secure. Chaos Alliance secures another point.
Perfectly timed Hunter's Fury is all it takes for them to deny that defusal coming in from the side of Team Flash. They came in pretty close though. Like you saw, the protocols were set in place where Team Flash, they got all the angles coverage, but the problem is that you can't exactly seek out that Sova that's hiding all the way back where he's already got the perfect angle to actually get the lineups over onto the spike. Now, they're gonna be having a little bit more of a wiggle room here with that 7 corners. This being the first half, I think that it's still rather salvageable. I said this a couple of times before, but Chaos Alliance on the defensive end, how are they gonna cook? They do have double controllers, so they can actually buy a lot more time as compared to a single duelist setting.
Blocking vision.
And things would perhaps be very different on the approach instead of seeing so endless. And here comes the portal coming through. It's gonna be a big challenge. Kirito finds the double.
Oh, the gravity well does buy some time for the moment. But Killer actually makes do of Chak in his own ultimate. Kirito on fire is gonna find one more, and now it is just when the smoke dissipates. Dan does find Blue. Look at one. And now 2-on-1 as a spike is ticking down. Uta does find Layla here, and Ting, once again, a very similar song. Last man standing, but gets taken down by Uta.
That was a very, very costly round. This operator is being dropped out of this equation. Let me say that they will go on that eco mode once again. Or should I say, that was pretty much, you know, a full buy round since it's the first half. So, just to correct myself out there. So, it's going to be a switch of sides. Now, Team Flash goes on the offensive end. 4 ghosts being purchased. Pretty much the similar setting coming in. Only Blue is going to go with the half shield alongside with Blue Cube. So, it's going to be very interesting to see because we had this form of a single duelist setup or coming in from the side of Team Flash. So, it really boils down to how this Yoru could go in for those deep positionings. And we already see that lurk coming from Kirito closing through mid. They're hoping to take the fight. Shots now being fired through, forcing Layla to back away.
Yep, Layla though does find for the aggression, finds 1-for-1, but it's a trade after trade. Chak, no, it's finally the ISO 4K, and it seems as though the element of surprise is what he needed. Spike's been dropped in no man's land, and only one Omen is there to try to fight Chak. But he gets taken down, no ace this time, but another point for Chaos Alliance.
Man, the timings on that. That could have actually been our first ace that we do see coming in for any players here on the Predator APAC League here in the group stage. But, you know, 4K's just about good enough. You saw how smooth Chak actually pulls that one off. Quickly goes in for all the attacks and regenerating the shields once again. Like, you can tell this guy is already spent like thousands of hours in aim labs just to pull that one off.
Yep. No. With that newfound confidence, it's gonna invigorate him, considering he did have a pretty much struggling first half. Kirito as well, invigorated with that. Marshall to Killer's head, taking down the early aggression. 1 controller left onto Team Flash, so that is a consolation. But with that, half of the map is now being turned over to the side of B. Looks as though Team Flash might look at that to go for a push.
You can see how careful they are. They lost that pistol round and right now. All odds up against them, and once again, Chalk shows up huge and gets caught out instantaneously with the conversion move.
Last player standing.
Back and forth. Uto's gonna find two before he gets taken out by Buket hiding in his own smoke. The spike is gonna be planted, and that's just gonna be guys on the moment because behind is blue, taking him down with just a mere ghost. Doesn't even go for the purchase, and that is enough for Chaos Alliance to secure one more round. What is happening? The underdog seems to be running away with the scoreline.
We may call them underdogs, but they are here in the APAC Predator League for very good reasons overall. It does not matter sometimes whatever accolades your opposing team have, like, so long as you know it's player diff, it's player diff in that sense. But maybe I'm being a little bit too harsh, you know, but of course, that's just jokes from me, although it's a little crude. But when we take a look at how Chaos Alliance plays, the reason why they have this double duelist setup is because in this map of Abyss, you can play aggressively even when you're on that defense, so they are definitely taking that into the full effect. And ever since they had that pistol round 1, it has been a weapon deficit. It was still good news for the rest of Team Flash, where they did manage to get the plant down early on. So they had some econ to work with. So this is going to be that make or break round for them. If they lose all their weaponry, it's just going to be pretty much a tough call moving into match point.
Now, looking at match number 15, round number 15 here. It seems as though they have enough time mingling with each other to figure out the strats. And it is round number 3, so Team Flash, they don't want to give another point to Chaos Alliance. They're going to be playing and standing on their points here, speaking on business terms. And it looks as though B site is the area that they're trying to hit. And that's why the dimensional drift being utilized here, trying to find as much as they can. But King gets caught in the middle of the rumble. Buket finds in return. Smoke's blocking visibility. They might get the spike down, but right after them is Chaos Alliance hot on the trail.
This is going to be coming in huge with the judge. Does actually catch one through. So we'll be able to get the glimpse, having the ghost in hand, but if there's going to be any closeness to the matchup, we still have to clear this angle. This is still not going to be an easy defuse, but they managed to only bring a couple bodies down. Team Flash managed to bring the point back. Much needed at this hour of the match.
Yep, so much adrenaline being asked for from Team Flash there. Got a, I wouldn't say a very smooth execute there, but at least the spike down, and then the timer just ticking. Also with the double duelist on Chaos Alliance, just providing them some solos at the time, but with so much smokes and fights isolated, it is extremely difficult to go for the trades that you would be looking for as a double duelist. And now finally a point for Team Flash, waiting out the timer, waiting out the full match 140 that we have here, that is now giving them a point on the board.
It's gonna be a very different tempo of play coming in for the side of Team Flash. Everything needs to be calculated to perfection. They can't afford to drop their any form of rounds right now. It's going to be very, very costly moving into the next one. Gravity pull right underway. Legs are sticking up for Siku, but that's going to be opening up some space for Ting to go in quickly for the plan. Move in, hop out. Well, there is going to be a triple flank coming right through. Blue catches one of them, and here you go. Looking for the triple, but she will be denied.
Last player standing.
Oh, finally! Someone was in that smoke. Did not expect a blue to be the middle of the site, just slicing them up at the time. Buket did not expect to be the last man standing, but he does take down Uta, trying to equalize the numbers in an attempt. But Jack, together, he is here with Kirito, the double duelist combo that we talked about. Oh, they're going to be playing, but Kirito is going to be taken down by Buket, and that it is finally the double tag team that we're talking about from the duelist being asked for from Chaos Alliance.
What a strike, what a finish. Chalk knew that somebody's lurking up in the smokes out there, and he did not really fully commit into that defuse, and for very good reasons. There's just about enough time. And calmly, they weathered the storm. Now it's going to be up to 11. One more round to go to hit right into the match point. And you can already see Team Flash, they're already hurting in the form of economy. only resulting in some couple of bulldogs in their hands, as well as it still having some members to be able to afford vandals of their own. Still high possibilities that there will be some fight left within the side of Team Flash.
Not too sure if this is the right call. Continuously hitting onto B as Chak and Urta is going to make quick work of them. Even with the mixed buy that they are rocking right now, it doesn't seem to be finding any success on the B side. And we have the two members split into half. We have Layla all the way at the back, but he can be pinched at a moment's notice and no Omen there to help him. The backstab may be coming in. He was at the beginning, but does come back with a readjustment. And now Layla might be able to close the gap. Doesn't look here as dead, but falls at the right time. It seems to be a big question mark for Chaos Alliance. Do they deal with Layla? But Buka and Layla goes down just like that. Doesn't quite find the timing.
That was one crazy wraparound that we just saw coming in. But it will still be the case in point. Chaos Alliance are now on match point. They were trying to actually salvage a couple of all these arsenal of artillery, but it seems like they just will have to rely on a couple of sharers as well as Bulldog. If they can turn this one around, who knows how far can Team Flash take it.
We do have the Astra set up here from Team Flash. Hunter's Fury is available, so a post-plant tactic could be implemented. But you can take a look at Chaos Alliance, they are not budging. The only place that Team Flash could possibly make the execute on is mid-site, but that doesn't even lead them straight into A or B.
True enough. Over the course of the months, Team Flash definitely have a roster overhaul throughout these couple of seasons as well. Testing their strengths, testing their might up against some of the very best of Southeast Asia. This is where Utah once again finds the mark, takes down Layla. This is not looking all too good. They were already behind on all these 5 power rates, and now one member down. It's not going to help the case.
A site looking for the attackers. Dark and Killers get taken to Sakuma. They even pass the halfway point of A site. Chaos Alliance, the people we thought that were the underdog, running away with the first match of Group D. Reminder, it is a best of 1, so all our victories are counted in to the final results.
My, I guess we can change the narrative right now. These guys are the dark horses of the tournament right now, taking the champions of Vietnam, Team Flash. It was unfortunate. We see some signs of struggle in the early span of the half where they were on that defense, and when it comes down to the second half, it really seemed like they didn't have any form of clear answer on how to really approach this attacking side, because you just saw how aggressive all these members of Chaos Alliance have been just pushing right through, leaving not many spaces for them to claim, and hence why we see there's just some cracks starting to form on the side of the defenses of the Team Flash territory. But all in all, it was still a respectable fight where we saw glimpses of brilliance coming from players like Boocute, and even for the likes of Layla, Killers, as well as Ting, who has been pretty sharp on the mark. It's just a tough way to go, but the only form of reprieve is that there is still 2 more matches for them to play out. That being said, of course, that will be leading us into some exciting matches later, but we got a whole lot to talk about because we just witnessed Chaos Alliance for the first time for both of us on how well they managed to play all of that so super aggressively. And of course, that we now have the update to the standings to also take a look at all the other groups that have played out. Right now, Group C is still happening. They have not really concluded their match just yet, but CGZ has been able to beat Next Gen in order to be on top of the podium for Group A. Team Secret as well as Rivals is up next for them. Meanwhile, NKT, we have expected them to have done well, and they managed to overwhelm Disguise.
Oh, that's a big statement right there. So NKT gonna be taking out 1 point from Disguise is up in Group B. Group C probably going off for a very long match here, just trying to push and pull. But from Group D, we have the answer. Chaos Alliance besting out Team Flash in such an honorary defeat.
Now that we think about it, this best of one format is just relentless for certain teams who, may not get that favorable map pick, or do they feel at the best level of comfort moving into some of these rounds. It really boils down to what they know best on how the team dynamics work in that sense. And, certain teams have roster changes, and that could also affect that form of dynamics, that so to speak. So it is pretty interesting how things have kicked off. I guess there's still plenty of opportunities for the teams that may have actually suffered losses, namely at the moment Team Flash as well as Team Disguise, who right now has one loss, but who knows? Perhaps if they could get the next 2 wins, then they would still have a good lifeline. But it definitely put them on the hot seat right now, especially for Team Flash, because we're looking at Orangutan as well as Alter Ego. These 2 teams, they're heavy hitters as well.
Yep, heavy hitters indeed. And just to remind everybody that even though you might be walking away with points and losses at the time, tiebreakers are actually being decided by head-to-head matches. So in the case that we get a draw, for example, if you have beaten out the team in the previous brawl, you will be proceeding instead of the other, although it may be a tie. So that really comes down, and it boils down to how they're going to be playing between every single team, not just about the points at this point. Because if we're talking about Chaos Alliance and Team Flash being on the tie, and this comes into the play, it's going to be a big upset. So I'm taking a look at Group B here, and I'm really wondering how the SG is going to be coming up, especially since all eyes are on them as a franchise. But of course, that is in a different group, and we do have Orangutan and Alter Ego coming up after this. And I guess, at least for Chaos Alliance, they played the lack of data to the best of their ability against Team Flash earlier, because they had no intel on how Chaos Alliance was going to be playing, and having the double duelist, and especially taking the attacker side in the very beginning, played so much towards their advantage. I wonder if Alter Ego and Orangutan is going to have a similar foreshadow, considering it is in Group D.
That's right, and overall, we have gotten so many interesting things that have gone on, but this matchup that we've just witnessed, Chaos Alliance, now with this massive win, how far can they actually take it, where they will also meet up against titans such as Alter Ego Esports, Orangutan, where if they've managed to actually take Team Flash in quite a clean manner, especially on that first half, they have already convinced me that they can actually be huge contenders for the playoffs, so long as they just secure their way through group stages. So 1 win is perhaps all that it takes for them to actually advance forward.
Absolutely, I definitely agree with you, especially considering that Team Flash had an 88% win rate on Abyss. This was their map to win, essentially. And Chaos Alliance just totally upset that with the double duelist compositions, and so much confidence. I would say the confidence coming in from an amateur team to take down Team Flash just like that. They didn't get phased, and I'm hoping that we get to see Chaos Alliance proceed forward. But of course, Alter Ego and Orangutan does stand in their way. Very excited to see how these 2 teams are going to be playing off Orangutan that we talked about earlier, just from the slight confusion. But we do get to see a little bit of the precedent that they'll be bringing forward. They have the accolades. They've been playing together for quite a while now. No roster changes like Team Flash, but they are solid, as opposed to Alter Ego, who as well have their own titles, their own tournaments that they have won on each member coming into this.
That's right, and overall, the entire roster of Alter Ego have definitely shown a lot of strength throughout their own APAC run in their very own regional tournaments. They have amazing track records, so to speak. Of course, Orangutan have already made a big name for themselves throughout all the seasons that they played in South Asia, but in the Indonesian circuit, where we've seen some of these players who have played in Ascension before and also in those form of VCTs, they are definitely one of all these heavy contenders to be able to actually put a dent up against all these big guns out there. But some of all these big names are going to be playing out in just about roughly 10 minutes from now, so we still got plenty to talk about before we actually kick off with what goes down right here. So that being said, if we actually go through some of all the information that we have gained overall coming in from some of these members of the side of Alter Ego, I guess we can start with some of the achievements that they have.
Oh yeah, so Alter Ego themselves, they are no strangers to the Valorant scene here. They are hailing from Jakarta, so they are the prize and joy for the Indonesian side here, and they've been actually around since January 2018. So that's a long time. So that is the name when Alter Ego was formed. Of course, these members here, they've been sprawled around into different teams of the Valorant scene, but essentially the four of them came together. I think the former team was called Garuda. That was between Valden, Cut, Gotten, and Ray4C, which are names that are not unfamiliar in terms of the Valorant scene. And one more that we might be more familiar with, the Southeast Asian side, is Naka himself, who played with Elevate in the last VCT Split 1 and Split 2, which is under the likes of Redco, some people that we also know. So with that, at least we can see some synergy already forming between the teammates here, and Naka just being a little bit of the wild card. But I believe that they have the experience that could take them all the way in this tournament.
Yeah, look at the form of playstyle that Alter Ego have to offer here is going to be a little bit more versatile, where just look at the kind of players that they have in their whole squad, where they have a couple of flex players and also having to rely on Ray4C to come in with all these very huge micro mechanic plays to be able to convert some of all these results. I think all eyes have got to be on him, as well as those big brains coming out of players like Cut with his wealth of experience. So that is definitely something for us to behold later on, where they will have to take on Orangutan, who have been able to also get themselves pretty much fired up when it comes down to the later stages of 2024. They have been achieving better and better results every step along the way, and have emerged to be the champions coming in from the South Asia region to be able to qualify into this Predator APAC league. So that being said, these guys from Alter Ego, they have always battled titans like Boom Esports, RRQ even. So that they've been molded in such a way that they have already seen all these type of W gaming, as well as the kind of slow play style moving to a certain map. So we've already got a taste of Abyss. I really do wonder what's gonna be the next map offered on the table.
Yeah, also not to mention that we do have Pearl now back in the rotation, and I think that's going to be very interesting. We haven't seen Pearl in a quick minute here. Yeah, and I think that's also going to be a new introduction of Pearl here that's going to bring in a bit of an upset, I believe. Pearl has been played out by Alter Ego, at least in the last few rounds here, and they haven't gotten the best of result. But the fact that they at least touched it goes to show that they are willing to go for a Pearl match if it really push comes to shove, goes to that point. At least for Orangutan, if you take a look at their stats, they have kind of everything inside. And Pearl is also a match map that they could possibly go for if they are looking for it. So with that, I think the veto does play out as a very important part, especially in this best of both one, because we're talking about one map and one map only between the two of them. Alter Ego, though, they do have more of a flex, so I believe that any map is going to be it's gonna be a little more adaptable for them. For Orangutan, though, I have a lot of questions in terms of how they're gonna be playing because most of their members already do have a set role, but the meta did shift, and we are asking for a lot more flex now. How they're gonna be adapting into different maps. I'm wondering how they're gonna be doing that.
Yeah, that's something that we will have to figure out every step of the way. Now, of course, we've seen Utah impress, we've seen Blue impress coming from Chaos Alliance. Like these, this lady definitely have Wild is with those explosive rounds. Just going back a little bit before we even kickstart of what we've hyped about both Orangutan as well as Alter Ego. We have to give credit where credit is due. We saw how well Chaos Alliance actually goes in for every man for each other kind of mindset. Like immediately when Blue goes in for trade, there's always going to be a form of backup. So that is something that we want to actually see going into either a sort of a hard shove into any form of side. So that form of full coverage as well as the cohesiveness is what was maybe lacking for the side of Team Flash, which they will have to work on. And now I really do wonder, throughout the course of that match happening, was either these members of Orangutan or Alter Ego were watching on the sidelines, and if they do they have answers for that? But now they got bigger fish to fry at hand before they start worrying about Chaos Alliance. But at least that gives them a rough idea of what Chaos Alliance have to offer to actually form perhaps a counter, because that could be a very big factor into how Chaos Alliance will have to readapt on their playstyle later on.
Yeah, absolutely, because it is a group stage, so every single team is going to have to battle off one another throughout the whole day. So watching it, I do agree that it's going to give them some advantage here, but at the same time, I believe Chaos Alliance is such a big question mark that we might be seeing a totally different gameplay later on as well. And I think the synergy has been top-notch so far. We do see some explosive entries coming in from I would like to say the men of the team, which is 4 out of 5 of them. But when we see Blue, who has the firepower, who has the accuracy that was displayed earlier, she also made very great decisions in terms of just hiding into the smoke, not going for the aggressive plays that could possibly put her at risk. And that really plays out to the synergy very well. And I guess that's why it's called Chaos. Because we have the aggressive demeanor, and then we have the calm ones that is trying to be meticulous. And I guess that's the alliance that we have here. But of course, we are talking about Alter Ego and Orangutan here. I think after this match that we see between the two, we're going to have a lot more formulated ideas on how each team is going to be besting one another. But because it is the very beginning of the day, at least for some of them, I believe the time zone is also different. I think Jakarta might be later by an hour, and Orangutan, they might be playing a little bit earlier. So I'm not sure how that's going to be acted out in terms of this whole entire mix.
Yeah.
But the times here, it's gonna. I think for me, if I was Orangutan, I would be pretty tired.
Well, I'm pretty sure that they're just getting started. I mean, they have yet to actually hop themselves into a matches yet. Like sometimes being in an organization, you will already have certain schedules as well as timetables, which they have had to go through scrims, as well as maybe go for an afternoon jog or morning jog, and of course anything else down, whatever that they have to sort out on their daily essentials. But of course, that is how they will actually get themselves prepared for some of these match. Now, of course, keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning our match for Group D, Match 2 really soon between Alter Ego versus Orangutan, where we've actually gotten a little bit of information on what map they will be playing for this best of 1. And from what I've received from the production end, it seems like the map veto will now end up with Sunset being the priority pick for both sides.
Oh, okay. Sunset is what I would like to say the better Ascent. Just throughout the meta, just because it hasn't changed, guys. It's not that I don't like Ascent. It's just been there for a very long while. Essentially, we do have A and B, and the mid that's been highly contested, which is very similar to what we see in Ascent here. And I think Sunset has actually made itself as a staple map in terms of esports contingency. So we're going to see between Orangutan and Alter Ego. could be a pretty safe pick here for the two of them. And yeah, I'm not sure what's going to be happening, but I do want to say I did find the update for Group C, and it is actually between Boom Esports and AGY, with Boom winning at 13-10. So that is something that we can talk about here as well. We see one onto Boom Esports. And now we have the full results, ladies and gentlemen. CGC, NKT, and Boom, as well as Chaos Alliance. It looks as though we have a very clean sweep here, at least. But at least for Group B and Group C, we have much more of a fight between the two teams. So that is something that we can note as well.
That's right, and overall, it is definitely a tough contest for some of all these teams out there. Where you did mention it went down to the wire, 13-11. Oh my! If only we actually get to also witness at the very same time while we are actually, getting ourselves ready for Group D to once again kick off with the upcoming match. So, if you guys are interested in Rivals versus Team Secret, TMT versus XIP, CNE versus ZOL, you can feel free to be redirected into either side of the group that you fancy watching, or better yet, like I said, open a couple of tabs if you guys are on your laptop, your PCs. If you're on your phones, well, I guess that can't be helped. I don't know, like ask your mom, ask your sister, could I borrow a phone or something? But of course, that's just a little bit of a lightheartedness coming from us while we are going to be looking forward to how this table forms later on. Now, you did mention about tiebreakers overall, and I'm just looking at the current scenario. What happens in the sense where teams like win one, lost one, win again, and then I guess eventually we'll come down to a solid result from by the end of it all. That being said, though, oh boy, I guess even for the side of AGY that has played this out, I did regard AGY to be another team that has got a whole lot of experience playing over onto the VCT of their very own region, being a very established organization hailing from that said region as well. It really goes to show that this is a new playground that they're working with here, because for most part these teams may have actually met each other for the very first time, so they have no clue what to expect. Boom Esports, we've seen them try out some of the Ascension circuits. They continue to put in the good work this time. So Group C, rather exciting of what goes down there. NKT, I think that these guys from Thailand have always been able to really show up for themselves, but to overwhelm DSG, that is a strong start. I think that things could look to be quite smooth sailing for NKT inside of Group B.
Yep, and that is just the likes of APAC, right? Because you do have teams that are number one, or at least the top three in the country itself. And then when you've been introduced into regions and countries such as the ones in C, the ones in the North Asia or South Asia, then we might have different strategies, different metas, especially when you're going head to head. And speaking of head to head, like you said, if you've done the calculations, you realize that NKT, being such a powerhouse in Thailand, now facing off of DSG and getting the better of them, it might go to show that even for DSG, when it comes down to it, the head-to-head might be in play here. But of course, that is all happening in the other groups. And you guys have the power to take a look at the other streams, as though we don't. But at least for you guys, I hope you guys are enjoying switching between Group A, Group B, Group C, and of course, Group Danger as we head over to our next series very, very soon.
I swear. And I know the stars are listening. We can stay or we can visit them. So let's go. Have you ever tried to fly? Look up at the stars. See us in the sky, cause the night is ours. On our way to Mars. Let me take you higher than where we are. So high now. There's nothing to come down to. Have you ever tried to fly? Cause I could take you there. You ain't gotta ever be scared. I got you, let's go to outer space. Take you to the stars, you're never gonna feel out of place. Fly with me, need a ride or die, so will you ride for me? Twinkle of my eye, girl, you shine for me, I swear. And I know the stars are listening. We can stay or we can visit them. So let's go. Have you ever tried to fly?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, into the APAC Predator League, where we have some of the finest teams across Asia duking it all out. That you are currently watching into Group B, where we have Alter Ego Esports going up against Orangutan. Southeast Asia versus South Asia. This is going to be the clash of titans. So this is going to be a huge match that we do have on hand. And here we have it as we will dive right into Sunset for this best of one.
Oh, it is going to be nitty gritty. Like I said, Sunset is going to be the new updated version of Ascent in my books at the very least. So we're going to be looking at something that's going to be even playing ground for Alter Ego and Orangutan, and the characters here, the angels that they're going to be picking, is going to mean a lot, especially in such a map that really leaves so much up to the players and how they execute.
That's right. Overall, this is going to be a tough one to actually know who exactly comes up on top. And when it comes down to both sides of the sites on how you play overall to attack as well as defense, there's just endless possibilities that control over the mid is going to be crucial for some of these players to grasp hold of. And of course, we get a glimpse of Alter Ego Esports, who are going to be cementing their mark here with their very first match. Going up against Orangutan, this is going to be the test of might, where we do see the fine gentleman of Orangutan here in really good spirits to kick things off from the Acer India office.
Yeah, I love it. If you guys are actually looking at the other slots in the ASA office itself, that's because we did have the trials here to get the top champions to represent the region. I love looking at the camera here, peeking to the left, just trying to get the fan share of screen time. Very handsome. You guys are looking great. But if you take a look, we are now at the agent select. So this is going to be it, right? This is what I talked about. Orangutan, in terms of the data, we did look at something a bit more set, a double initiator. But now we're going to see how they're going to be flexing around, especially with Alter Ego, who basically has multiple flexes able to play around with the compositions in the teams. But any predictions so far, Contra, coming in for the compositions?
Well, I'm thinking about certain possibilities of even Gecko to be played out over onto the course of the field, but of course, when we take a look at possibilities of Breach to also be controlling a certain side to just open up that space smoothly, it could actually ease the execution when you're going for an entry, or even if you're trying to retake a site overall. That is going to be in the plans of Alter Ego. Meanwhile, it's great to actually see the Rays online for Orangutan.
And this is going to be in the hands of Venka, which at least Orangutan cites to be the cocky and young duelists that they have here. So explosive is the word, and Raze is exactly it. Something I did note, though, in his data at the very least, is that we don't exactly see a Jet, which is really essential in terms of the APAC scene that we have so far. Actually, what we do see is a Neon and a Raze, and with the Neon changes could be a deciding factor for Venka bringing in the Raze this time. And it's going to be paired with, again, the double initiator with Breach and Sova and one controller. On the other side of the Ego, we do see the former favorite picture from Venka, Neon, on Rainforest C, and that's going to be very interesting, especially in a map such as Sunset, because you have so much spaces to control.
That's right, you will be able to at least zip through some of all these areas of play and just open up some of that space by our own, and then for the rest of Alter Ego to follow up. That's going to be the main game plan for Alter Ego. Meanwhile, we're going to be seeing Orangutan jet setting their way into some of all these explosive engagements, and it's going to be pretty interesting to see how they actually play out this race over onto the defensive end, which that's where they will actually kick things off, or should I say over onto the attacking end. So it's going to be pretty much a comfortable start for the side of Orangutan, setting things up over on mid side as they are looking for some small little challenges, as the Shrouds of Smoke have already been popped on both sides, including Cage, just to protect the doors for a little bit longer, going for a little wrap around. It's not being detected by the door, but meanwhile, it's going to be the change as they manage to take down that Cypher. So that's going to be a DC already out in the cold. Quick work over
Talk about the pushing the problem here, as the Cafe, like you said, has been now in control of the defenders. It never expected to be sliced into half, and there we have it. The Eagle just opening up super hot. You would think that on the defenders here, they're going to be waiting for the Tides to run into their shores, but instead, they are going to be knocking onto Orangutan's doors.
And 5-man push, just like that. Not something that we always seen in the competitive play, but a team like Alter Ego sometimes can be a little rather unpredictable in that sense. So far, I guess like that's how pistol round sometimes could actually swing the form of tempo of play. Now, that's just a little bit of a appetizer to actually kick things off. And we do see some purchases coming through for the side of Alter Ego after a very successful strike. But they're gonna push and prop for a little bit longer. Making some noise over onto the mid sector, just trying to clear out some Cypher cameras as well as some trap wires.
Here.
They're calling for it yet again. Is the same trick gonna work twice for Alter Ego? Instead, they're trying to push through the smoke, but the breach is on the watch. Wow.
Loudon here. Fault line actually hits the majority of the side of Orangutan. Now the push has been stalled out. Just bringing in an unorthodox strategy, I would say. Having 5 men of Orangutan just holding on together, but through the smoke just like that. Taking down Hoax with the help of his teammates here. And now B is the aerial contention. Alter Ego. They are holding down the fort though. Valden finds 2. The mid master. And now taking down members of Orangutan just like that. Who would have thought? 2-0. So far, Orangutans have to be back to the drawing board.
My. I guess, like, it's still pretty early to call for now. Now that they finally get those purchases, I want to see a little bit more of a stronger stance coming from the side of Orangutan on the attack side. Because, you know, you will have all the form of entry points for the side of Grace. We haven't really seen her coming in with those double satchels just yet. But, of course, they are giving a lot of room of respect towards these members of Alter Ego. So much so that this Neon is actually pushing out. The judge in hand for Ray 4C, hoping to actually have a cheeky catch, but that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade-off. So that's going to be a little tougher to do, but at least it's Stevens.
And back into the drawing board for Orangutans. Just holding up a default, trying to get as much information as they can, but the 1-for-1 trade is pretty detrimental for them. They did lost out their controller, and with that, how are they going to isolate the fights? How are they going to block up the entry points that Alter Ego is holding on so strongly? Is the question. Not a single tactic have worked so far. Yeah, this could be it. Mark is being contested by Ray4C, holding on such a tight angle with the judge as well. He is unfazed. He has 2 sides to look at though, left and right, and Hoax makes quick work of him down in the site itself. And now the rest of Orangutans, they have been isolated out in market. Information has been given out, and Valden takes out Venka. A trade as hell. He is running on adrenaline. Unfortunately, could not find Gotten at the right time.
My, the read was great from Orangutan. It's just that it has been a little bit more difficult to do. We saw that they were halted by Ray, and you saw how daring this Neon is actually playing things out. Even despite being concussed, she still tries to re-engage after recuperating for a split second, but damage has been done. Even so, despite all of that, Alter Ego live by the skin of their teeth. It boils down to that 1v1, so it's still a relatively strong front that Orangutans have been able to pull through when they do have to pull by. But now, once again, on a slight deficit, it's just going to be a tough trade where they will have to pull back. A little bit more confidence now being shown from the rest of Alter Ego to just shove them all the way back. So this approach over onto that A side is going to be called off.
And if you take a look at where orangutans are, the only possible space that can take over in the map is mid itself. But I'll take no. They want them to take the space, and it's punishing them for that push. Only one member left on orangutans, so it's looking like the bottom of the battle right now. 4-0. Yes, they don't exactly have the guns, but with the points being added into Alter Ego's side time and time after again, it's looking as though orangutan, they have a lot to answer.
That's right, and of course, once again, thank you to Intel for powering up all our gamers here, contending here in the APAC Predator League. Well, of course, that was just clean as a whistle in the form of execution of how Alter Ego has been able to read that rotation up onto mid. And they kind of forced their way through when they actually pushed out that A side, leaving just small breathing spaces out there for Orangutan. This is where Ray 4C strikes again! It is always going to be Ray, isn't it?
Ray. Did not expect him to be on the Neon, and paying so much dividends is Orangutan doing right now, just because they allowed that to happen. They've been playing together over and over again, and Alter Ego, they are catching wind of this. They're not gonna give them so much space. And with that, Orangutans now drawn towards A side.
It's going to be a lot of all these areas that they could actually lurk around over the course of this A hit. Only 2 members guarding onto the site right now. Who sees them slowly pulling back. Noises have been made already. They will eventually go in for that full setup. The smoke's now being popped up. And it's going to be Techno that actually leads to the forefront as he teleports all the way into the side. Valden does not get any form of vision at all. They will have to
30 seconds
allow them
left.
that space to plan and go in for that retake.
Spike planted.
Oh, and this that Orangutan trying to push in the problem. Even with that, I know though, makes quick work of vacancy and Kitten. And this is finally a point on the board for Orangutans. They realize that pulling it back is not the answer. Instead, it is about the aggression, pushing a problem, and that is it.
That's right. That is going to be the start of something different for Orangutan now, getting a little bit more of a groove on what needs to be done in order to secure the point. The first A hit is seemingly successful, but B has remained to be untouchable for now. I'm not sure if that's going to be a weakness point for Alter Ego to eventually fix, but it seems like they want to go in again. It's time, starting off with the Hunter's Fury, connecting onto one. Can he actually seek for more? Seems like he managed to get a little bit of attack done, but nothing too lethal for the rest of Alter Ego to soak.
Might just be a bit trigger happy there on the Hunter's Fury. But who else is? It's Valden playing off of Techno and Venka. And now no more controller once again for Orangutans. It seems as though the scenario has played out before. But now time is on their side here. They still have a minute. They can recuperate. And Alter Ego, they are on the default. They have let down mid side. But Orangutans has to make the persuasion onto A side.
Gotta play things a little slow. Gotten hitting the mark perfect to the dome of his head. Still looking for a whole lot more. Shredding down hooks. And that spike is being left stranded on that side. It's gonna be a tough call right there. And just like that, a full cleanup, only leaving down to one.
30
DC.
seconds left.
So much to do, so little room. A tap from the operator to show strength, and my Alter Ego just screams confidence right now.
So much indeed. 5-1, a timeout definitely needs to be called. What is going on between Orangutans? This is a team that have many acolytes, and now we're not even seeing a score, not a single kill, I think, for at least one of the members of Orangutans. Could be the fact that it is pretty early for them. Could be a fact that they haven't quite found the solution to Alter Ego's defenses.
Perhaps so, but of course, the smiles are being wiped off from their face for the moment because they seemingly had a lot of frustrating engagements which didn't really go their way. That one chance that they really had over onto that course of duel over onto the B side push, which we saw throughout the cafeteria, was down to that 1v1. Health had to pull every strings possible to the point that he would run out of bullets, had to actually switch weapons in that split second. So it's been a little bit overwhelming, and just overall great calls coming out of the Indonesian side of Alter Ego Esports. So far following their standard protocols on this defense, and they were swiftly on the march on this rotations that they've set right in once they have determined that, hey, this full squad is just swinging right through. And it has been very difficult for Orangutans to also get that mid control overall. Perhaps it's something that they could look to breach once again. Seemingly a little bit of a race over onto the B main, so that only gives them a rough idea, but they will commit.
So much utilities is being utilized now by Orangutans. Not much in return, but what a shot by Mercy. What's the bullet taking down two? And this is what happens when you have all the members just stacked together like that. Alter Ego, they took note of this, and with the site being contention, still not relenting, even though they're right next to
Just look at how this Neon is playing it, or how he actually pilots this Neon in such a way where he goes into some of all these very dangerous situations and of course dashes out back into safety and is willing to recommit into taking another shot. For a moment I thought that this could be a potential ace coming for Rate 4C. Well, despite that, dropping out, he had his members to actually cover grounds and still has his operator still in hand for this round. Round 8, and still Orangutan has not really figured out a surefire way to get through cleanly so far. Alro marks 1, forcing Venka to pull back.
mid. Looking pretty quiet for the OGs here. Unfortunately, doesn't seem to be the area that they are pushing forward. Instead, it might just be a straightforward A hit this time. You do have controllers in and out just like that, and that's actually given so much space and for Alter Ego to play off of. They get tagged just by the slightest bit, and that already is going to deter them from their A push. And it could be big. Very Mercy just running into safety. There's so much smoke just blocking down the fights here. The advances have now been stalled out. Alter Ego gonna lose it. Valorant is going to find DC in return. Spike is going to be planted, but just like that, the site is split into half. So the ultimate is going to be utilized, and Goth is going to be taken down. Final Titans might be able to close this and get another point on the board if they just find and meet Nakia on the back of site. Finally, a point for the OGs.
They managed to just stop the bleeding for now. And it looks a whole lot better once they do have their ultimates at the ready. That Rolling Thunder really opened up all that room for them to just breach right into this B hit. And for the likes of Alter Ego, we saw the trade still went right on. Helva has definitely done a chunk of damage in all those rounds that have been played out. The IGL really calling it perfectly. We saw that jostle control initially coming in from the Bookers and Pot, coming from A as well as mid, and then eventually they reconvene in a very swift manner. The moment that Rolling Thunder dropped, saw them swarming right through, and Orangutan, they now have to find another different answer now that they don't really have all these big ultimates on board. I mean, you can still rely on the Omen to actually go in for some big flanks and perhaps TP into cheeky angles to find some big offs, but you'd rather save it for big, better moments heading into some other rounds as well. So we shall see what's going to be the verdict here as they're still lurking around mid with the spike.
Orangutans, they gotta cook if they want the tempo to remain towards their favor. Now with the guns, Techno gonna be opening it for his team. Gonna be taking the enemy's controller here. So isolating the fights is no longer an option. How is Alter Ego going to be coming back from this? As though mid is now the area contention. And once again, True Market is the name of the he was expecting him to find 0 of them. Before going down, Velocity is still not deterred by it. With the overdrive and his teammates taking down everybody in Market.
That was a perfect call right there, and Rage is sending lasers right through in that tiny corner, despite, you know, having Shrouds of Smoke to even blockade some of all his vision. He knows that they're just right across, so he just fully committed and really brought this point back into the favor of Alter Ego. Still tough calls right here. Orangutans now goes back into a broken buy of sorts, forcing that form of an eco to see if they can just convert perhaps a couple of points or two to regain a little bit more of the creds, but this time it's gonna be a little bit more straightforward on how they would just roll the dice, all hands on deck right now, trying to form something up middle, but Nakia's taking charge.
Oh, help! Got a side up and Garden taking down Nakia. And now mid is open for Orangutan. It's moving forward, and inside is only a real controller. Garden's gonna be taken down, and it's now open for business. The read is wrong on the side of Alter Ego. They thought they had it, but now losing out 2 members, so crucial. A plan is coming through, and this could be the tempo change that Orangutan is looking for.
Definitely what they needed. They have all that space, all that control, but there is still going to be a breach right through. Speaking of which, it's going to be held off the 3K. Miller spotted in time, but it's Techno that saves the day. It's not over and done yet. They won that thrifty round. I don't know how, if you ask me, but that was quite clean overall in how they've been able to really get that firm control up mid and just crawl right through, take over, and just had all that area of coverage that's necessary for them to actually pull this point back to the team.
And this is what we're looking for. Orangutan, they are needed. They are stepping up now, finally finding an answer to the defense of Alter Ego. The iron wall, slowly but surely, strip by strip, being taken down. Alter Ego gonna be trying something different now, realizing they can't exactly hold B just like that. Can't be isolated at those moments. They're gonna be playing a little bit closer together, expecting a mid-push. But once again, your is wrong. Here comes the ultimate. It does take them down. DC does find wait for C, and now B-side is already in the RPGs. Tank is gonna find one for themselves, and the plan comes down. One lose, and now it looks like a reinvigorated Orangutan after the timeout, and seeing it 7-4.
Absolutely read Alter Ego like a book on how they have been able to just throw all these outs on the table, and yet again just walking out there with majority of all these mics just getting themselves right into the perfect spot. You saw Techno's teleport right into Boba was what was crucial in form of success, that they've managed to just gain full access over onto the back lines. And right now, as much as it's 7-4, Orangutan, if they gain 1 point back and win the pistol round on the next half, this could be a big turnaround for the South Asian team.
Time is ticking to realize that the answer is in the way that they are playing and pacing out these rounds. Earlier we saw them just scouting as much information as they can. Now playing so carefully. It's like a different Orangutan altogether from the initials. And this is the last round of the side. Every single match counts here. And Alter Ego, they realize that. They're trying something completely new this time round, and the read might be real. We do see Rainbow pushing up, but doesn't quite catch any fish onto the bait. Mid-side is now open for business for Orangutans. Though, trying to defend them up as much as they can with the little guns that they have. Bangkok's going to find one for one. And now all eyes are mid. How are they going to be moving forward?
They're all funneled through into the same direction.
30 seconds left.
Cut does take notice of this current scenario, but he's only got the Sheriff. You can't really tag all of them with one go, but he does get one in return. Techno quickly goes in for the charge, does find one, goes in for the flying, actually hits the mark. Just enough for help to actually give him a little bit more of that cover. The Aldro only spots out a little bit more. And they all line up. That stack does do a little bit of something for Alter Ego to regain the site. And brings it home 8-4.
Just like that, finally, Alter Ego found themselves the answer. But Orangutan now down 4 points moving into the second half. And a lot of these points that Alter Ego had, of course, was contributed in the very beginning when they had Orangutan on a chokehold. They didn't exactly know how to break through from that, and the Eco just took the better of them. Now on the second half, will we see something similar happen in the other half? Especially since Orangutan's now 4 points differential. How are they going to come back?
The engines are running hot right now for Orangutans. And I just want to see this time around how they also manage this form of a control in this form of composition with the difference of having a race on board. I think they will have a very strong front if they were to play around the entry points of either A or even B. Or perhaps, you know, there's just certain wiggle space that you can just force your way through once you do have the showstopper online. But of course, it's still the early rounds. Everyone's on their pistols. Smoky out mid. That's going to be able to at least gain them a little bit more of that wiggle room as they breach right through, as they are hitting over onto B, but they're all being blotted out without that vision. It's going to be right from C, trying to hold something for themselves. But Alter Ego managed to actually bleed them dry. Now, down to health, as well as Hoax. To actually catch all of them. It seems like they have already garnered just about enough information to work with. A 2-2 split going on with a tandem on each end of Boba, as well as the back of sight. Health, getting some chip damage done. Cut still seals the deal. Twice in a row, Alter Ego wins the pistol trades to begin the half.
My cameras is broken.
It looks as though Alter Ego has took a page out of Orangutan's book, took the mid side, ran through market, and then to B. But the key difference here is that they pushed as much as they can, taking the side horizontally, and then playing off of that for any potential retakes. Alter Ego here, they have cracked the code at the beginning, got the pistol round, and now they have their little benefit as they move forward with their half buys as much as they can. And it looks as though they're changing up their strategy, something that we expect from Alter Ego.
Yeah. I cannot highlight more of what Valorant has to offer, but right now, Rainbow C's on fire! That's just enough damage done, but it will be filtrated right back. Gotham's gonna be able to land one for his own. Meanwhile, a little bit of jump over mid! Oh my word, cut! That looks almost legal. Ooh. Oh boy. That's got a sting for Orangutan.
Orangutan losing the round though. It is kind of expected with that. Constellation is just trying to take down 1-2 from the side of Alter Ego. But such a swift victory, that's going to give some motivation for AE as they try to continue on with the pacing, continue on with the tempo. Now all eyes on Orangutan. They have the guns. How are they going to defend, especially since with what they have? They've been holding on as much as they can, but really focusing, he is pushing onto the A side, but unfortunately Techno is there at the lane. They did not expect him to be there. Takes him out, knockout, thanks to help, another two for himself. Now could, thinking that Samus could have made the entrance left at the back of the site. Now Orangutan at the upper hand.
Secured by Benka. That round absolutely has been won out by Techno's heroics through the alleyways. You saw with such tight space, he managed to get that double and almost took out another member over the side of Alter Ego. And while he's buying all that time, you saw from the alternate angle coming in for the main areas of the site, the rest of Orangutans have been able to answer right back. So it's not over and done just yet, as we have already gotten the point back for the side of OGS. Though, that being said, 6 points to catch up to the rest of Alter Ego. There's going to be the trap wires as well as the cage being set right through. It's going to hold the progress of this direct B hit. I guess like that has always been the conundrum when teams would love to actually get that direct B hit, but most often than not, when it comes down to competitive play, it's not as simple as it seems, especially when you have ciphers just setting all these pesky wires around.
Yep. Absolutely.
Cage triggered.
The cipher does pose as a threat. At least for Alter Ego, they did it really well on the other end as a defender, so they understand it very well. Now just try to dissect as much as they can on the attacker side. Taking their time as much as they can. They realize they have to make the first entry for OGs to fight, an action for a reaction. And B hasn't been contested just yet on the main side, but it looks to be a fake out.
Oh.
It seems as though they're trying to buy time as much as they can. OGs not gonna fall for the bait, actually gonna stick two members onto A side. And this could be the turnaround that they need.
30 seconds left.
Can tell right now, Gain, as they heard those footsteps through the alleyways, is already down to the Silva to be able to find something of his own. Quick blind out, but it's not going to stop Ray 4C on that Phantom. And here comes Cut. Looking for that double. Just good for two, but
Spike down
back.
A.
Coming in
Last
with a
player
huge
standing.
4K for orangutans.
Was right. Didn't quite fall for the tricks that OGs have up their sleeves. Sorry, AE had up their sleeves. And with that, they stood their ground, stood on business terms, and knew exactly what they had in store. Now, we are slowly closing on to the gap. 10-6, the points. They are still in difference in terms of 4, but now, slowly and surely, they're gonna come back up.
Pokes with that angle. That was absolutely beautiful. Just highlighting the fact that he knew that that swarm was coming. He's got them at the line of sight. Despite it being smoked off for the slightest bit, you saw that full push out, that commitment that he's been able to provide for Orangutan. And whoa, here comes the big guns. Outlaw to take out the Cypher.
In terms of everybody else, up at the A site, Ray 4C actually gonna be paying for his life, alongside with the Cypher here. And now with 3 members left, Alter Ego now losing the confidence that they once rocked in the very beginning. Valorant here being shaken out, couldn't find a readjustment, and this Techno is going to take advantage of that. A 4K with just a slight smoke, putting them in a disadvantage.
He wants blood. He will splatter it all across that A hit. And that probably sends shiver down the spines of all these members of Outer Ego to think twice before hitting it back into A, because right now Techno is in prime form, matching the tempo of Ray 4C on this Omen. I guess this is how they have actually had certain ideas of just playing this controller a lot more offensively. Here comes the explosive push coming in from Ray 4C to look for something in return, but instead pulls back, as they don't want to overcommit on this one.
And I think a similar problem is actually being presented now to Alter Ego that Orangutan once had in the beginning. They have the ideas, but the execution is just to be asked here. Ray 4C now with the overdrive did so much in the very earlier stages. Can he make something happen? But there is no members on Orangutan for him to find. Instead, Balden is going to find his counterpart health. A-side is available for them, but the reinforcements are coming through the smoke, and Vanguard's gonna find Cut, it's gonna find Balden, and the showstopper is in succession, taking down Gossen, and now Ray 4C, the man who entered, is the last man standing, and he will stand his ground.
Man, sliding smoothly like he's going into some DMs right here. Now, getting closer and closer to the match point for Alter Ego on 11 points. And you saw, like, that moment when they actually rolled in for that full charge, Venka, he has already committed all the way through. Despite Ray 4C trying to shove right in with the overdrive, finds nothing all, but it was patient enough, dealt with the Sova, and eventually finding that swarm to be lining perfectly for him to just hit right back at Alter Ego. This time, explosive movements right into the side, but we'll see him being caught out, but not down and out just yet. This is going to be a big one coming with the Rolling Thunder to hold them back to the drawing board.
This push and pull, this tug of war, it is not to be trifled with. Orangutan, 4 members left. 3 choosing to come in from the back side, but they realize that that is where the problem is coming from.
Enemy remaining.
Cut, now together with Nakia, has to try to hold on the site. Takes that one, and Techno, he is being swung in all directions. Cut's gonna fight him, stops with a pistol, and just like that, gonna be taking him down, bringing it to match point.
Nasty work coming in. I thought that could have actually been turned around by Orangutans. They went out of bullets and he quickly swaps right into the pistols. It's going to be a very late timeout, I believe called by Orangutans at this very moment. This is going to be that crucial minute for them to quickly talk about what they really have to fix, because that looked convincing enough. It looks like they pretty much had it. Like, everything was set into stone for well enough. You saw the Rolling Thunder where they've already gained that control, but what really went on was that the trades, they weren't effective enough.
Not to mention the trades, but also the rounds that Orangutan lost in the very beginning. And now, as we are closing ourselves towards match point, it seems as though the catch-out game cannot be played anymore. They have to try to close this off, take that gap away, and then bring it back. But that's a lot to be asked for. It's easier said than done. Orangutan, they seem to have some solutions, but not every single time they can execute it perfectly. And on the defense as well, they can basically play as much as Alter Ego wants to.
Tough call.
But how are they going to do it?
Gotta find 5 points by hook or by crook. And for now, Alter Ego Esports, they're not showing any signs of slowing down. You got Ray 4C running around like he's part of the F1 team or sorts. And once again, just turning me right in, he still gets someone to judge. How is he just breaching through the defensive like a hot knife through a butter? Beats me. He finds another one through the back.
Realizes that the backside is usually the problem child, and he decides, let's take a whole wrap around, wrap it up like a candy, throw it away. Smoke's gonna finally find Ray 4C, but it might be too late. Techno goes down with him, and there it is, 13-7, playing off with the confidence they originally had, dancing their way towards a victory. It is so interesting. From the very beginning, we saw Orangutan struggling, and those few points were exactly what they needed, and they could not find at the very end.
Ray 4C, he deserves to celebrate in that form fashion with that little dance that he have. I hope that if he does make it to playoffs, we get even more grooves from this fine gentleman. Just looking unstoppable on his neon. Wow. And you see that there's just so many stances that comes out of Alter Ego on the variants of attacks that they do have. And that is just how they just love to actually play things out. A little bit more of that DNA that we've seen from those past seasons, as well as some new ideas come into effect as they have dominated in this sunset round. I say dominated. I want to be fair to Orangutan as well. There were those rounds where it looked pretty huge, and even winning out on one of the Thrifties that looked nigh impossible, somehow they also find through some of these cracks. So I think there's definitely more lifeline coming into play for Orangutans, where all hope is not lost just yet. Perhaps this gets them even more fired up for all these upcoming matches, but just look at the incredible results from all the members of AE.
Yep. With that said, such a strong performance from Alter Ego here. In the very beginning, walking away, got a little bit of fight from the very mid, but then closing it off strong. And like you said, Ray 4C, all eyes are on him, and we don't really want to give all the attention to Duelist, but in this case, we have to. He is a neon, a force to be reckoned with, and you saw that the Breach tried his best with every single ability he can to slow him down, but he is still unstoppable. And he made so much space for his teams, a lot of creativity, so many different routes and strategies being implemented by AE that brought them to their victory. And I hope to see them continue on as we're going to be seeing the next match afterwards.
Oh boy, I need some breathing space. I mean, I'm trying to process all these things that have went on throughout the course of, you know, past few games, but this round, whoa, when you put two heavy hitters on the block, you know that we're gonna get a really good time here on Stream D. And like we said, this is the group of dev, and best of one. Feels like we're not getting enough. You know, we're so used to best of threes as well as best of fives for most part that it feels like we want to get that revenge arc running for some of these teams, but one chance is what they get. Let's get a little bit of the update over brackets in a little short while, but of course that's it. Let's also look at And that was Alter Ego taking a massive victory up against Orangutans. And of course, Orangutans still have 2 more matches to go, but those are going to be some tough matches lined up later on in the evening here, at least according to Malaysian time. If you guys are from anywhere across the globe, make sure, of course, you guys try to align the timings to GMT +8, then you won't have to miss a single action, or just stay put in the stream. And if you were to also check out all the other streams as well, we have all of all these big names playing. Team NKT, Team Secret, the defending champions who were in action at the very same time back in stream A. So take your pick, or better yet, if you guys want to get a hold of the action, you can hit on down to MeTech here in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, on the Saturday round, where you will see all the teams that have qualified for the playoffs to see who will seize the trophy to be crowned as champions, or will Team Secret sit on the throne again? Well, L, how do we wrap this one up? Because I felt like there's more to the story. Like, Orangutan were just about getting their engines running, but was it a little rather too late that they lost or bled out too much on the first half?
I think you hit the nail on the coffin there. You just knew that Orangutan, that they were too slow onto it. They figured it out halfway through, but just lost a little bit too much in the beginning. Couldn't quite come up and catch up from that. And that kind of led them to the demise. But with that being said, they are queued for the next round against Chaos Alliance, which is the winner of the first round. But at least the engine has been revved up. A lot has to be asked for them, and I think a lot of the people in the comment section are also watching for Orangutan, just watching how they're going to be performing. So support is coming through. Hopefully they can kick up their speed and take it in the next match. But yes, I would say Alter Ego just got the best of them. They had this solid idea in the very beginning, couldn't exactly be taken down. It was a wall that Orangutan was trying to answer. They did, but a little bit too late.
Yeah, I do believe that Orangutans, they do, and many times they have the right ideas of how they really want to go in for certain executions. It's just that it wasn't clean enough. Sometimes, you know, Hunter's Fury getting called maybe a tad early, not really getting much of the value of what it's worth. And I guess, like, there are certain times where they're on those weapon deficits where they have to force something to happen. They managed to win that one round of Thrifty, but after that, you know, it's still a tough call, because you saw how explosive this side of Alter Ego has been showing round after round. And of course, we do have the standings up at the ready to update you guys on what also went on for the rest of the group. So let's take a look on what happens in Group A. It seems like we have already had a conclusion.
Ooh.
Rivals, they knocked down Team Secret with a win.
Wow.
Holy smokes. That is an upset, some may say. But Rivals, what was the scoreline? I want to find out.
Oh, I've got it. Whoa. Okay, wait, hold on. I am literally live reacting right now, because the scoreline is that Team Rivals went 13 and Team Secret went 3.
13-3. What map were they playing on? Oh,
that is something we need to find out, because this is definitely a huge upset. That is the defending champion that we're talking about, Team Secret, right? And 3 coming out against Team Rivals? I mean, huge prop to Team Rivals for doing that, but we have to find out what happened.
Oh, man. I mean, we love the guys from Secret, but they gotta do better than that moving into all these upcoming matchups, and hopefully there's still a little bit more room for them to reset their minds on what was an absolute stomp. 13-3. Unbelievable. I'm trying to process that. Meanwhile, in Group B, we have the conclusion of XIP versus TUMT. It seems like TUMT is looking to have some slight bit of struggles here. As a matter of fact, fun fact, TUMT is actually the only team hailing from a varsity. That's going to be University of Modern Technology from their own region, one of the most prestige varsities out there in their respective country, of course. And in Group C, we got Zol as well as CNE, who are still in the midst of the match. So if you guys want to, you know, spend some time out there to actually check out who wins and whoever drops the ball, feel free to tune right in. And then later on, we'll continue on with our upcoming matchups. So we will keep you guys updated on who's going to be playing up next.
Absolutely. At least for Group D, you guys can take a look at our next round, which is going to be between Orangutan as well as Chaos Alliance. So that's going to be our third match. That's going to be coming up very, very soon.
That's right. So for the moment, we'll take a little bit of a short break. And when we do come back, we'll bring you all the epic Valorant matchups here in the Asia Pacific Predator League 2025.
Look up at the stars. See us in the sky, cause the night is ours. On our way to Mars. Let me take you higher than where we are. So high now, there's nothing to come down to. Have you ever tried to let's go to outer space. Take you to the stars, you're never gonna feel out of place. Fly with me, need a ride or die, so will you ride for me? Twinkle of my eye, girl, you shine for me, I swear. And I know the stars are listening, but we can stay or we can visit them. So let's go. Have you ever tried to fly? Have you ever us in the sky, cause the night is ours. On our way to Mars. Let me take you higher than where we are. So high now, there's no fun to come down to. Have you ever tried to fly? Let's go to outer space, take you to the stars. You're never gonna feel out of place. Fly with me, need a ride or die, so will you ride for me? Twinkle of my eye, girl, you shine for me, I swear. And I know the stars are listening. We can stay or we can visit them. So let's go. Have you ever tried to fly? In the sky, cause the night is ours. On our way to Mars. Let me take you higher than where we are. So high now, there's no fun to come down to. Have you ever tried to fly? Have you ever tried to fly? Let's go to outer space, take you to the stars. You're never gonna feel out of place. Fly with me, need a ride or die, so will you ride for me? Twinkle of my eye, girl, you shine for me, I swear. And I know the stars are listening. We can stay or we can visit them. So let's go. Have you ever tried to fly? in the sky, cause the night is ours. On our way to Mars.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we saw Alter Ego crushing Orangutan. Unfortunately, the nightmare does not end there, as Orangutan has to face off with Chaos Alliance in this third match that we have in Group D. And of course, we have none other than back into the Abyss. Chaos Alliance getting a great number score on this match in the first half with Team Flash, and now against Orangutan, they're trying to repeat history.
Yeah, you gotta lick their wounds in such a swift manner and just reset heading into this matchup. Despite perhaps Chaos Alliance starting off the very first match, perhaps their coach or their organization have already done a little bit of the homework on how things have actually played out in that round of Abyss. It seems like Chaos Alliance as well as Orangutans have also decided to play inside of Abyss heading into this matchup. Once again, playing from the Acer Hong Kong office, it's going to be Chaos Alliance, who have definitely shown stride, strength, tenacity to actually bring up the fight to some of all these top guns heading into Group D. As we've mentioned, this has been pretty much the group of death that we've witnessed, and Team Flash, the champions of the Vietnam circuit, have been bested in that BO1 in this very same map. Could this be another one that they will serve up against Orangutan, who have maybe gotten their pride hurt a little bit? But I think that only allows Orangutan to have that fire ignite even stronger in their hearts.
Absolutely. Not to forget, the scoring on the Chaos Alliance actually was 13-5, so that was a whopping win against Team Flash. Orangutan has a lot to bring up to the table here. But for Chaos Alliance, the charades are over. The guys is gone. They have data against them this time around, and if Orangutan was watching, they certainly know how they're going to be playing this time around into the Abyss. Now, in terms of the numbers and statistics, Orangutan has played Sunset, I think, 2 times, and it is a complete wild card right now. A 50% chance win, so that means they won once and they lost the other. So it's still a gambling table for them and how they're going to be playing. But as right now, we're looking at the agent select. We do see the silver hovered over, as well as the Omen. Now, question is, double controller, double duelist, or double initiator? How are they going to be playing against Chaos Alliance that has shown their cards in the first part of the stream?
From what we've remembered early on, Chaos Alliance were looking rather comfortable on that double duelist setup. They brought in the Jet and another duelist in the form of ISO to be paired in tandem. And who can forget the performance of Blue to be able to really isolate targets and also bringing multiple frags back to her own team, and is the only female player here in this circuit that has not only brought success to this alliance of chaos. And now Orangutan, biggest question here is, how comfortable are they? You talked about that 50% win rate. I believe that perhaps in scrims they also yielded some form of results, but now playing in the LAN setting, nerves could get to them. We saw how they were devastated with that loss early on when they were facing up against Alter Ego, which we saw decent back and forth, good tradings being done, and I think that they can evenly match up. And look who is here, Orangutan cooking with the Vice, and this is looking lovely. You can already imagine how potent the Steel Garden can be in all these massive sites.
That is so interesting. What an answer. We'd see the Euro, the Vice, and the Harbor special. A few agents that we don't usually see being picked up. At least on Chaos Alliance, they decided to go with the exact same comp here, the ISO. That's going to be picked up by Check once again. And going to have a second try on not such a great performance at the beginning. But all eyes on Orangutan. Vice being picked up here. We see the Harbor being picked up here, as well as the Yoru, who has been already up against Chaos Alliance on the side of Team Flash. It didn't quite make much, but of course, with the changes of agents on the other teammates for Orangutan, we might be seeing a different fate.
Quickly as we move right into the game, as we have all teams eager to take a win. A win should confirm a slot for Chaos Alliance, or should I say at least firmly plan them into a top 2, top 3 ratio. It's hard to tell how the scoreline is going to be because we still have another match to go right after this. Quickly as we move right into the side, Kirito leads the way, paves a path. They're really getting into the side. Quickly being withered down by hooks, coming with a headshot. Quickly as it goes, Josh, that
Player
Utah.
standing.
This is the CA special that we're witnessing. Down to only 2 members left, but could this be a case in point for DC? Looking for the head.
Remaining.
Oh, looking tacked up. He gets a little bit more of the angle. This is drawing to a close. Both sides lowered down.
Standing ahead.
Ooh. Now we pop HP. Someone's equal on both sides, it's just who gets the headshot at the time. A classic on her hands, and unfortunately loses out to the Ghost. DC, the first one to open it up for us with the Vice, gets the 4K. Does he get the spike? Of course he does.
This is
I am
Orangutan's
everything
very
that you're
first
not.
pistol round win. And they're just about to kickstart a flurry of attacks from Huron. Or should I say perfect defenses now that they managed to get themselves those form of purchase. But how close was that, L? Like, it was literally
Now
just
we wait.
a tap away for either side of the party. And I guess, like, from the low ground, you get a little bit more of that good vision to cover either side of the hitboxes that's necessary. But if CA is offering that, we want a whole lot more.
Absolutely. I think they had a great understanding coming in from their win against Team Flash on how to execute. They're not gonna fix
Revealing
what is broken. Exact same comp. And this time around, we're actually seeing a very similar playstyle as well. Now that B has been hit, they're gonna take the time here, trying to respect that in case they have bought out. But hell, he did with the Guardians, going to find Chak. And he comes out with his life. Finds Kirito jumping out with just a snap of the Guardian. And he has found so much already, considering he lost out the first round.
Crawling perfectly into defense. Now, it does pose a little bit of a threat over onto that A side.
Spike down B.
Spike also on the ground. This is leaving them in a very awkward territory. But they just have to fully commit right now to see whether they can get the race done. Spike now being picked up. They should be heading over onto that A side in a jiffy. But they are taking their time to see if they can still go in for trades instead. That's worth a whole lot more. Going for attacks, but that's not going to be enough. So it's going to be a 2 in a row for Orangutan. So they should be rather rejoiced after what went on for the first game and definitely hungry for blood.
What a read as well coming from Orangutan here. Just knowing that B is super quiet, super silent, and then turning all focus into mid-side health, taking so much with just that one Guardian, and now they get to enjoy their bonus, as well as rocking up the new shields here, the regen shields. That could be working really well into their favor as opposed to getting the full shield. And now mid is turning into their turf. They are no longer waiting for them to come through. Instead, they are going to be making the advances.
And it's just so versatile on how they've been able to actually bring the Harbor on board as well, with very effective utility lines that you could just cover across either site, which you will expect the Harbor to be mid majority of the time. And speaking of which, the wall comes up, blocking a little bit more of that vision for Kirito. They should know that they usually lurk around these corners, so they are looking to swing at the very same time. Orangutans, it's all about the perfect timing for them to decide. They are waiting for the plan to go down first and foremost, and then they decide what exactly to do. They spot them out. Kirito gets one, but quickly traded back.
And now it's sliced in half. Zero Garden gets popped up. And with that, time is ticking. They still have to fight off the attackers and Techno and Hoax. They do it so quick. So much coordination coming in from Orangutan. It's a totally different Orangutan that we saw in the previous match, coming together and working as a unit.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't really help the side of Chaos Alliance that they are running exactly the same command. For the fact that, you know, it has been broadcasted, the coaches can just quickly come up with certain ideations to really halt them back. So CA, like we've said during one of those moments of our small little podcast while we were buying a little time before we get into the games, that they need to try something different. They can't always hit into the mid expecting to actually shred everyone apart like how they did up against the side of Team Flash, which was just trying to hold down a side of their own. And now the problem is that you always have Captain Hell, who's holding down mid, blocking every form of line of vision, but speaking of vision, he gets tagged.
Sigma's on the other side of the mid, but no advancements just yet. Seems as though the rest of the teammates are trying to look into a creep up into A site.
Take flight.
But I'm sure with a Techno gaining as much information as he can with his utility, he's gonna realize, oh, that's gonna be a check on the other end. And now, time is ticking. Can they make a move on? Can Chaos Alliance break the curse with all the guns that they have?
Still have 50 seconds to go though. So ample time to still re-rotate into B if they want to, but look at them go. There's still a tree stack over on the corner. DC is just holding it down like a fortress of their own. For the fact that the past round having to commit that steal garden so early into the match just shows the prowess of DC on how he's handling on some of all these controllers as well as sentinels. And look at that flexibility. Health is just looking to shred one through these walls. Absolutely penetratable. Health does get one without any form of vision.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, and just like that, of course, yeah, you cannot consider that CA is without the artillery here. And of course, for OGs, they took full advantage of that. But now it seems as though the tide has been turned. The tempo has been played into OG's hands, and they have so much they can afford, even an operator on Venka. And this is the first time I believe he's been bringing it out. Is this the first time?
Yeah.
Yeah, first time.
We saw an outlaw earlier, so this is going to be a massive upgrade. Oh, it's going to be a world of hurt for Chaos Alliance, but hey, they got their Vandals up online as well. But the problem is, you take a look at rank 10s, they do have the ult available for the Harbor to just pop it onto either side if things get a little bit out of control, but this should still be pretty much doable for the rest of CA. Going for a direct challenge, but not really hitting the mark, so that ult will lay to waste, unfortunately. Over on Events, though, it does swerve pass. He's going to go in for a little bit more re-aggression here. Waiting to see if this is going to be Breach. But he's just side by side. He has no clue whatsoever. The smoke's now being set into place. Venka also holding an angle of his own, expecting something in return. It's going to be Kira, though. Moving team. He finds two, looking for three. Not enough time to even go into the realm. No dimensional drift. Kirito has got that blade storm up.
Knew that's gonna be invested. Gonna find some contact, but unfortunately does not put him down.
Last player
Now with two members left, make that zero before I could even speak. Sigma just finds both of them stacked up together. And that is how you do it. CA finally back onto the board. 1 point for them after losing out 4 matches in a row.
Yes, this should do.
Oh man, they finally found their answer, but it took so much effort and commitment of all these resources to actually get this point done. But at least, you know, we still have a lot of credits to still go in for purchases. So it's going to be another slugfest that will be offered here from the side of Chaos Alliance. Quick walls coming in from Health this time around, expecting this swift push. And this might actually be costly. And they're just falling right through. They're not even wasting any form of time. All the barricades being brought in from the ISO just to create a 2-prong attack. This is going to be a funnel, a 1-for-1 trade. Both of us actually getting something in return. Yuta's already down and out. Deep creep wire right through. Venka might be able to actually hold down the line. Double peek! Venka gets one. He's going to be able to get a whole lot more. That decoy set into place perfectly. They're now held back. Is he going for the repeat? Yeah, it's going to be a shot to the head for Tsukuba.
Venka on the far. Actually, Jack's going to find hooks as well. And now a 2 for 2, and what seemed to be detrimental for CA has been turning around. Blue ever so sharp, going to finally take down the aggressor, and the spike is going down. Oh, make that not, because they're trying to find the perfect place, trying to fish out DC, but unfortunately Blue, the sharpshooter of the team, hasn't quite missed a shot, especially
What
when
do
she's
you say,
on site so
Ready to
far.
stretch your wings?
So smart with the bait out. That could easily go wrong if they just committed to that plan and CA. They got big plans of their own. Like we've not seen this back into our first matchup where they were going up against those members of Team Flash from the Ace of Vietnam office where they were playing from. And I guess this is what we wanted to see, an alternative strike, especially on the attacking side, whereas CA has been looking to be pretty precise, pretty quick on their approach, and it's only gonna ramp up from here. But I say that they found chat.
Banka. He's the one that made so much happen in the previous round. This time opting for a Vandal and making dividends with it. They do have a little bit of a contention up in mid-site. Oh, but help, he gets caught out as I just spoke. And now we see Kirito making the advancements, already being halfway through the map. And at any moment can go for a pincer, but DC, he's holding down the fortress.
Thorns activated.
Waiting for the time to take down. CA has to make and weigh off their decisions carefully.
Oh boy, just look at how deep Kirito went.
Spike down
This is
A.
still going to be a really, really tough call on how they are supposed to defend this orangutans. They try to do a slow rotation. They do have someone pushing out. Techno gets that double with the spike on the ground. Now the ball is back on their court.
30 seconds left.
Timing is insane. Speaking about timing, DC is gonna find Kirito. And now, finally getting a point for themselves once again, taking back the ball. CA almost had it there, but I believe just having the trapdoor experience could work once, could work twice, but OGs say no, not a third time.
Yep, fool me once. Shame on you, fool me twice. Shame on me, and definitely not gonna go for the third one this time around. So orangutans, I think that they have definitely got that solid idea. Like this Abyss map pick is starting to become a hot favorite in the competitive scene, and we can clearly understand why. Look at the tempo of play as well as possibilities that they can actually create through sections like mid, which we've time and time seen again coming from the side of Chaos Alliance. But look at that big funnel of a trap that they've set up over onto that B side. Oh, this is still going to be a tough call though. But if you take a look at Techno's position, he's playing through the fence, decides to pull back because we've seen a couple of all these instances where members of CA tend to send two members right through. But instead, they slowly crawl their way over onto that B side and perhaps going unsuspected as well on this.
This could be it. Not a single investment out into mid. DC pays with his life. Now, no Sentinel at B. In fact, no members from OGs found at all. But this is just it, because now they have every single corner taken over by a member. Cosmic Divide is gonna be invested. Try to give us a Solus here. Pushes out from her own ultimate and finds hope. Hunter's Fury as well as multiple ultimates trying to dissect out the take that they already have onto B side. But two members left. There is not much they can do. I think they're gonna go for a save of finding some exit frags at the time.
Yeah, it is going to be tough. Not much that can be done here for orangutans. Whatever catches, sure, that will be a little bit of a bonus, but you definitely don't want to drop your guns on the ground right now. Next round is going to be pretty much costly in a sense. I mean, and now it's going a little bit more back and forth. Those resources are gonna go hurting their pockets for a little bit. So, I believe this is a timeout being called by one of the side of the parties. So, I guess like there's a lot to actually figure out right at this very moment because of how Chaos Alliance have been able to quickly breach through the sites, and they need to figure out an alternative onto taking perhaps different angles on how to actually catch them out instead for orangutans.
And if only Team Flash could just be watching this match before they had to play, they realized, oh, okay, it's just pretty simple to actually fight against Chaos Alliance. But the matter of fact is that there are many factors when it comes to Valorant, especially the economy, and I think CA this time around, they are suffering a little bit. It's been a push and pull so far, whereas for OGs, they've been rolling around with creds, buying operators here and there, and paying so much benefit towards themselves. 5-3, we saw OGs actually lose out to Alter Ego previously because of the early struggle that they had, the early climb. But this time around, they realized from the mistakes, and they're coming back even stronger.
Just a little bit of a quick mental reset at the very same time. They're getting a little bit more of a clear head to figure things out. Perhaps the coaches would have actually given just about enough bright ideas for them to do things slightly different. As for Chaos Alliance, they're about to actually go in for a double charge up towards the vent instead. Look at how quickly they've been able to actually bridge through that A side. Tries to take on this Omen by themselves, and immediately getting halted down by health.
Now the site
Horns activated.
being cut into half. But at the moment's notice, they're gonna be facing Tussle. After Tussle, Kirito on top of the box does find help. That goes to controller. Adisi gets to refrag as it gets taken down. Spike is now being planted. A side is open for business. And OGs, they felt this before, but this time around, they have to push the problem. They have to go for it. Vanka starts out with his decoy, but hasn't found an entry except for Hawks. He comes in, he takes one down, and now trying to provide any advantage possible. Vanka dropping down, and Hawks as well. Going to find Uta and Blue. Cannot find any covers. They are now down for the count.
A classic orangutan fashion. That retake was looking absolutely clean despite, you know, having that first initial pickoff going in favor of the side of CA. They took it slow. They have already addressed some of all these problems that they've had during that short little timeout. And my. Things are just looking cleaner and cleaner as rounds progress for the side of orangutans, but CA is trying their level best so far to try to perhaps at least go into the second half in a hopeful note. Maybe a 6-6 half could still be in the works, but now that things are not really favoring them at the moment for the past couple rounds, they are now considering and weighing their options to maybe take things in a slower manner.
Look at the map.
Kirito's now being dropped right across as there will be a full flood coming in. Kirito does get that catch over onto DC. Keep by more. It seems like they're gonna go in for a big white flang as Orangutans goes in for that long wraparound.
So much information just given out by Vanka and Hoax, pushing and wrapping them around. And now you can see that the dimensional drip is giving out so much information where the positions are. Chag's going to find Tagno, and this could be good for CA. Vanka comes out of his rift though, and he does find one in return. We have 4 members of CA still alive. Blue and Uta, the last mess in the previous round, now taking down the members of OGs. And 1 health against the world, the IGL. Trying to scout out as much as he can here. Any hits possible, any and all, except for Kirito underneath him at that point.
Yeah, I was trying to seek out that unit over on box where they've already gotten information from these fallen members, but right down below, you gotta also check, but you can only cover so much ground from that instance. Orangutans, they had to tap out of that matchup, which we saw was just absolutely overwhelming on how Kirito has been able to at least create that space, open up the entire site time and time again for CA to effectively go in for a push. Now they do have 3 elements available. They don't really have to fully commit just yet because they still have all the weaponry. But it's a back and forth. 1-for-1 trade. Vanka as well as Chalk finds one. True answers right back as well. Bodies hit the ground with only 2 members of Orangutan standing. This is looking a little bit harder to do. They can now go in for a wide wrap. They don't really have to fully commit to that B site.
The read was right. OG's had it, the Reckoning even utilized, but unfortunately we see CA there just on top of the games, especially when you have everybody just stacked together. You can go for the 1-2 tag, and now they're on a deficit. They're waiting for them to push through into B. hoping that they might catch them off guard. They gotta get some risk now because it is 2 against 3, and with 2 ultimates available, CA has all the options possible that they want. Even A is open for them for the taking.
Yeah, they're not going to go for any form of rotations. They are firmly planted over on the side. They understand that this could still be a major threat with these 3 members still lurking around. Aldron expended, detects nothing at all health.
30
First line of
seconds
defense.
left.
Meanwhile, DC's only down
Last
to
player
the
standing.
classics. Both HP and a dream. But they continue to dream on. This is going to be CA
Last round. before
tying the
switch.
knots, getting
lose everything
closer
after this.
and closer
Spend
to even things up, looking for their 6.
And mind you, CA didn't even call for a timeout. It was OG's call earlier that now lets CA into their own momentum. 5 ultimates, every single one has the utilities to be used here. Everything looks proper and dandy for them. And now OG seems to be on the back foot. DC and Vanka with the half shields. But we've seen them frag time and time after again. Could they take a risk? And could they make this towards a 7-5 instead?
Keep in mind that the Steel Garden is also up and ready.
You
If
want
they
to
strike
fight?
that perfectly onto multiple targets, that could actually deter CA's aggression as well. As we see the Cosmic Divide being popped up, it creates that space just enough for Kirito to go in for a big grab. It misses the mark on the Blade Storm, and that is absolutely costly.
Thorns
Kirito
activated.
though, just buying some time. B side is indeed the area that they want to hit. Hopes,
It's you
Spike
and
planted.
me.
some safety, a moment of silence before the storm. Holding it down, waiting for the peek around, and he does find the timing. He finds Jack as well. That could be huge. And now the post plant is not going to be so simple.
Last player
The teammates are
standing.
here. Vanka finds Uta, and CA seems to have it just now. 5 ultimates available, but none utilized, none the wiser. Orangutans bring it to a 7-5.
Oh my word, that got me at the edge of
Switching
my
sides.
seat, where we saw it was actually a
Your
decoy all
mind
along
is
when they
just as
actually
dangerous as
full
your
send. Not only the ultimate committed with the Cosmic Divide over onto the A side, by just doing so, you saw that the 4 members of Orangutans have managed to go in for that big grab, or should I say CA, goes in for a big grab over the B side, but unfortunately they could not really hold down some of all these angles well enough because OGS, they've already known where exactly they're going to strike from, and they read it perfectly like a book. But this being said, if CA does get the pistol round, they could still look for a way to tie the game swiftly with a little bit of more that bonus. But this is where it will be a
Retrieving flash.
pivotal point of the game.
Now, do keep in mind that when Chaos Alliance did win against Team Flash, they started on the defense, and this could be their bread and butter. We had so many anchors being presented from us, and also, of course, not to mention Blue that got so many kills that worked so well. But Uta and Chak, they're gonna be studying it out hard. Look at how much visibility that OGs could not have right now. Hopes and DC though, they know they have. They're gonna push onto the problem. They have to get the site. But look at this mid-crouch decision. They are moving towards the mid site with the spike.
Another slugfest in the pistol round, brought down to only 2 members apiece. Spike in hand though, they now get that free access on the A. And the rest of Chaos Alliance were just forced to sit back to allow them to get that free reign of control for the moment. And just wait for the
30
right
seconds
windows to seek out that opportunity to plant it over onto the bridge. Now, this is gonna be a tough one for them to actually get the defuse done as well. Smart play coming from Orangutan. Now, I wonder how exactly will they pull this off from the side of CA, because you gotta look for not only the pick, but also
wait a
be
moment.
defending very well while going for defuse at the very same time, which might actually see a collateral to take place for Orangutan's favor. Oh, the tack's looking pretty good though.
Check here. 40 HP.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, but with Sigma, he cannot cover from that. Just damage the slightest bit. No utilities available. And even with a duelist and a sentinel, there is not much that could be done on that retake. The bridge plant, super smart coming in from OGs. Super smart in terms of making a decision to turn around and move towards A site. That brought them the first pistol round that they're gonna get in this half.
Health. This guy, I tell you, he's the old and reliable. 2 matches that we've seen over the course of Sunset and now Abyss, he's constantly the top fragging unit of orangutans. And just look at this 4 stack over onto A. That dart does not scan anything at all, so no information gained. They do get that orb safely without any form of a tussle. Just leaving health to just manhandle anybody over on B, which is actually the right call. And that's just gonna be a quick tack. That's gonna be a sign for commitment. I say that, but Venka lands that to the dome.
Hurley did not expect that. After the owl drone, they were very sure they're gonna make a rotate into B site. They do, but Venka turns around, does not expect that at all. And Venka has been making so much waves for the side of OGs, not just in this round, but the previous one as well. And just like that, a quick scan down and Uta, it is a goner. Kirito finds one for himself, but it's just a Bucky and a Dream. He walks into no man's land, trying to get a pickup. And this could be it though. He's actually out for help. He takes him down. He's still alive. And the site is not yet open. But OG just needed to shoot him out. That was a fly on the wall, and the fly, he will die.
For a moment, I thought that would have been a very big moment for Kirito. You saw, like a ninja, that Jet was just hiding through layers of smoke after smoke, coming out with the Bucky as well. Like, there are close instances that they could have actually gotten a little bit more, but that white flank coming from the back was something that they did not actually cover during that form of engagement, and that's it. OGs, they stabilize right now with a healthy amount of lead of 4 points for the moment. So they can take the time. They literally have to force anything to correct. And I say that, you know, I take it back. It's like, let's just go in for that wide angle peek, and they got 2 in return. Just like that.
No flashing.
The
Retrieving flash.
risky play. The giveaway though is that at least 2 members of OGs, they are down to at least 20% HP. But who cares? You have the man advantage. You took down the Astra, and now they don't have any smokes. It makes it so much harder to just defend. OG's
I suggest
solution,
you move.
time and time after again being provided. The Reckoning is gonna be invested. It's gonna be a 1-on-1 trade. But B side is already in possession of OGs. No CA member on site. The spike is going down. You have the
Spike
vice to
planted.
just confirm
Last
it. Ho's
player
gonna find
standing.
blue. 1 man left. It's not even in sight here. OGs, so much wiggle room, so much comfortability playing around it. The Sigma taking his sweet, sweet time, step by step. No utilities available. Try peeking it, but Hawks up on the box. Knows where he's gonna be coming down.
No hero moment for Sakuma, that's for sure. But I'm glad to actually see Hoax being so effective right now when he actually gets to play something a little bit more versatile in the hands. I mean, when he's actually piloting this Omen instead. So, you know, it looks like a struggle when they were playing in Sunset when he was actually on that Silva. But now that they switched things up for a little bit for him to play a little bit more of an aggressive controller approach, I'm liking where this is going, especially on how they've been able to synergize all these utilities together alongside with our first ever Vice to be played out here of 2025. So it's been rather interesting of how things have definitely worked out a little too well for orangutans.
Timing. Timing is the name of the game. He does see the elbow and down. He goes with the Marshall, goes for a reposition. With all of that being pushed up by CA though, that is only so much you can get from that because B side is now handed over to OGs. Plant is down and they have so much space to play with. Vice is still playing with towards the back of side. DC here.
One enemy remaining.
Going to play with his food. A Sigma goes down. Now only one member left. Blue with a sheriff does not have the gun, the firepower to fight off 4 members of OG.
Man, these guys are like super glue. They are just hard stuck together, full commitment, and you just see them yielding results after results. This time, not so smooth sailing for CA, despite them feeling confident moving into this Abyss map, which they have outrightiously won up against Team Flash. Now, see signs of struggle, especially on this defense, where they could not really crack the code because orangutans have been moving around with so many different approaches where it's hard to fully commit down onto either one side. Beautiful lineup with the Dart and these scans over on everybody out there. Oh boy, it's a world of pain, a world of hurt. DC takes down Blue. Gotta get that firm plan down. What more can be done right here? They managed to even the trades up with Chat finding that take over onto Banka. Going for it at 1v1. He shreds him out. Now it is still very possible to still going for that retake.
3 members left on CA, hovering around the entrances. When are they going to make the advancements? Time is ticking. And we still have health alive. Last isolate the fight as much as he can, but Kirito and Chak going to fight both of them just like that. Just took too much time. Very well use of the ultimate on Chak there, just staggering the retakes ever so slightly and then confirming a point towards their belt. And they needed this. They bought the operator, they invested so much. At this point, if they lost out, it would be detrimental, it would be match point. But ever so slightly, they're gonna make their breakthrough, getting 1 point out of the second half finally. Such an important win.
I felt like they also have to thank Alter Ego because that was that big wake-up call, and now they have unleashed a very different kind of beast out of Orangutan. And I don't know, if this is what we're getting here, I think Team Flash has got a whole lot to worry when they face off against Orangutans later on. Abyss is not where they want to be, that's for certain. A little bit of calm before the storm. This is going to be the last-ditch efforts coming in from the side of CA. Dimensional Drift right now to gain whatever information possible. Big shot fired out. Big phone shot.
And now the Congo line is just running into B. They get the scan out. Very important. And then just through that, taking down the silhouettes 1 by 1. And all of the members of CA, they're just holding up into the mid-site. We still have DC being the defense that they have to go through. He spots them out. Information has now been given over, but the retake is kind of impossible to be done. Post plan is in succession. OGs have the upper hand.
CA back against the wall right now. I guess all that's left to do is just to bring this weapon into the next round, but Kuma did manage to at least bring one back, gets that upgrade into the operator, and still survives to kill the tail. Perhaps that operator could still make a difference heading into this upcoming round. We gotta take a look at the economy, and they have to go double or nothing. But good news is they have 3 ults available.
3 ultimates available. We saw Kirito actually making a breakthrough in the earlier half with the out towards the A side as an attacking point. But now defense begs a lot for them. How are they now stumbling when they were so formidable against Team Flash? Uta has a Cosmic Divide. Could be very useful, especially when it comes to cutting off a single site, trying to isolate those fights. But it's about the time to use it. It's about how they're going to change that into what's their advantage.
Quite a split approach coming in from orangutans as well. They're just gonna see if this aggressive stance is gonna take orangutans off guard, but they do have Venka on the watch. And is that not costly for CA? They lose 1 member, and this also Blue taking out Cole as well. It's all falling apart. Orangutans goes in for the final hurdle.
Now, Fate does allow them to intertwine once again. Do have the Cypher trips. for OGs, just in case. But they still make their way in, forcefully banging through the doors. Techno's gonna find
One enemy
Kirito,
remaining.
and bit by bit, CA members are falling down.
Spike planted.
Think about the last man standing, still unable to find a
Attackers
readjustment.
win.
And OGs, the ones that we thought could not make it, needed a mentality shift, finally found their stride and is bringing themselves a point in Group D.
The representative from South Asia is still in the cards to make it into playoffs with a much needed win. A loss there would have actually devastated them, but they were not here to just mess around. They did not fly hours to Malaysia for nothing. I mean, they need that golden ticket. They will eventually secure it. Now, the only challenger left here in the group stage for Orangutans is Team Flash. And we saw Chaos Alliance started off pretty well. You saw the back and forth traits, but it really felt like all of their attacks have been read all too well by OGS.
And now, as we are halfway through the Group D, you start seeing scenarios play out in your head. What if Orangutan does best out Team Flash later on? I suppose that Chaos Lions did as well. But if it comes down to it, head-to-head, it's going to be the decision here. But of course, this is all later on. We still have the match that is playing out right now. DC finally waking up and bringing so much pumped in his step to come forward in Abyss with the Vice nonetheless. Could not expect him to play something like that, but that is his specialty, and he run it so well, especially within the first half on the defenders.
Yeah, the first half, we saw a lot of all these close action where at any given point in time, if just one small calculated misstep could have been a big flip towards the opponent's favor, and you just saw OGS, they were still pretty much composed in some of all these fights, whereas CA creative on the attacking end, but on that defense really felt like they have no answers towards how OGS just gets picks after picks, and I'm not too sure if they were too eager to actually go in for certain challenges out there, but it definitely cost them a whole lot over on the second half where they were relying on the certain form of momentum, but it feels like it has been layered out. So that being said, of course, we will eventually get ourselves these standings to also keep up to speed of how the rest of these brackets are faring over onto Group A, B, as well as C respectively. But it just goes to show how strong the mentality is for orangutans, where when you put them back against the wall, like they will show all their spirits to never tap out, never give up, never surrender.
Absolutely, and I think that really goes to show Orangutan's fight here, and I really commend them for especially coming up, especially since they just lost out against Alter Ego not long before their match against Chaos Alliance, and nonetheless in Abyss, a map that is fairly new to the majority of us here, and we see an update. Ooh, we're seeing so much right now. Every single match here has been played out, at least for the beginning three, and Group D has now 1-1 for OGs and CA 1-1. And the other end, we only have Group B that's been updated. DSG goes 1-1, taking one win off, and unfortunately our collegiate team here, our varsity team, will be suffering a 0-2, but that is the halfway point. An update as well from Group A as we speak. CGC taking 2 wins and are the forefront contenders of Group A.
Now, this is getting a lot more interesting of how this could possibly pan out, right? Since we have pretty much a 1-1 scoreline for both OGS as well as Chaos Alliance. So, if it all boils down to the tiebreaker, this could be yielding a big result for the members of Orangutans who have already won this round up against Chaos Alliance. So, the onus right now lands on the favor of Team Flash. So if they could basically put a dent on Alter Ego, then I guess the situation gets a little bit more awkward where, everybody gets a tie. So what will be pretty much the end result if that's going to be the case? But I guess we keep you guys up to speed on how we break it down, falling back into the rule books and stuff like that, which we will have to go in for a deeper dive. But I really commend the spirit of not only orangutans to be able to fight back. Disguised, they've managed to also pull that pointer back in the table as well. We have yet to actually see what the conclusion is between NXG as well as Team Secret, as it is still pretty much underway in that sense.
Yep. There's so much to be asked for. And up next, we also have a pretty big name here. Team Flash against Alter Ego. And all eyes are on them, considering we have basically a raptor round, right? We usually see like a team that's been getting 2 points, they're going to be winning and stomping out. But now we have Chaos Alliance that beats out Team Flash, but lost out to Orangutan. And Orangutan who lost out to Alter Ego, but beats out Chaos Alliance here. So a lot has to be asked for. And as we go into the 4th series, we will get our questions answered. So that's going to be happening really soon, by the way. I believe it's a 3:13 we're going to start on. But yeah, any closing notes on your end, Contra, between Orangutan and Chaos Alliance?
Well, I think like initially when we first saw Chaos Alliance, we were pretty convinced that they can actually make a certain deep run, but I feel like them sticking to the same approach, the same plan, they quickly understood that, oh, perhaps we kind of put this on ourselves where, you know, the executions now will have to be very different from how we used to approach it up against Team Flash, and it was a different ball game when they were going up against Orangutan, who were already expecting those kind of explosive ticks, all these kinds of breakdowns throughout the attacking forefront. And on the defense, I felt like their spirits were kind of broken by then, and like it's all these form of duels that kind of came in a little bit costly, where we saw they went so desperate to the point to even go in for that double push up mid for that final round, which they were hoping that nobody suspects anything at all. But hey, it's orangutans, man. Like, this guy's played how many VCTs by now altogether, so you can't fool them. So they definitely will have to take note. So have to act a lot more wisely, and perhaps certain changes necessary. Perhaps no more abyss for CA in the upcoming rounds, but Orangutan, come what may. I think that they've already turned that spark into a bonfire right now. Now, can they actually overwhelm Team Flash to eventually secure their spot is going to be the big question. So I guess that concludes it. I think we'll be going for a quick break, and then when we do come back, we'll bring you the next exciting matchup, Alter Ego versus Team Flash.
shine for me, I swear. And I know the stars are listening, but we can stay or we can visit them. So let's go. Have you ever tried to fly? Look up at the stars, see us in the sky, 'cause the night is ours. On our way to Mars, let me take you higher than where we are. So high now, this moment's a come to. Have you ever tried to fly? To the stars, you're never gonna feel out of place. Fly with me, need a ride or die, so will you ride for me? Twinkle of my eye, girl, you shine for me, I swear. And I know the stars are listening, but we can stay or we can visit them. So let's go. Have you ever tried to fly? In the sky, 'cause the night is ours. On our way to Mars, let me take you higher than where we are. So high now, this moment's a come to. Have you ever tried to fly? To the stars, you're never gonna feel out of place. Fly with me, need a ride or die, so will you ride for me? Twinkle of my eye, girl, you shine for me, I swear. And I know the stars are listening, let's go. Have you ever tried to fly? Look up at the stars. See us in the sky, cause the night is ours. On our way to Mars. Let me take you higher than where we are. So high now, there's nothing to come down to. Have you ever tried to Cause I could take you there. You ain't gotta ever be scared. I got you, let's go to outer space. Take you to the stars, you're never gonna feel out of place. Fly with me, need a ride or die, so will you ride for me? Twinkle in my eye, girl, you shine for me, I swear. And I know the stars are listening. We can stay or we can visit them. So let's go. Have you ever tried to fly?
The fight for survival continues here in the APAC early 2025. My name is Contra. Joining alongside me is the wonderful Lemonade that have been casting all their matches throughout the course of the afternoon and the evening. So we're down to this match between Alter Ego as well as Team Flash. It's more than just bragging rights that they're fighting for, but they're looking for that golden ticket to perform on the big stages of Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia in the MidTech halls. So that said, Team Flash, they started off with a loss when they were going up against Alter Ego. And right now, this is going to be a tough feat. Well, actually, it was a different squad that they were going up against. It was Chaos Alliance that they lost against, just to correct myself out there. So is there any form of expectation down the line here? Because a loss right here would be super costly for Team Flash and Lemonade.
Oh, I think Team Flash has their work cut out for them. They are facing the top of the top in terms of Indonesia. Also, Ego here being such a force to be reckoned with, especially with a dominating win against Orangutan 13-8 earlier in Sunset. And by the way, you guys saw the map earlier. That is our map that we are bringing them into. It is going to be Bind. And mind you, Alter Ego has a 75% win rate on the Bind itself. But on the other end, Team Flash has a 70%. So both of these teams here pretty confident coming into this map. Probably has already a lot of practice, a lot of the scrims. to bind, and it's been here for so long. But at least for this point, I would say Alter Ego coming out of that win, they have the motivation, they have the morale, the kick in the step, and they're so close to being the forefront winners of Group D. They want to keep the momentum going.
That's right, and even despite having certain win ratios for different teams out there, keep in mind that those were matches around, say, their own regional leagues as well. Sometimes playing internationally, it's a little bit of a different ball game where Titans clash. You will expect them to be both sides to be very familiar with a classic map like this one that we're getting into Bind, and therefore we see a lot of different picks. We finally get to see the first Sky pickup of the evening. Meanwhile, Godin's going in for the breach. Both sides having a breach to be able to open up those sites as well as regain control if they need to ever go in for a retake stance. But it almost looks like a mirror, and we are starting to gain traction on this new agent. This is going to be a second Vice pickup as Alter Ego deploys this agent right into this works.
Oh, interesting. A double sentinel pickup from Alter Ego. Pretty much a adapted and fulfilled composition here, especially on Bind. I understand the Cypher, the Vice as well has been a force to be reckoned with, especially onto Bind, but the risk has been taken as opposed to Team Flash going with the tried and true double duelist. So could this be a clash of what is comfortable versus what is new? We're going to be seeing here as Alter Ego is going to be bringing in the Vice this time round. Well, we have the compositions, Contra. We have the map. We have the sides. What are your predictions?
My predictions right now is to see a very close battle between both of these respective squads when it comes down to the form of ideas. I think that Team Flash, they won all these very feisty attacks with those double duelists whenever they're on, of course, the attacking end of it all. But going on the defense, will they actually show certain sign of struggles, or will they also play maybe a little bit more aggressively on that defensive half? That being said, though, if we take a look at Alter Ego, the idea of bringing this double sentinel paired with a breach, you can already imagine the nasty wombo combo when the Rolling Thunder matches with a perfectly timed Steel Garden that really renders your opponents with not much that they could actually answer with if they were ever to be clipped.
Oh, I think there was a bit of a misinput in the visuals there. It wasn't a breach, it was a brimstone actually. So brimstones on both sides, that would be the smokes. Yeah, a bit of a hiccup there, but it's okay, we got it rectified. But unfortunately, no Rolling Thunder and Steel Garden combination for Contra here, but there's still much to perform out, especially with Sky, who is able to initiate the fight, and then the Vice with the lockdown. So a lot of combinations, but it does come down to how they're going to execute it, especially on the attacking side. First, double sentinel, not the best idea, but it is how Alter Ego is going to be starting.
Sure enough, and Alter Ego, they're gonna have a very solid control when they go over on the defense, but over on the attacking side, you maybe would expect a little bit more alert coming from Cypher. Traditionally, for how both Cyphers will actually just gather as much intel as they can. So a little bit of that massive spread. Nothing too extreme in the sense of how things are playing out on both sides. We're looking at the rest of Team Flash to be sending quite a number of all these units to try to perhaps force a flood out over onto the A main territory. So that could be in the works. So will they actually fully commit with that is going to be the big question once we start. But we do get ourselves a little bit of a technical pause, and funny enough, like back then there used to be this so-called curse where whenever Team Secret plays, there's always gonna be a technical pause coming through. I guess this time
Oh, Team Flash.
Yeah, it's Team Flash, perhaps. Maybe. I think maybe. I mean, it could very well be Alter Ego as well, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we're not ruling that out. I mean, we do see a not too sure who is playing the Vice yet, but Vice is not moving, so perhaps that could be the issue. No, we don't discriminate, Contra. We just say that's
I'm just
comic
saying,
comedy.
just guesstimations.
Alright.
But you know, I believe it won't take too long. We got some list of professionals on the base of where they're being stationed, on whichever Acer offices that they're currently situated in. So that aside, you know, like if we were to recap into their journey through their own regional leagues, everyone has came a long way, including, you know, Vietnam's finest Team Flash right now. Of course, they started off with a little bit of a tough ordeal up against Chaos Alliance, but have they had enough time to really go in for that reset, or get themselves relaxed a little bit, and really assess the situation? Because I believe they should have actually studied a little bit on how Alter Ego played things out. But that was Abyss. This is a different story. That's the reason why I love map changes moving into these kind of best of ones. So I guess we'll get a little bit of a bird's eye view of what's really going on over onto the scene. Full focus coming in from the boys out there, and I guess there is a little bit of conversation going on what really is going to be the main culprit of the pause. Perhaps like we could get some confirmation from Prot, and we can relay it back to you. But for now, we don't really have a hinge of an idea. So I guess talking about these two teams, you know, Team Flash with covered the first game. Alter Ego though, it you know, what is the likelihood where, you know, they are currently in the driver's seat? If they win one, they should be on the top of the podium. But if they lose, we get that 1-1 tie for kind of all the teams that plays, and it's kind of like a rock paper scissors situation, which gets a little bit awkward. Then we will have to visit those rule books and really sort out how the tiebreaker is going to look like.
Yeah, I think it does come down, especially to how they're going to be playing this round in priority. However, there is also the point difference that does come into calculations. I think earlier they went 13-8 against Orangutan, which didn't quite garner the most points differential as opposed to Chaos Alliance earlier, 13-5 with Team Flash. But as long as they can keep themselves in as the front runners here, just keeping themselves in the winner's seat, I'm pretty sure they can guarantee themselves a free ticket up is the top two from Group D itself. But if Team Flash has anything to say about it, because if they lose this out, they'll be the only team in Group D with a 0-2 defeat. And coming from Team Flash, that is not like them at all. That is so out of behavior. And of course, we're looking at Team Flash to fight back from it. And I actually think that we might be getting it wrong. I don't think they are in the office itself, because
They
it
represent
looks like
the
the
office.
same place. Yeah, they represent the office. Yeah, we were
They
talking
represent
about
the
it.
office. I guess like you're absolutely right on that, because the offices don't have the same floors, do they?
All the same marshals.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now that you pointed out, like you see the monitors on the opposite side. Yeah, they're actually kind of face to face. Now that you pointed it out. Yeah. Sorry guys. I guess like they are already in Malaysia, so they don't need, say, so-called golden ticket to the country itself, but it's the golden ticket to the playoffs, to the big stages. This is that arena that we've set up, and you know, sometimes you know, to no one's fault that there are certain settings that they have to perhaps tweak, or there are certain gears that whether players brought that needs to actually be synced up to, you know, the monitors, whether it's the, I mean, to the PC in general overall. But it really seems like both sides are kind of moving around their seats, so this may actually take a while longer. So If we take a look at the comparison of both sides of the playstyle, I feel like Team Flash, they've only shown us a little bit more on the reserved end of what they do offer, where they thrive in a little bit more of a controlled environment. Meanwhile, Orangutan, they can read chaos. They also do thrive in chaos. Will they actually start a little bit of a forest fire somewhere? I don't know. They're orangutans. They preserve forests. I guess that's not in the works. I mean, whatever we can throw up in the ranch right now, it's all about all the players getting back on track. But I believe that we will take some time, and therefore we just have a little bit of back and forth banter. So going back to you, El, like, what was your favorite moment so far out of all these matches? Is there a memorable play out of any individuals that you can think of?
I think I'm a bit biased here, but just the fact that I see Blue as representing the female body here, I think a few of her shots in the very beginning kind of woke me up just because of the way that she played, hiding in the enemy smokes, the enemy lines, and just appearing out of the way, kind of like assassinating the enemy team. I would love to say that it is that way, but of course Valorant has a kind of a fixed movements that we have here. But that was one that really stood out to me in the very beginning. And I would just say the whole entirety of the last round where we have Orangutan besting out Chaos Alliance. I think that was a show on itself. It tells a lot about the players on Orangutan and their willingness to fight, especially since now that we know and confirm that they have touched our home soil of Malaysia. They see the people, they feel the weather, they feel the air, and they don't want to go home just yet. You know what? It could just also be that this is their environment at the same time. The same weather, and they are thriving at it. And I love seeing that from Orangutan.
You're pretty much right on track with that as well. I mean, it's just that 1 hour difference, nothing too much of a hindrance when you're hailing from Indonesia, like you said. Very similar environment. We also do share very similar style of food, but of course they can argue that they cook it better. We can argue that we have. I mean, we're not gonna get there, are we? Well, I guess we do have the time to do so, but should we? We don't want to start a riot in the chat, by the way. Of course, in respect for everybody out there, we have a whole lot of love, and I got a lot of Indonesian friends as well, and. I absolutely do love all my visits to Jakarta. I've only been to Jakarta as well, Bali. I wish I could explore more, but there's hundreds of islands. I don't even know if you could explore the whole of Indonesia within 10 years. I don't know. But of course, that being said, it is a beautiful country. Malaysia also does have a whole lot to offer for all the players that have been enjoying their stay for past couple of days that they've touched down over the duration. So we're just hoping to actually see how these teams could be able to eventually form up their ideal game plan overall. Because when we take a look at how Team Flash has played out that matchup against Chaos Alliance, a very unfamiliar opponent, it seems like they have not really gotten the groove, but Alter Ego, I believe this is a team that they've been able to scream. So I guess we throw it back to our caster screen in that sense. So this is just going to be a little bit of a long pause. So we do want to apologize to all the audience out there. I know that you guys are eager and excited for the matchup to actually start. But of course, we'll get that sorted out eventually. So, El, I guess you mentioned that your favorite moment was Blue. I also wanted to point that out as well, because I was so impressed with a lot of all these individual plays. There was one moment where she got triple, and then she also clutched a round by herself. That was actually up against Team Flash back in our very first game. So since you picked Blue, I also want to highlight another player that has been outstanding in many regards. We've seen 2 games of Orangutan. The constant player that shows up has been Health, the IGL. And tell you what, the cam's not going to be on us for too long, because we are back on track for the action. So, just about perfect. We have not gotten any points down just yet, so it is going to be a blank slate for the teams to look for the first blood and eventually the first hollow points.
Yeah, Alter Ego here on the driving seat. They already took hold of Hookah. I think didn't really expect that. But FPT is playing towards the backline. The killer is in the corner that does not expect Rayforce. He's gonna go down. Valdin and Gotham at the same time. It seems as though distance is the way to close it because they don't even get a chance to make it halfway through B. And just like that, Alter Ego gone by the count. We might have spoken a little too soon and a little too much.
Rayforce kind of overcooked that one. Like, he gets to see him right down below, but couldn't really pull that classic out to actually land those right clicks in time. And now it's gonna be a perfect bonus start for Team Flash, just what they needed. So all that prep, all the time that they've been away from those keyboards as well as monitors, they got fresh hands going into this. I mean, you can say the same of Alter Ego. That's gonna be a very huge hawk that gets get a little bit of that intel, but sometimes you can just hold back, take it out, just let them get the blinds off, and make them think that they're pushing on to B. But this is still going to be a rotation towards A. Triple send onto Showers, so this is rather interesting. How well will they cope? That Brimstone with the first line of defense.
Alter Ego. They are Alter for a reason. Alternate decisions, alternate strats. They don't have the gunfire here, but they are going for a different strategy. Showers now has 3 members alive. First, we have Sky that's half HP, actually lower than that. And things are now looking very detrimental. So many members of FPT just gambled onto A side here. And if there was a mid-crunch decision to rotate, it would help them. But no, Valdin sticks to his guns, but unfortunately he goes down. They managed to take down Layla, but that is a consolation prize. Gotham is now in the field, but he managed to find a hit after hit. And now last man standing with the spike. FPT, they are holding the ground, thinking they might go for A, but already have gotten on towards the side of B.
Molly!
Double tap on that Sheriff, looking absolutely ridiculous. Gotham still gets the plan down. Now, crucial decisions to be made right over at this moment on this Sheriff. He's still going for the swing, gets another one, and he aces!
I'm king of this hill!
Haven't seen anything like this!
Punches in the teeth.
The first ace of the tournament here in Group D.
What an exquisite performance. Never saw something like that before. Gotham just in the nick of time, thinking that everything might have been detrimental at that point. And now, just like that, second round, ultimate available with a Sheriff, mind you.
And he's already got his ult. Just like that. Just so potent. Give him any weapon if you will. Gotham will get them all. Speaking of Sheriffs though, it is back to square one. It's just a little bit of a tug of war as they do expect a little bit of shift coming into this B side. Early smokes coming down over onto that A main sector, so you gotta be waiting things out. It's gonna take a while for them to actually get all members over on this B hit, but with all that information, this could also be a fake out where they could still take the teleporter, hit right back into Showers, and that might just be an alternative that they could actually route for. Instead, Rayforce hops right in with a Phantom. It's a double tap coming from Ting.
Ooh, the double tap, taking the likes of Gotham and now performing in his own rights. Ting, he is now down into the sardine can. What else can he find? He does realize his teammate is going down for the count, but doesn't quite get the readjustment. Naka is going to find 3 members before he goes down. It's a Sheriff or Sheriff matchup. This is looking pretty dicey. It's Buku on the sardine can, but Gotham, Sheriff Master, indeed, makes quick work of him.
Gotten again on the Sheriff. Somebody's got to get rid of that weapon from his hands because it feels like he's already spent 10,000 games on the Sheriff. Like, he does not miss any mark at all. Boy, oh boy. They've turned this Brimstone into a monster. If he landed that orbital strike, he might have actually recharged another one within the span of 3 rounds. You know, that's how crazy this guy is. Already on that 6th frag. I mean, I guess that's not enough for a second orbital strike. I'm just saying that could be a possibility. But Yuki, he's not gonna do anything else but to hold them down. Good trades going back and forth, and now only leaving 2 members of Alter Ego holding down into showers, and that is going to be a big pain shell to shove them back.
Not to mention, Gotham already gotten himself 2 kills. That's a mouthful of a sentence. Might want to try to swap that out because of the name, but he is one that we're going to be mentioning time and time after again. He is single-handedly trying to push into showers right now, probably invigorated by the achievement that he got from the previous rounds. But before all that, FBT has something to say about this. Dark caught between 2 villains. That's the orbital strike, but doesn't quite hit any on site itself.
Trying his luck at it. It's going to be a big swing coming from Cut. Immediately taps over and hit. Hottie for the Lambs. They will eventually try to get the plant down. It's going to be a quick decoy. Not falling for the trap so far, Ting. Might still actually find leeways to push it out on this 2 versus 2.
I go for the fake once again. No cigar though.
Time. 10 seconds on the clock.
10 seconds left.
Kaz go for the spike for real this time.
Player
And Kaz does find all the things lurking around in the lamps. God is still on the showers. They know that he is there, but they haven't quite found where Cut is. And playing that 2 for 2 tag, Killers just goes down to the likes of Gotham.
Man, this guy is on the controller, but he is being an absolute carry.
That goes there.
We're just 4 rounds in. Take a look at that. That's like
Yes, this should do.
almost 2.5 kills per round. 3, if you will. And just like that, Gotham, for his buy time as well as space with that orbital strike committed, and I believe that was worthwhile to actually make a little bit more room for themselves to play things out. But Team Flash, I think that there are still going to be answers to what's going to be happening here. 2-man charges over onto the long areas of B as they decide to pull all the way back. Spike's still on the ground. There's not going to be any hard shot after all, but they found that initial pick. King is already down and out. That's the thing about a raise over on the defensive side. Sometimes, like, when you play a duelist like that, you are a little bit more eager to actually go for aggressive pushes or peeks out there, and sometimes it actually gets them caught. They managed to set some wire over onto the corners of showers while they managed to secure themselves another aura, taking out all the utilities coming from the Cypher. It's all down to Dorf right now. Just land 1.
Finish.
Nakia walking in with the power together with Ray 4C. Gonna find 2. And now just at the moment's notice, Killers goes down as Gotham once again has got them at the corner of his seats, and he has done so much already as a controller, really the tip top of the game. But Bukut, he might be able to pull this off if he can just isolate this fight. But it seems ever so impossible as the time ticks down. He manages to find Nakia. That might just be a consolation, or it could be the Kickstarter.
It is still some damage that has been done right here, but it's not going to be too much of a hindrance right now with all the favors swinging into Alter Ego at this current moment. Team Flash, I guess, like, the way that they've actually went into the charge here with, you know, the gun divs, and they still managed to pick 2, I guess that's decent effort. Now that they do have full weaponry, I want to see what kind of result they would actually yield this time around. It feels like they want to try B, but there is still layers that they will have to go through the match just sense that they send that 40 into the quarter, so that's not going to be too much of information. Ting does actually stop cut on that lurk, but it is going to be the full swarm right into B, so this could be right for C. We'll be looking for something in instead. Layla now gets that quick scan. It's going to be a little bit of a trade going in favor of Alter Ego. The blind are through. Not enough time to switch up as well. A bloodbath that leaves only 2 defenders standing.
Launching smoke.
Dorf and Ting manages to take down Walden, and this is the opener that they need. They invested in the operator. They knew they had to save the previous round. But this time around, they were playing to risk it all. And this is the tempo shift for FBT. Ultimates are available for Layla, for killers. And if they can keep this ball rolling, no doubt they can close it up.
An absolute worthy investment on that early operator, converting that back. Ever so important for Team Flash to keep this absolutely competitive. Now, would they try and try a game over that B side? Very highly likely. Big shot fired from the operator as they manage to eventually flush him out in position. This is where the Garden comes right in. And big shot coming from the showstopper does connect, but eventually Layla has been able to stop that race from doing more damage.
Letting the fight still. Holding down the board. He goes 1 for 1. But there you go. FBT gonna keep the ball rolling. This time around, not relenting. They had the pressure off the operator. They knew that he was there. Flushed him out, but didn't quite catch him. And all that utility just invested into a no kill became detrimental for the side of AE at that point.
Yeah, I love the way that Alter Ego was smart enough that the way that they committed is to really brute force up against Bucute. And you saw how far back that this Jet has to pull and to be off of that position, despite, you know, holding on to that operator. She's only good for at least 1 trade overall. But thankfully, the rest of Team Flash has been able to respond in kind. So this is not looking to be too daunting overall for Team Flash to eventually even out the score lines. Cut. Going in very close proximity right now, as this is going to be a little bit of a brawl through the main. And I wonder if they will just push through the smoke. They are sending Boombot out. Not detecting anything. Gotten. He's just gonna see if there's gonna be anyone that's gonna be disrespecting them with that overzealous push. That's gonna be Ting, who is also holding into that tight little cubby. But keep in mind, Judge in play. They clear out those corners very efficiently, so gotta wait for all these smokes to subside, and then it's go time.
Ting. He is going so aggressive. Got information that no one was in the smoke, but didn't dare cross it. That was the right call though, because everyone else is streamlining in. Not getting ready for C. It's going to find one for one and Gotten as well. And this is on the eco round. They don't exactly have the full artillery. And Layla knows that. Take down that guy's escapes, but Cut with the operator is going to find killers as well. Layla, last man standing. What can he do? Similar situation that we saw earlier on the Jet. The foreshadow seems ever so ominous here. Might want to take a different approach, and it's called saving.
Yeah. Ironically enough, this is the first time that we're looking at a save out of all these rounds that has been played through. Usually teams will just go on to the absolute brawl, but you gotta look after your economy because things have been looking a little rather bleak as well. Or even if they do, I mean, saving a couple bucks, and this being a big thrifty round for Alter Ego, they're starting to give them a little taste of their own medicine for purchasing the operator that has now been passed down. So the timeout is being called. So, like, maybe they're figuring out, do we answer back with the another operator of our own, or should we just ditch it? Maybe just save it. Perhaps the outlaw should be enough, but the outlaw damage, I mean, after it being introduced, like if you don't have armor, sure you could still go in for that one tap, but you kind of need like 2 shots nowadays. But we're talking about pro players that have been playing on big stages in their respective regions. Like these guys, they barely miss the mark most of the time. So, most often than not, all these form of weaponry that's pretty much bolt action rifles, like even the Guardian, even Outrage, even earlier in certain instances we even saw Sheriffs actually winning duels with the operator, given enough accuracy. So that was a quick timeout. Now we're back on track.
Yep. With that, it is quite difficult actually to play the operator on the attacking side, but Valorant just managed to take one off there. I think FPT just kind of blundered earlier, but with the timeout, perhaps it could come back with an answer. Layla as well with the Neurotech available. Gotten with a huge orbital strike. They have to keep that in mind if they want to try to make a breakthrough. Gillis, I think he realizes there's actually many of them down onto the sands. Gonna try to get himself to safety. Gonna call for the re-alert, but you take a look at the defense, there's only one is gonna go for the rotate.
It is going to be a tough decision. Do they actually go for the teleporter now? There is a Brimstone line. Wait! Oh! Just true. That steel cage. I call it steel cage. I mean, I call it whatever you want. I mean, that is perfect bang. True heavy metal. And looking for another one. Well, I guess, L, you gotta take that back. Operator out on attack. Maybe not so much for Alter Ego because it's a triple so far for Valden.
What on earth? History being made, Vice being played out and actually working with the operator in hand as well. Of course, with the skills that she has, it is working hand in hand.
Down.
Now, Darth is trying to make a way through elbow side. The time is ticking. He knows he has so much. He's anticipating for a swing up, but no, AE, they are staying put. They know this is their terms and they have to play on it.
I guess like there's not much left said and done right now for this round. And if anything goes down to the wire, they still have those 2 ultimates still left intact anyways, so there's no way that they could actually get the defuse down. It was pretty much an econ in a sense, I guess. Not much of a problem for perhaps Team Flash to still go in for a pretty much some sheriffs over on their hands, especially with Layla getting himself a stinger at the same time since he has a little bit of an extra for the next round. So if we take a close look on how things have been working wonders for the side of Alter Ego. The layers of support, that swarm coming in, covering the front line, makes it very difficult for a dry peak to happen even if Team Flash wants to. Phase shells chipping him down. At least just a slither of health. I mean, it's this guy. She can't heal herself, but her teammates. A little bit of a bummer, I guess.
Golden once again holding the operator, hoping to try to get a similar pickoff as the previous round. But I think FPT, they are starting to learn from it. They did send 4 people onto B side. Only 1 dwarf remains into A. They're actually second guessing it. This could be it.
Blinded.
The Hawk should be able to get one, and Ting goes down, but basically confirms it. Now, redirecting their focus onto B itself, but the smokes are already in. Rainbow Team finds 1 for 1, and AE is making the advancement, taking half of the site already. No entryway for FPT, and now Zorf, last man on A. Last man alive. One sheriff, can he make a Gotten happen at this point?
And this is what we talked about when we talk about this Indonesian team being so versatile. You see a Cypher absolutely dragging out of his mind. You see a Brimstone just shredding people to pieces. And now, honestly, not much space to create.
Oh, no.
Only with class, with a Sheriff in hand, perhaps a couple of creds to be earned right now. Does get that to hack, and consider it done and dusted. 7 points in for Alter Ego.
I'm really eating my words at this point because the operator has been working so much wonders for Volden. Yeah, even with the priority for Naka to pick it up. But as I speak, Cute, he picks an operator up for himself, hoping to try to retaliate in terms of the sniping power. Layla's been holding onto the ultimate for so long now. It seems as though it's never going to be used. Perhaps this could be a build-up towards the final round, considering it is round number 11.
Smoke's
Yes.
down.
Hoping to at least gain those points back to make it a little easier for
I
the
know
other half, but
exactly
it
where
really
you
felt
are.
like
Page triggered.
they're not ready for the quick charges as well coming out of Alter Ego. They consistently find the opening
Launching
pick
smoke.
for that trade right back, but it's Ray for C all the way up top. Man, I tell you, raises, they're just really hard to handle coming to those times, putting themselves into all these deep spaces, deep pockets. Only true heaven, these two members. I think a save should be called right now, especially you don't want to drop the other operator. If Alter Ego wants to, they can get greedy, run the double op in the next round if they win.
I mean, I'm not too sure if I'm ready for that. Double Volden, the double Sentinel on the operator? Possibly? Oh,
Switch
oh,
up.
but Volden is on fire. Going in with the light, trying to make it
remains.
happen. Ooh, but snap just like that. Going for kill list. Unfortunately, loses out to Bukit with an operator. And that is all she wrote for this round. It's safe, but at what cost?
Last round in the half.
Wow. At least the match at least get another gun off the list. I mean, you take a look at the stacks of cash that they do have. Those spreads can still, you know, run for a couple rounds, but this is already the final one for the first half. So whatever they can basically hold their hands on right now, it's time to make it work. Unfortunately for Ting, no shields available, so it's gonna play on the knife's edge. Now, quick swing outwards. It's gonna be one of the first few times that we actually see the rest of the guys go with his approach. Same can be said about Rainforce, but he's dead on fire! Oh, this is looking pretty bad. Here comes the Steel Guard as well, just to cover some tracks. All the smoke being deployed,
planted.
leaving no room for vision.
Everything is separated to have Dark managed to take down Nakia. No more sky for you, but at least we still have the contention here. They are holding on as much as they can. Volden, a beast with the operator, and no less. Layla gets taken down. And what so? It seems as though the attackers has turned into the defense. Post planted that session. Ting finds Cut. And it's been split into half. Only the showers remain.
For hellfire.
The defuse comes in, but the orbital strike is
Last player
in
standing.
proceeding. And Ray 4C goes down. Dorf cannot do so much here. Except forgotten. He is forgotten at the moment.
Oh, so close, but yet so far. 0.7
Switching
seconds
sides.
to secure the defuse, but that orbital strike just disrupts it perfectly in time. That's what Godwin has been saving that one for. Right now,
Now we
is
wait.
this going to be the 9-tree curse that we're looking at, or could it just be a full circuit run for Alter Ego to just really tie in the knots? It all will be dictated on this pistol round.
The second half in the coming. I mean, we saw Team Flash earlier. 13-5 nonetheless in the Abyss against Chaos Alliance. But during the second half, it's when everything starts crumbling down.
You know what to
It was a
do.
valiant fight in the very beginning, but towards the end, perhaps just a little bit of a struggle to come back from the land struggles. And now, 3-9, hoping to see a fight coming from Team Flash, especially with the composition that they have. It is tried and true, and it's been proven time and time again. They can do it. How are they gonna do it though?
They got to take things slowly. It's all about getting themselves
There.
all those room of coverage. And will they actually suspect this very early shower push? Wire now being tripped off? And
Smoke's down.
Smokes now being primed right in. It's going to be a full charge swinging from inside of Rainbow T. How on earth did he hit that and just got away with murder?
Straight away, what an opening pick. Now, one less duelist to play with. Team Flash forced to switch their directions towards the likes of B. But over there, the read is real.
30 seconds
3
left.
members in the very middle. They are holding their ground. They're going to be standing on business. 20 seconds after the clock. They have to go for it. The shear has been triggered. They realize they're up in hookah. They're going to block up a wall. Knock it, that's my later. As now, the attack is in succession. Onto the sardine can. They do manage to find
10
3.
seconds left.
And it does make a huge bit
enemy
And there comes the spike
Last
plant.
player standing.
But just like that, Rainbow C, explosive as a racist, with the penny shells, taking them down.
Now that's a whole lot more like it. Just like how he pilots that Neon, you see anything with mobility, Rainbow C will just break ankles every step of the way. That was a beautiful, deep run, especially when we started off with that initial pick. The moment that smoke drops, like, you would expect those teams to pull back. And he sees that as an opportunity to quickly go in, satcheling into showers, finding that pick, and just peels out of the way. You really require super swift hands for that. I mean, there's no way on there if I'm just trying to reenact whatever Race 4C just put through the table early on. But despite all of that, you know, this bonus just gives so much more of that comfort for Alter Ego to do whatever they want, honestly, at this point in time. But maybe not to be overconfident, still keep some of all these 4 calls intact. Playing by the edge of the smoke. They're slowly walking directly towards the side. Even going as deep as the lamps. Might be onto something right now. It's gonna be Valorant that finds it. Oh my word, the shred! The Guardian, the triple taps, finds the rest of FPT.
Now, looking to make a 4th one out of it. Understandable, Team Flash doesn't have the firepower to fight back. You might want to look for constellations of plans here. Instead, they did manage to take one down, but that is all she wrote. AE on fire. Volden doing so much. And he's been cited to be skilled at playing support and duelist roles, so he is the flex, the wildcard that you'd never expect to be topping the board with a Vice at this moment.
At this current ratio, they're basically racing against their own teammates on who's really getting the highest frags overall. I mean, Zorro's been playing fantastic so far. I mean, it's just very, very difficult when you have already lost so much over on the first half, and now it's gonna be a full charging Team Flash that just found themselves a little bit of a lifeline, shredding apart the members of Alter Ego, and I think they know what it is.
Spike down, B.
I might have spoke way too soon here. Now cut. With just a shadow by the dream, could not make it. Bringing up the point for FBC. It is all so close, but finally a point is a point indeed. Now both sides have similar firepower, just shields being the question for FPT here. Ultimate available for Dorf, but what an unfortunate event. We saw the flash trying to be coming out there. Unfortunately, it just did not pop at the right time. It was the wrong place at the wrong time.
True enough, I'm understanding that that round itself, not much can be gained from perhaps a little volatile economy. Big flash that actually blinds a couple of units from the side of Team Flash. They're gonna go in for a full commit. Oh, right, landing. They're gonna be out. No one's the answer for Valden. And it is going to be taken to really clear up the entire side.
One enemy
There's gonna be a little bit of room over onto the elbows.
Spike planted.
But final member standing in the way yet again. Are we gonna see a clutch happening So many angles to cover, so little time,
Team A.
and it is one for all for Alter Ego. Well, I said too much Alter Ego. It is Team Flash, so they are getting themselves pretty much more and more of this point stacking up. So the pause is being called. This time, could it be from Alter Ego?
Yep, it is from Alter Ego here, and I think Team Flash, they're starting to understand, starting to put in some adjustments here. They realize that if they burst into sight and they do see Alter Ego, they're most likely going for a full-out brawl. So they stuck together, they played that towards their advantage in the previous rounds, and it's been working so far. Alter Ego just gonna call a premature timeout here just to rectify the problem before it gets out of hand. But what a round we have so far. Team Flash as well, just staying put, getting those rounds after rounds. And mind you, buying for them is at a 70% in terms of the team composition that they have currently. So it's not a map that they should be losing as well. However, AE, they might be coming up with solutions right now to solidify and close that gap. Just 11 to 13, 2 more points is needed.
Yeah, I gotta put the pressure up against Team Flash. So long as they don't touch that match point, it is still going to be a cause for concern, especially them winning 2 back-to-back rounds just like that. Team Flash now puts the rest of Alter Ego on that deficit, working with at least a judge and the rest on those one-tap routines of the Sheriff. So perhaps maybe they rely on Gotham to once again get those clean headshots to cover it up, but they just burst right through. And they are swabbing them like flies. FBT just push them over off that cliff. I mean, that's not even a cliff. I'm just saying it. Like, they're helpless in that sense. Well, what can we actually expect out of that? Maybe the best case scenario, a good judge to 2 targets, and you just overextend it. That's just the main equation. So I guess coach just say it's okay, full send it. We still got this in the back. Now the Vice has the Steel Garden. This could basically buy a lot of time for the retake.
Yep. Release AE now with full gunfire. No risky moves, no running it down onto V long.
Right here.
It's gonna be the plan, it's not gonna be the idea. Just gonna hold them as much as they can. And Team Flash, I think they're catching wind of the default that they're playing. No anomalies so far around the map. And it looks as though each of them decides, okay, we have to push through, we gotta get some information. 1 minute left of the clock, ample of time to decide how they're gonna be playing this. But it's the initial pickup that they're looking for. Those have been the key that allowed them to break through into sight time and time. But it looks as though AE's not giving them any of them.
Seekers are now being sent out. Perfect setup for this jet to be moving all the way above, and this is where the Steel Garden comes in. How many of those weapons are being denied, but they are still holding on to the angle? The Valiant has got that one covered. Great measurement of defense. Despite that, they are still trying to get this plant down. Not really finding angles, and Valiant gets punished.
Last player
Goss is gonna
standing.
find that too. Covers up for cut as well. It is member after member down. Steel Garden there just provided so much for them. Even though we saw Valiant go taken down. Layla now, one man standing, but Ray 4C with that judge gonna make him pay for his aggression.
Thanks.
And this is where Alter Ego puts themselves into match point. And tell you what, L, this could very well be playoffs point.
Oh, it is ever so close. AE with the early timeout just knew what they needed to do, got themselves with a game plan, and now it is Team Flash's turn. Ultimas are available though. Bukut together with a Ting. Especially if Ting wants to go in for the showstopper, it is very much possible. Layla too, one off, not too far away. But the only thing that stands between them and trying to close up another whopping 7 points is AE, who is looking at the brink of victory.
I'm pretty sure that Orangutan will also be rooting for Alter Ego because due to the head-to-head, which they have lost to Chaos Alliance. If they do actually win this out, I believe, is there a chance here, perhaps, that the hit would still favor Orion 10? I guess we get back into that conversation later on because we have not ended this round just yet. Layla, overwhelming with a bunch of flashes. Can you get out of that alive? Still have DKs, but the bomb shells, the paint shells connect.
Bomb buddy out.
Oh, it's ever so close. We get one Cypher down. And now they're just gonna pull back for a little bit. Are they going to continue with that B push? They might be faking it out, but the Seekers, they reveal the positions that they're in. No fakes this time round. And 40 seconds is left on the clock. They have to make a move on. Showdown is going to take them back, yeah. And now all lines are on the defensive side. Ting making his advancement, but unfortunately does not check all of the corners. And smokes are everywhere. Everything is blocked off. And Gotten, he did a clutch earlier. With the Sheriff, we remember that. And now it's him and Killers. And Killers goes down as well. 1 for 1 each. A 13 point. It is Alter Ego taking a second point for this up in Group D.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a confirmed entry for this very squad that has been able to triumph up against the rest. Alter Ego so far on a hot win streak. That also means that Team Flash, unfortunately, they have suffered 2 losses in a row. It has been a tough fallout. They put up the best fight possible. It just wasn't enough.
Absolutely. Now Alter Ego here, pretty much confirmed, I believe, but we can confirm that information in just a bit. Played that so very well. We saw a lot of heroics, right? We saw Vaulted, we saw Gotten, Wave4C, Nakia, and even Cut. I think the very last shot was from Cut himself. So it goes to show that just not the team, but even the individuals that we have here on AE shine for themselves. But valiant effort coming from FPT. I think they did very well in terms of trying to fend them off. A few mistakes here and there, but it is the way that the tournament goes. We need a winner, we need a loser, and this is where we're at.
Yeah, unfortunately, we will have to say goodbye to some of all these top guns out there. It's quite unfortunate. What's interesting to note for the fact that both Brimstones on each both of the Brimstones have been putting tremendous effort throughout the span of the game, where you can see big frags coming in from both Gotten as well as Dwarf. 17 eliminations as well as 18 in comparison. So that's it. I mean, there's just so... The engines are running to perfection for the side of Alter Ego to the point where it has been pretty tough to really dissect, like, who is going to be that priority target? Like, surely you want to get your hands on that race, but all the other layers, you see that Steel Garden, you see all these orbital strikes sometimes really forces some of all the members off for the side of Team Flash. It was just very well coordinated. Their comms were pretty much immaculate throughout the series that they played out. I say series, but it's actually those best of ones that, you know, so far has been cooked to perfection.
Yeah, and I believe, at least for Alter Ego, like I said, the name is true to the style, you know, bringing in the alternate type of strategies, the alternate compositions, and the gameplays. Who would have thought to see a Vice together with a Cypher on the attacking side triumph with Alter Ego, and of course with that operator as well, which you would say it would be on the back foot on the attacking point, but he was doing it really well and getting picks after picks that you would not expect. And with that, I think Alter Ego comes in as a very strong contender if they were to make it into the top 2, which I think they will. But for Team Flash, unfortunately, just stuck a little bit too much to their guns, didn't want to change too much, and I think paid ultimate price for it. So that is how the cookie crumbles. Alter Ego is at the 2-point win. Hopefully we get to see the full standings very soon, because I'm very interested to see how the rest of the groups are going as well.
All right, let's quickly take a look at the standings real quick. Alter Ego they managed to secure their 2-0 victory, and that will definitely guarantee themselves that spot heading into the playoffs. And joining alongside Alter Ego, we also do have Boom Esports, another fellow Indonesian squad, to also rise up to the ranks. I mean, they have been in formidable form for the longest of time, very well regarded. They played Ascension. They've definitely had a lot of all these appearances into those major stages. So they definitely brought all that they've learned to really show off what they've got, and they can start 2025 on a real good note. Whereas we also do have XIP as well as CGZ that also joins the rank to be on top of these groups that we've just mentioned.
Yep, and all of that is within Group A, Group B, and Group C, which is simultaneously running, so you guys can interchange between the streams if you're interested to see how those are being played out. But at least for Group D, we have our answer. We have Alter Ego now on the top of our leaderboard, our 4 front runners for the top 2, which is most likely going to be confirmed as we make it past the 4-game mark at this point. But there's still a lot more to be asked for, as they are going to be playing the next round against Chaos Alliance, and after that, Team Flash against Orangutan. These are the last 2 games for the group itself, and this is where it's going to unfold.
Yep, I can't wait to actually see what will be brought into play, because currently at this dire state, anything else other than the win is going to be disappointment for the squad. I mean, it is a tough spot to be if you're not currently leading the pack, but like we said, no tournament is ever easy when you put the very best players across the continent, across the region of APAC, to eventually see who will be the king of kings and queens here in the APAC Predator League 2025. For now, we will take a little bit of a break, so sit back, relax, and we'll be back here in a couple of minutes. So you guys want to tune into other streams as well? Yeah, do make your way back if you want to check out who makes it out into Group D. Till now, we'll see you in a few minutes.
swear. And I know the stars are listening. We can stay or we can visit them. So let's go. Have you ever tried to fly? Look up at the stars. See us in the sky, 'cause the night is ours. On our way to Mars. Let me take you higher than where we are. So high now, there's nothing to come down to. Have you ever tried to let's go to outer space. Take you to the stars, you're never gonna feel out of place. Fly with me, need a ride or die, so will you ride for me? Twinkle of my eye, girl, you shine for me, I swear. And I know the stars are listening. We can stay or we can visit them. So let's go. Have you ever tried to in the sky, 'cause the night is ours. On our way to Mars. Let me take you higher than where we are. So high now, there's nothing to come down to. Have you ever tried to let's go to outer space. Take you to the stars, you're never gonna feel out of place. Fly with me, need a ride or die, so will you ride for me? Twinkle of my eye, girl, you shine for me, I swear. And I know the stars are listening. We
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Acer Predator APAC League, where we do have the finest of Valorant teams here competing in the circuit, and only the top cut will be able to make it to the playoffs happening in MeTech Kuala Lumpur over the course of Saturday. And I believe there's also the grand finals happening for the Dota 2 circuit that's also happening concurrently. Speaking of which, we are already moving into our next game, as we will be diving straight into Split between the contenders that we do have on the table. Tell us who we have right now contending. Eliminate.
We have Chaos Alliance as well as Alter Ego here. Alter Ego taking the front seat right now, driving us in terms of Group D, taking
10
up
seconds
2
left.
points. But as for Chaos Alliance, they went 1-1, starting off with an explosive 13-5 against Team Flash. But that could be a fluke because they lost out in this very same map, 6-13 against Orangutan. Now it seems as though we are having the front runners, and we're having the names of Chaos Alliance being solidified here as we make it to the third game for Alter Ego, already towards the finish line, and they could very well be our first qualifiers to the top 2.
They very well could be. I mean, taking a look at their form, it really seems like nothing could basically stop them on their tracks right now, unless Chaos Alliance have plans up their sleeves. Because if you take a look at the DNA of Abyss, like, you do have very similar DNAs in the form of all these vents, as well as all these opportunities that you can play through mid. And perhaps that is the very reason why this map has been picked out. But whatever wrench you try to throw towards the side of Alter Ego, I mean, they could just put on their different masks. I mean, we've only seen maybe 2 sides of masks. The fact that the logo has 3, is this going to be another different from that we're looking at, or is just going to be a very similar style of play coming from the side of Alter Ego? Because it really feels like almost any one of the members could just really turn from gear 1 to 6. I'm not even talking 5. These guys have 6 gears pretty much installed in their arsenal. So that being said, Alter Ego, I think like it's all for them to play for a win here.
I mean, you say 3, you say 6 gears, but I mean, if you think about it, there's 3 masks on the logo, and there's 5 of them. So 3 times 5, that means there's 15 possible Alter Egos that you might meet coming into Split. But yes, these are our front runners, but they do have a track record of 57% win rate on Split. It's still with the positives, but it is not as big as terms of buying a sunset for them. It is 75%. But of course, these are just all data that was been spread out in the terms of 2024 and even 2023 to some extent. And for Chaos Alliance here, I think they were pretty smart to pick out the Split this time round. I think they realized that the idea was not to play something that they were good at, but something that was probably much more of a difficult ride for the enemy team, like they did with Team Flash, but not with Orangutan. So they're learning as they go, and I'm very excited to see how Split is going to be played out, because this is our first Split that we are seeing today. Amazing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like some form of play coming into Abyss for Chaos Alliance kind of reminds me of how some of all these members of Alter Ego play out as well. So it is still going to be a tough call, because you saw how well they excel throughout that. I'm pretty sure that Alter Ego, just like Orangutan, have also taken note of what Chaos Alliance can actually put over on the this course of the menu, in a sense where if you underestimate them, they will absolutely crush you. You saw Blue, Utah, when they got the engines running, they look absolutely unstoppable. And I guess like perhaps we've seen Blue being very comfortable on the Sova, but Sovas generally inside of Split is not as often used as compared to all the other agents like Breach, or even other forms of intel gathering devices like ciphers that will be deployed into sites like A as well as B from time to time. So we'll see. But the matter of fact is that over on the side of Alter Ego, we've seen them play on that raise, and it has been looking great so far in the hands of Ray 4C.
Yep. I believe the raise could be utilized here, at least in split. As for the Sova, not exactly a very common pick coming into split here, so I'm pretty sure we see Blue just moving into another flex role. Perhaps the double controller could be useful here, or perhaps even a duelist if she really wishes to go so, because that's the only thing we have to work off, the fact that she can shoot. But what else can she play, considering she did play the Sova twice in a row now? Alter Ego has a lot to expect, but so far, they've already celebrated. They've already had a great time in the beginning here at the second round, so I think this time around it's going to be a bit lax, trying to have a game just for fun on its own. But one thing for sure, like you said, there's many masks, as many faces on their logo, so we might be seeing something different as well in terms of their composition and agents.
Seems like they're putting on a happy mask right now. We see it all smiles over on the corner where Alter Ego sits. Whereas, serious game phase on for the side of Chaos Alliance. This is going to be the most important game so far moving into this bracket with 2 losses. It is a little bit gut-wrenching to face off a very formidable side of Alter Ego at this rate of a matchup, as we will eventually get our way into the drafts. You know, we've had that conversation about viability of Sova. I mean, who knows? Blue might just be our lineup queen. I've seen just about enough TikTok on how many potential lineups you could basically bounce of, like buildings and walls and signboards and you name it. They kind of got something for those darts as well as recon boats. So we'll quickly gather up all the things that they desire, and it looks like Chaos Alliance are also getting their hands on that Vice. So everyone's been really putting a lot of practice. Meanwhile, Alter Ego is gonna go for an alternative in the form of Deadlock, and Deadlock is absolutely powerful when it comes down to certain areas of play, whether you blockade the main entry points or if you blockade the mid sector, it's still gonna hinder all these enemies for quite some time. Or if she's on the flank watch, you could just deny some of all these passage just to funnel the opposition into a very tough angle to work with. So very interesting stuff from Alter Ego. I'm also pairing it with Sky as well. Pretty perfect, if you ask me.
This is getting very interesting here.
Ooh,
I love the unorthodox plays. Okay, Clove gets hopped in instead of the usual Brimstone or Omen here, and I actually like that for them. It seems as though Chaos Alliance, they really are bringing in the chaos this time around, playing what they know best, and I see some aggressive moves here from them. But Alter Ego, they are playing what they know best with the addition of the Deadlock. So we see, aside from both ends, pretty much bread and butter. Only a Jet for Kirito and Ray 4C rocking that raise. So the single controller double Sentinel is going to be rocked by Chaos Alliance, and Alter Ego, very similar, the double Sentinel here. And I think with that great ideation from both sides, we see that Split has all these tight corners. Deadlock could be very detrimental. It can block up entirely, especially in terms of post plan. Vice as well, with the retake, the potential is endless. And it all comes down to how they execute this. But which team comp are you favoring at this current moment, Contra?
I'm still looking at Alter Ego to have a very efficient, stable phase on both the attack as well as defense, because you have an Omen that could easily move from one side to the other if anything goes well or goes wrong. Like, you could always go for all these massive setups. Whereas from Chaos Alliance, you saw that their playstyle is to overwhelm their opponents, and therefore Clove makes a whole lot of sense. You could play it exactly like how you would with a duelist. So a little bit of engagement there. Flash goes through Uta. Still on phase, getting himself a little bit covered, but some damage has been chipped over onto Nakia. It's just going to be a little bit of push and pull, but it's not going to be any form of a surefire measure just yet. His shells now drop right in. Here comes the shackles. Closes it through and quickly clears out these angles. And just like that, the B side has been left wide open.
CA now left with your own
Spike planted.
resources. There's 2 members at the back lines and 1 trying to contest for mid site. But there's already 5 members on the B site itself. It's not more of a sense of whether they're ready. They are. Cut does find blue. 2 members left. Check with the clove, able to provide some cover, but unable to make the entry to the super perfect because we do have the deadlock wall blocking it out, and they know where Shaq is. They are just shooting towards the blind spots. He is actually walking through like a champ, but what could he do? It is a flawless victory to start it off for Alter Ego.
And that's how annoying a deadlock can actually be, especially in post plan. Like, if you try to brute force your way with those pistols, you're gonna run out of bullets. They were forced to send those members to try to destroy the wall with those knives. I mean, you saw what went down. I don't think I need to explain more on how devastating it could have actually gotten in that point of time. So, Chaos Alliance gotta also be very wary when it comes down to all these B hits, and it looks like they only have 1 member manning it.
My camera is destroyed.
That camera's quickly taken down.
Such a risk here. Uta just gonna call for the read that it might be an A. I think at this point, how quiet it is and how much sounds is being presented in front of Uta, he might want to call for the reinforcements and back off. Naka getting that intel as well, but I love the idea of the B hit earlier. Super fluent and efficient. Uta might go for the pick again, and it's just a cats and mouse race here. No one exactly finding one out of it. Uta goes and bites the dust here. Naka just knew it was coming, and the over-aggressor gets addressed. Naka doesn't really know that there's one in the corner though, and he is going to pay with his life. Kirito alive, but for how much longer, as the rest of Alter Ego has stormed their way into B sites.
Got a judge also holding into this very tight angle, so I guess the only realistic way is to flood over onto the heaven side. And once again, this wall looking impenetrable. While they tried to take their time to shred it all out, they did manage to take it down, but those bullets in the chamber is slowly getting cut off with the cameras being set into place. That's going to be a full swing, and Blue has got a surprise of her own, bringing that shorty to play.
Unfortunately, just picking up a ghost. Not exactly the gun that she's been eyeing for. Makes her way into B side, doesn't quite find any exit frags. But at the very least, does pay with her life here. And that's gonna be the eco round. That is going to be Chaos Alliance. At least taking down 2 members of Alter Ego. That's gonna be the consolation prize as they move forward here, now having the full guns. And by the way, guys, if you guys see what's on the right, I think we talked about this a few times, but we haven't talked about it enough. The Intel Core Ultra 9 processor on the Predator Triton. So we have this is one of our main sponsors here, and all of this is powered by them. So we have the Intel cores running all of the games that you see here, and of course bringing us the best of plays between our teams.
Yeah, and first, this is going to be a full launch of attack over on the A, bursting into the side right now. Absolutely blinded, nothing to see for Blue, forced to a corner into elbow by Uta. Oh, it's a double headshot, giving them a little bit more of that lifeline now that they do have those vandals in play. So this is going to be an absolute rock-solid defense that we're seeing coming from the side of Chaos Alliance to at least secure their very first point into this matchup inside the split. And Bowden has been cornered. A flawless run, much needed to regain a little bit more of the confidence. And now, I guess, the real battle begins.
Absolutely, we finally see guns on both ends of the team here. Also, Ego actually opting for an A push, which is perhaps something to counter the reads that Chaos Alliance have been doing so far, but fortunately it didn't play out quite the way that they wanted. They did have a few rifles, I believe, and lost that out. So now we might see the comeback. And what I'm looking for is actually a contention through mid. I think Chaos Alliance has the idea, and if they do push out, they might be able to catch 1 or 2. But so far, Alter Ego not gonna take that bait.
He's got the tripwires lined up as well. This is gonna be a very dangerous approach if they were to just step and walk right through the smoke. Well, they're gonna come in with something of their own there. They've already taken notice of the wire, but it is not gonna be destructible just yet. But they will be eventually finding it through the corners of these walls. Lots of sounds being made over onto the mid sector, but keep an eye onto both entry points of A as well as B, because it seems like they're still keeping watch. Seems like Uta will be able to understand that there are members lurking around main doors. Like, oh, Rito with the fadeaway. Now has to actually pull all the way back. It's gonna be a hustle, looking for another target. He left another couple of goals, going for his fork, and will he get it? It will be taken down. Now 1-3, and yet again, it will be in the hands of Chaos Alliance.
So Kirito buying so much time for his teammates there, holding down the fortress that he has built in a quick shift up in B. Lakers couldn't find him. He just walked out to the middle and he was fighting up as much as he can. Of course, thanks to the like of his teammates as well that has paid with their life. But bought enough time for the reinforcement to come in, the rotate to come in and take down the likes of Alter Ego. Now, we are equalized on the scoreboard.
2-2. I mean, it's been a pretty long day for both of these teams out there. But we gotta commend the form of aggressive pushes coming from the side of Alter Ego so far has been read very well by the members of Chaos Alliance. And
There.
I guess it's just a little bit of chip damage being done to Ray, nothing too substantial just yet. But they got to be very careful about Kirito because he's on the watch. He's got those angles, looking for that double. Yes, yes, it's an ace! Did not! By Belden. They're going for an upgrade, but how much more can they actually catch out? So this is just going to be a very close one. Still salvageable for the side of Alter Ego. Just got to win this one out, but it's over and done for. So they are on an absolute roll.
I wish we had a highlight system because I would love to replay that in slow motion. It seems as though everything was being played out in 2x speed. Kirito just one step ahead of everybody. Very great and sharp mechanics displayed there. And no wonder he is the dedicated duelist for Chaos Alliance. And no wonder it's called Chaos Alliance, because you get to see that sometimes strategy is being played out, but sometimes it just comes down to gunfire.
Yeah, he just overwhelms them over onto the mailbox funnel. Now, he's also going for a very wide peek out of B main. Is that gonna see him bite the dust instead? I mean, this is a very risky play that we're looking at from the side of Chaos Alliance. But take a look at mid. That's two members right through. But it seems like Sure has already blockaded that path, forcing them to just fully commit into A. While Chaos Alliance should have gotten all the info necessary, and eventually the flank will fall into place.
Yep, just holding a diagonal.
I've got your trail.
Kind of defense line right now, but with so much utility being utilized, Seekers as well going to reveal the information. They have to make a move on Uto. No choice but to swing out, and that is going to be his demise. All the defense lines that we have from Chaos Alliance now taken down, and site is open for business.
Spike planted.
So you got the operator in hand. I mean, they're positioned very deeply into the elbow side over onto this A plant. So I guess the wisest move is just to go for a safe. And I would doubt that they would actually walk all the way into spawn though. So Chaos Alliance, they will call off this approach and give this point over onto the side of Alter Ego. I love that Alter Ego, they have definitely shifted very well and they waste no time. I thought that at a certain POV, Chaos Alliance should have actually known that this surge was coming into that A side, but they weren't exactly well equipped enough to actually fully pick them off.
No, I definitely agree with you. They had an inkling it's going to be an A push there. They held it in the horizontal line, looking towards the right direction, just did not expect to be overrun with the Seekers together with the smokes. And of course, all of those utilities just made them so displaced. It was difficult to come back from it, and I think just a few adrenaline moments that we saw from the likes of CA, and we saw them win certain adrenaline moments, but it's not every single round that you're going to get it time and time after again.
Flash is going true. And over mid side is going to be Chak, just wading deep into the vents. What a play. I mean, more often than not, you know, casual players, they just wait by the entryway where you are just being absolutely exposed, but they expect that raise to just fall right through with those satchels. They hurt the camera somewhere in between, and they're going for a big flash. Nakia unfortunately gets blinded at the very same time. Does not hit the mark, but will eventually still secure the double.
Listening.
You're on fire here. So much utility to just deny space for the retake. And when the spike goes down, it's basically full stop onto the sentence. Chaos Alliance has yet to find the perfect solution to the retake. Most of the times it is just on-ground skirmishes that provides them the win. And now it's ever so difficult. No information whatsoever. Full utility. But what can they make do? 3 against 3. And that is gonna be the annihilation. Nakia finding a 4th kill. This could be a 5. And he's just gonna sit there as he waits for the ace to play out.
He just got drilled perfectly right in. All timed so well in order to regain a little bit more of the Jostle's control. Now, this is going to be a big round for the likes of Chaos Alliance. They invest yet again in another operator. And just look at how things worked out so well. I mean, that forward push which we saw coming out from the Kia, leading the fray, got blinded at the very same time, but the quick recovery, that response rate, absolutely impeccable. And it seems like Kirito kind of missed that window of opportunity to going for that snipe. So they will definitely receive that intel, while the shirt has already been baited out. So they're just gonna see if they would still be able to flush something in turn. But the funnel through the sewers, this is going to be a little scary.
Here.
Only a double stack over on A, and it is going to be swinging right through with a showstopper.
Oh, and blue. Once again, so crispy. Showing how Valorant is gonna find 1 and 2.
Like I never left.
Because taking down Chak, he is down. He is alive again. Man on man power, 3 to 2. It is getting dicey. Cut, finding some solos behind the signboard. Unfortunately, Utah spots him, as well as Kirito with the operator. It is brawl after brawl, and now we equalize once again. This back and forth between Chaos Alliance and Alter Ego.
Yeah, it really feels like they both have the same form of a hive mind mentality on how they really want to play out this matchup inside of Split. And it takes one to know one, like how Chaos Alliance have played things out back in Biz. Same formula being applied right now, whereas it feels like Alter Ego doesn't find that level of comfort that they did over the past 2 games. Moving into this round, I mean, it definitely has been a little bit more of a tiresome journey. It's gonna be Raid waiting on that very corner. Perhaps that Central would just bypass all these shures as well as the trap wire that's always been set up over the mid side. And he's falling true. Not really finding anyone at all. Where are they going to be taking this spike? They're definitely trying to see if the rest of CA would lose their patience trying to hold some of all these angles, but very likely not. They're just not going to fall for any cheesy tricks out there. They do have plenty of backup over on to Heaven, and this could be a that golden moment. Nakia gets it. Oh, Dark Tides, and oh yes,
Back
the
and
big
forth
sword.
here.
Kenny drops the operator on the ground, and all hell's breaking loose. There's just no way that they can actually get all too much done right
30
there.
seconds left.
That double stack,
Spike planted.
once again, overwhelming them.
Player standing.
All eyes now on blue. 1v3.
I want to try to reposition here. Wrap around to heaven could be the answer. Mavalda is there to greet her if she does. But it's either that or the smoke. Now she's just stuck between a rock and a hard place. 6 bullets left. Ultimate available. But it seems as though almost impossible. They're just waiting for her to come out. And AE might be getting another point here. Does take down cut. That is just all she wrote though. It's a 1-for-1. 4-5 now. With AE finally creating himself another point, but it's such a push and pull. Economy is not stable for either sides. And now, CA might be facing onto that. But at least for AE, they are wary of their economies and creds too.
And a little bit of a broken bike going through, heading into this round. Only some light shields coming through. Regenerative shield as well being implemented by Kirito. For the fact that he has kind of wasted not only some of all these shots coming from the operator, but also expended the Bladestone trying to get out of that situation alive and still fell through. That round was absurdly painful, to say the very least, for the side of Chaos Alliance. Now, Alter Ego regains back that lead. What do? Can they still keep up with that form of streak this time? Looking very likely to be a commitment over on to B, because it has been quite a while since they actually going for that attempt. Here it comes. Rays flying right through. Kirito actually hits him through mid-air, landing over on the head as well. Utah trying to provide a little bit of cover fire. Action turns right back, but the Kia's way too sharp for double.
Spike down B.
Walden gonna find Jack here. And now the site is split into 2. Blue once again alive. But with time and time after again, holding the site is becoming ever so difficult for her. AE, also Ego, finally finding the stride. What a push there earlier. Convincing as well. Taking down B side when you thought they were holding out and wasting for time. They had the answers.
They absolutely did, and overall, they also found a way to effectively push over onto B heaven. So that has been slightly traumatic for members of the side of Chaos Alliance to actually hold them right through. Therefore, they have committed those 2 members stacked up over onto the back corner map, whereas a very quick plane shell, and here comes a big dive bomb with the little shorty, and just cuts right through, but the thorns are already set right in. Kirito holds them back.
Kirito working hand in hand here with the fight. Taking down the war using this benefit. Fortunately, Valden's going to make quick work of him. Seeker's utilized as well. It's looking as though a repeat, but CA, they know they can't exactly go for the retake here. They have to fight. They have to make sure that they don't exactly get the plants. But the smoke, it makes it ever so difficult. And Blue once again at the back of side. This time actually managing to reposition against Valden. Ruta as well against Cut. And this is the adrenaline we talk about by Chaos Alliance. If there was a power that Chaos Alliance had, it was the power to have gunfire. It was the power to have adrenaline run through their veins and come back at a moment's notice.
They just go blow for blow, back and forth. One more point for CA to secure, to tie the knots all together. Interesting enough, this has been one of the closest games that we have so far in the group stage.
Absolutely, and I think it's definitely as expected, considering that Chaos Alliance is riding on this game here. If they want to have a chance to make it into the playoffs, especially since they already had 1-1, a win and a loss. Head-to-head really counts. And if they beat Alter Ego, they have a really good chance to fend against the rest. And Blue, she knows this as she gets gotten. No more smokes for the side of AE.
rather difficult right now. The barracks now put right out there just to block screens. So the only way is to play from heaven, and you can see it's just a very difficult angle for them to even get much done. But actually, that barricade is now being popped over on the top side, so they can't exactly look for that perfect jump. Here comes the swing coming from the side of Utah. And Gold Garden at that timing, I guess it was kind of a waste of charge in that sense. If he had a little bit more space, that could have been a really interesting move that could see him win out that 1 versus 2.
This goes here.
It's been unfortunate how it pans out, but that is the name of the game, especially when you are riding on all of these contact plays that we are seeing from both of these teams here.
This is a nice spot.
That's why we have the back and forth. That's why we have the economic struggle. But now with the second half being in succession, a swap of the rounds, we see double sentinels on both ends, but the Vi's on the attackers together with the Clove. Now that is what I'm looking forward to. I'm wondering if Chaos Alliance here could be taking it towards their stride in terms of the attack, which was arguably the round that they did better in, especially in this.
Here comes the full swing, trying to actually get something out here, but running out in the open isn't exactly the best possible stance when you're going up against these members of Alter Ego. Just like that, trick fits. Still have 5 members remaining out there. Tough call, tough luck. Chaos Alliance
Sound sensor up.
will have to find a miracle to get this pistol round going for them.
Yeah, I might have spoke a little bit too soon, but like we said, we had the replays available. It's on the stream. Chaos Alliance doing the same strategy that they did against Team Flash. It would work the first time round, but now Alter Ego, they know better. They were expecting it, taking down 3 members of CA. Not to mention, Blue is now at half HP.
If they can get this plan, get a little bit going, that's more than good enough. But we know the traditional Cypher setups heading into the B side, it's not going to be an easy case to crack at the very least.
30 seconds
Spy
left.
Cam, just a little bit off of their field of coverage, but maybe they would be able to just
Cage trigger.
get everything perfectly lined, and it is all for cut in this flawless run, starting off the second half.
Oh, according to plan, you can't just run into A site and not expect them to retaliate, especially with a Nokia on the other end. Deadlock, with those walls, you have these smoke blocks with Gotten and a Valden. All they needed was one cut to take down 2 members on B side. They were ready for you.
That goes there.
And now, it's gonna be the anti-ego. No buys for Chaos Alliance, just mere shorties and ghosts. Hopefully, they can make something happen.
Flash placed. Not ready yet.
Dashing right into the side, they're about to actually go in to pin one down. Nakia pulls out Kirito as they blinding tap over smoke, bringing one down to 15. Absolutely dangerously low. But since they do have the Sky, they should be actually getting the heals right through so that they could just last out a little bit longer in this form of duel. The first few times we actually see a little bit more of a control on top of Ravs instead. Meanwhile, Valden will be able to spot that sneaky little Vise who's hoping for a flank angle. Uta out.
Down to mid. Both entry points. Could be skirmished up here. But if they really take the bait here, 40 seconds is left on the clock. 45 seconds left on the clock. And little advancements has been made for CA. Much health available. But that's the regenerate already used up. They have to go in blindly. The only thing they can do right now is to make the first advancement
30
and
seconds
play
left.
off of refrags. Can they hear the sound as well? Oh, and Valden takes out one. Everton Blue might be able to make a breakthrough into B, but cut. The man, the monster, the final boss, doing a wraparound. Here's the fight. Takes it down, finds the other, and it is all simple work for Cut.
Oh, so clean. Clut, this guy, when he's activated, he just lands everything on point. Only bringing the
This
points
is a nice spot.
all the way up till 9.
That goes there.
The second half here, we definitely do see
This goes
CA
here.
somehow having some
Yes,
form of
this should go.
struggles.
That goes there.
And now Cut decides to move over onto this A site,
This goes here.
investing a little bit more members over on B. Could this actually see the Cypher to be overwhelmed? Very high camp to be able to at least spot what they're absolutely up to. But it seems like they won't be able to identify one of the trap wires out there. Uta!
3.
Oh my word. How?
Retreating
From
flash.
that angle? What an alert.
Looks as though he has every single sight around his vision, peripheral visions included, covered here. It's gonna give actually so much space for them into B, but you take a look at Uta, the discipline, he realizes his teams is all the way up in A, and if they decide to pivot right now, it may be the wrong call because A has banked the chips onto B side. They've been spread out, trying to get individual fights.
Last player
Cut, he
standing.
does get awarded
Spike
for
down
it,
mid.
but only one.
Placing
Now they
ball
know
trap.
B is in
Placing
session.
thorns.
They have no
Thorns
clue
are live.
where the last member of AE is. In fact, they're actually holding him down
Spike
in mid,
planted.
waiting for the rotate when he is up in B main.
This could be the opportunity out there. Aiming for the head, gets one. And it seems like he knew that it's either over on heaven or the bottom corner of hell, but that angle is so hard for him to actually get a clean peek after all. So it was close. No cigar though. 6-9.
Wow, this
What
is a
are
nice spot.
possibilities here?
That goes there.
Chaos Alliance. They need to find a win in this round, else they'll be absolutely broken. That allows Alter Ego to just smoothly seek that 11 corners out there. So this needs to be as clean as it gets. But it seems like Switch is being set to play with either Pain Shell or even the Boombot to be holding them back. And oh, they got even more. It's going to be ready for C that clips onto the sky.
This back and forth here. Yeah, AE knew that they didn't have the guns to the previous round. So they went for the risky play. This time, they're gonna go for something a little bit more safer here. Except for Gotten. He did take the orb. I think he spots out Uta. Could possibly just teleport into safety here. But Uta is trying to press on to the aggression coming in from Gotten here. Here comes through, so everything has been patched up. Uta still at the point, and even with the wall just dismantling his advances. The team, no choice but to watch him fall, and now try to make it
enemy
a push in.
remaining.
But Valdez gonna find you, and with that, could not even make their way halfway through the point. Stop at the very beginning.
There's
This
no need for the
deadlock,
enemy
this
to
Nokia
suffer.
has been
Kill
proven
them
to be such a nuisance to CA.
Yeah, it's just so elusive. This guy, he's just doing everything that's perfectly fitted for the team, and he sometimes puts his life on as well to get that clean advantage. So Chaos Alliance, they love to play in layers where they try to flood the members of Alter Ego, but it seems like it always boils down to that one couple of traits that they could not really match get. So Alter Ego, I think them being in the driver's seat here, they still could not be complacent. So this timeout right now being called, understanding the severity of the situation, only a few points needed necessary for the Indonesian squad to make their way to the playoffs. And about Chaos Alliance right now, I feel it's all about at least taking the pride with them that they have still something to offer when they play in international stages, and perhaps the right time will come. But after all, you know, off season sometimes you don't really see too many teams putting too many hours into practice scrims. So maybe, you know, down the line, a few more months down the road, we might see a very charged up Chaos Alliance. But right now, a quick push up the ramps as they're going for a fast A.
Fast A indeed. Take the timeout. Just got them off the seats here, waiting for the time. Smoke's gonna dissipate in any moment, and Gossett might be in the guise of it, but the Boomba does alert him all the dangers on the other end. Goes for the spray, tags out, tags them out all the way down to at least 20 HP. And at least for the Clove, it's looking even worse. It's looking grim even. And they might have to change the directions. No more A push. Might have to look into B.
Yeah. It seems like a little bit of a stalemate right now. Car comes up, Nakia tries to see if he could actually land a couple of tags at the very same time.
Thorns activated.
This is definitely going to make them think that, hey, it is going to be beat middle, but they're still moving over on to mid. Take a look at who's there. There is Belden! It has to be him with that double. A couple of shots now withdrew by the side of Utah.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Not just he managed to spot him out, it's just a split second too late to actually go in for a refact. Down to Boo. Believed it should be able to finally get the plant down. Oh, but there's actually not enough time, perhaps.
10 seconds left.
Come on. Oh man, those wires don't help at all. I guess you still get a couple of creds from doing so.
That is just a consolation. Blue goes down, and this is the alter ego that we saw in the previous 2 rounds. Now finding the stride. We thought it might have been shaky, but the push and pull just seemed to be a fake in the very beginning. Now we are looking at a 4-win in the second half. KL's Alliance cannot seem to find their footing. Could be struggling here, although they have the Vice, although they have the Cloak. Characters and agents that are aggressive by nature, but couldn't quite make an entry point.
And especially dealing with double Sentinels right here could be a little tap annoying when, especially when you're kind of behind, where you still have to peel through layers and layers of all these form heal tools.
Cage triggered.
So shots now fired up, therefore calling in for
my
cage
eyes are down.
already, alongside with the spy cam being removed from play. But take a look at the rest of the members of Alter Ego on how confident they are to just sit back first and foremost. And they're playing the close right in. Is it time for a quick rotation, perhaps, for the rest of Chaos Alliance?
Seems as though the ideas that have come up haven't exactly been working towards their favor. And it might just be a force of hand to return into B-side from the mid. This time round, they realize there's actually no one up onto Heaven itself. They might want to go for a sneaky wrap around, and Uta is actually leading the charge perfectly here. Slow walking his way in. If he turns to the right, he will see Bolden in the middle of no man's land, and B-side is now cleared and open for business. AE has to make the run through. Retake is now in succession.
This could be the hopes and dreams for Chaos Alliance. They just got to execute this perfectly. They still have to steal Garden. They still have the Seekers to be thrown out if ever the situation gets even more dire. But here comes all the swings coming through the rest of Alter Ego. They manage to go in for the trades, and eventually they find them marked, getting the 7 point in. A few more rounds to go. I think it is still pretty much achievable for the time being.
Finally, finding a breakthrough through the defense lines of AE.
This is a nice spot.
We had Chaos Alliance walking through up into Ram, making noise, and just because of the pattern that we see from CA, AE thought that they were going to be staying, but no. After leaving mid open, they waltzed their way through and found their way to wrap around the likes of AE's B defenses. But it happened once. Will they fall for it again? And if not, what is CA is gonna do? Uza has an answer because he is taken down. Gotten and Nakia by barely standing still in front of a smoke. They never thought to push. That's 3. There's something to say about it. Unfortunately, Uza is just a better fighter.
The rush coming in. They all got baited to try to fight off against Utah. He goes for the big 180 swing. not enough to take Race 4C off of the air. Man, this guy rocking the Jordans perhaps. And just like that, that space created by Yuta, that triple has done so much for a back-to-back successive hit. But how much damage can they do from inside of Alter Ego? Pushing through screens. And I guess like the smart call here is just to give them the spot and just go in for the save.
Yep. I think time is not on their favor, nor are the numbers right now. I think Alter Ego, they realize they still have rounds to spare, and this is just one round they don't want to give for. Slow and steady is the name of the game for Chaos Alliance. They realize that they have to use every single brain cell possible. Work together and make the decisions that actually matter and count. So far, it's been paying off dividends though. 8-11, slowly closing off the gap. It's at 3 points up onto AE.
Only bright enough for me.
Very steady climb. All calm and collected. And this time, it's going to be Alter Ego that calls in for this timeout. I think it's just perfectly called right now while they still have a number of set of rounds to go. If anything turns sour, of course, they need to stop giving a little bit of these leeways, and the tendency for those jiggle peaks coming from Raid 4C kind of got him punished in some of all these instances as well. So it makes things a lot harder, especially when it's only one duelist that they do have being rocked up into this composition. So Chaos Alliance, now that they feel a little bit more on track, they kind of rest on the laurels still, but Alter Ego are starting to form cracks on the defense.
Yeah, absolutely. I also want to commend Chaos Alliance. I think David also be coming with solutions, especially Uta. He is the most experienced here. Just noting the fact that Alter Ego as well as Chaos Alliance loves to play the jiggle peaks here, the wide swings, the sudden moment. He stood his ground and managed to turn 3 members of Alter Ego towards his favor. That created such a big rift and such a big opportunity for CA. He's been leading the charge so far. Looks as though he's trying to replicate that once again, especially on the Vice. So let's see how this round plays out.
A lot of huge ultimates available for Alter Ego, but they're on eco mode though. You can see if they could actually connect something out here. The shares of the glimpse of Blakes.
Shadows traveling.
Tries to play it a little bit more defensively at the meantime. Tough angles overall. As we would see them slowly crawl their way over on to mid. This is going to be a very crucial part to play for Villain to be able to just get maybe a couple of all these members from the mid sector. Just trying to send the dogs out just to clear up some of all these wires, and he goes in for the concussion, and even the concussion finds one.
I know exactly.
While they actually burst them right back. Top for the double, while the temp drops right in. Now, suddenly, it's down to a 2v3.
30 seconds left.
2v3 indeed. A similar song that Alter Ego once played towards Chaos Alliance. Now they're stuck in terms of the entry points. But a different solution is being presented here. They're going to play a cross, an up and down vertical, as well as a left and right. Waiting for Alter Ego. They're going to play with the time. This might be the right call here. Ability being utilized. Nakia gonna be playing back to back with his teammate. The peak has to be coming through. He's got the 2. Can he get the 3rd? Especially with the revive. Time is ticking, and the time might just not be enough for Nakia to take it back. 9-11 on to check.
We should do.
Is this the 9-3 curse that is still intact for 2025? Oh boy, I guess some things never change. I mean, now that they do have all these weapons back on track, you finally get to see members on the side of Alter Ego going for the operator. It's been a drought of rounds, and seemingly enough, the rest of Chaos Alliance, once they do amp up the firepower, once they do actually go blow for blow, they're starting to actually get the rhythm and flow of what Alter Ego is trying to offer so far. A little pressure over on the rounds. This cover comes just in the nick of time. Double satchel rolling right through. Showstopper! Unfortunately, not hitting anything at all. Valorant does cover his track though.
Okay, one down.
Get out of my way!
Not everything. Clove even dead. Hands continue to smoke. Not too much benefit yet. And the aggression is being molded over into Alter Ego's line. Full ultimate being utilized. Annihilation cancel. And now it's back to the drawing board. They know they're up on B heaven, but can they contest? Nokia gets looked left and right and bested at the very moment. Attackers now having B-side wide open. AE having the entry points just to walk in. Gotten does manage to find Kirito
Spike
though.
down, B.
Spike does not go
30
down.
seconds left.
And it's getting dicey. They are getting cornered.
Last player
Every
standing.
angle. What seemed to be hope now turned into a small little light at the end of the tunnel. 25 HP, and Ray4C closes it off with a mere judge. Alter Ego bringing themselves to match point.
This could be their moment right now to seal off the fate of Chaos Alliance and also to book themselves that coveted spot for bigger prizes out there and perhaps challenge Team Secret for the throne. Alter Ego. Sure, they say that all these sort of back and forth has kind of costed them here a little bit more on this second half. But looking for the playstyle that they've been playing, they could just basically rinse and repeat and just exhaust members of the side of Chaos Alliance doing so. Pesky wires kind of holding them back. I'll definitely take notice on what really sticks through the wall. But if we were to actually see, he could be eventually flanked while it is going to be Ray4C that comes a little bit late towards spawn. Here we go, Cut finds it.
Grenade! Gonna open it up, taking down the Cypher. Gonna push the bomb actually. Knowing that there is a body, taking the neuro theft opportunity, it is huge. Now all members of CA, they are pinged out. And we already see a flanker coming through Holden with an operator no less. Just in case. Gonna keep them pinced, giving information to AE. But Ray4C, he takes the brunt of it. Uta made so much wonders for his team earlier. Now, leading the charge. Kirito as well. Gonna find Cut.
Left.
They take control of heaven. They take control of the main area. But Naka at the back of sight does so much for the team. And with just a mere Guardian, a 4K on the deadlock. We see Alter Ego going 3 for all of the games they played today in Group D, besting out Chaos Alliance.
This is one of the hottest teams on the block, and for very good reasons. And you can see the flare coming in from Nakia, just styling on them on the very final moment with that Deadlock's Guardian. Impeccable. Wow, I can't wait to see what more does Alter Ego have when they do make it true. It's going to be clean 3-0 streak, undefeated here in Group D. We talked about the Group of Death. This has been the team to challenge them to the brink of it. And that's it. I guess that we still have another game to go before we actually seal off our group stage run, and then over the course of the weekend is where we will see all the victors or the top 2 teams from each respective group to be emerging into the equation. So it is definitely going to be pretty interesting on how things will play out later on. I think like there's just so much that we need to cover because Chaos Alliance, understandably, we're fighting for their lives. Their lifeline here in this tournament. And tell you what, I've been impressed. They put one heck of a fight. Of course, we give them huge thanks for it. But the likelihood being two record of losses right now, I guess it's just slim to none.
Absolutely. I think them coming in as the underdog, the forefront amateur team here, and still putting on such a performance goes to show a lot of their willpower and spirits coming into this tournament here. They come in as for fun, but they are nonetheless the #1 of their region and making it all the way to Malaysia, and also such a valiant effort against Alter Ego. Unfortunately, just lost out a little bit too much of Orangutan and could not close off the last game, but such a fight, and especially want to commend and highlight Uta, who's been the experienced one, the pillar for the team here. He's been getting rounds after rounds picks here and there that were able to provide opportunities and a second life for Chaos Alliance. Unfortunately, Alter Ego just had the better composition, had the better idea as they make it through towards the match point and then closing it out. So we already see, yep, we have the confirmation that Alter Ego is going forth as the top 2. It's basically set in stone here. They are moving forward. Now it is about who is the second incoming. Would it be Team Flash or would it be Orangutan or the Chaos Alliance? But of course, it is all down to our very last game.
Well, it all boils down to this situation right now. If Team Flash somehow secures a win, then that's where we will go into the tiebreakers, shouldn't we? Where, of course, it has been a little dry spell for them, but if we take a look at other groups, Group B, this guy's right now at 1-2, and it seems like we've already confirmed the results as we have pretty much XIP taking the leaderboard through Storm with that perfect record of win.
Wow. I love how we're seeing the performance of each other group being updated simultaneously as we go through the day. Nice to see. Oh no, wait, do you see what I see? Because I see a team secret at 0-2 in Group A.
Wow. Man, it seems like they really had a really rough run in Group A. When I'm done with this cast, I want to head over onto Stream A and really check out what really went down in these Team Secret games, because it's either it's a very close call or perhaps, you know, some of all these changes might have actually affected them overall. So it has been a tough title defense, and that also means that perhaps we're only going to be eyeing out for a new king to be crowned here in this tournament.
Absolutely, and I think by having XIP as well as Alter Ego, they are strong contenders in their own rights, but now being risen up in the APAC region, we might be seeing them later on in the finals. Who knows as we continue to proceed forward, but what a crazy 5 rounds that we had so far, Contra. It is almost towards the end of our group stages, and we are close to crowning our top 2.
That's right, and of course, that being said, we still have another round to settle here inside Group D before we make it all official. So it's Team Flash versus Orangutan, so you definitely don't want to miss all of that action. So L, I guess like we'll take a couple of minutes, and then when we do come back, we deliver you the final match of the evening to conclude Group D. So first, stick around, or you can always chill on all the other streams, and of course, do ensure that you hit subscribe or even follow all the social media platforms from Acer Predator, because they deliver you all the wholesome goodness here, all powered by Intel.
Look up at the stars. See us in the sky, cause the night is ours. On our way to Mars. Let me take you higher than where we are. So high now. There's nothing to come to. Have you ever tried to let's go to outer space. Take you to the stars. You're never gonna feel out of place. Fly with me. Need a ride or die, so will you ride for me? Twinkle in my eye, girl, you shine for me, I swear. And I know the stars are listening. We can stay or we can visit them. So let's go. Have you ever tried to in the sky, cause the night is ours. On our way to Mars. Let me take you higher than where we are. So high now. There's nothing to come to. Have you ever tried to let's go to outer space. Take you to the stars. You're never gonna feel out of place. Fly with me. Need a ride or die, so will you ride for me? Twinkle in my eye, girl, you shine for me, I swear. And I know the stars are listening. We can stay or we can visit them. So let's go. Have you ever tried to
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, as we are now approaching our final game of Group D itself, and that's going to be between Orangutan versus Team Flash. So, A lot is to be asked for. It is our final series. It's gonna go all the way, I bet you, especially in a map such as Ascent. This is going to be the end of it all. Where it started is where it falls. And of course, with me is Contra. What are you feeling as we make our way to the final game?
Well, it definitely has been a very long day for all the players that have been on board. Whether it was game time or non-game time for them, like, it does not matter how long you rest or how much you played so far. This is where only results matter at this point onwards. Who stays, who gets sent home, as this will be the final match to determine how this whole bracket's gonna look like, and then only another team will be joining the ranks of the likes with Alter Ego to make it to the top cut. We have Orangutan on the board. At least that they will get that huge, massive victory from that last round to be able to once again put in some high spirits. Who moving into this very final matchup up against Team Flash, who are on a little bit of a cold streak at this moment.
Yeah, it seems as though Orangutan is in the favorable seat. They did go 1-for-1, as opposed to Chaos Alliance going 1-2, and Team Flash now at a 2-defeat loss. Even if they get the 1 point here, they're just going to equalize every single team, and then it's down to the points. And if we talk about points, Chaos Alliance is actually leading at 28. Yes, they played a game prior to this, but with that total numbers, Team Flash is at the back end at 11 points. So it most likely is between Orangutan or Chaos Alliance. But Team Flash here goes to show they might be able to just completely take this over. But I think Orangutan, they can't win over the situation right now. They are smiling coming into this last game. They started it out hot in the second game, fourth, and then now waiting to just move forward as fast as they can. Euro is going to be locked in from Venka. And we saw Venka rocking the Euro earlier. This time round, going to be taking it to Ascent, which is really interesting considering that we have compositions that are tried and true. But this time round, Orangutan bringing their own spin.
Yeah, I really do love Venka on Yoru. The last time we actually get to see a glimpse of it was back in Sunset. Despite the results, maybe having a little bit more of a tough situation between them as well as the team that they battled with. But Venka has always brought back a lot of intel when he does have that dimensional griff up in their hands. And even when it comes down to other situations, especially the ones that they actually play Turret Biz, that's where they've actually found success. Now, they're still deciding what else to pair it with. So typically, some teams would like to go Sova. You could also replace that with KO. And from time to time, you know, either a bridge or even a Killjoy could actually be something that's going to be able to provide a huge AoE control of a particular side. And they're just going to be going in with Deadlock as well as Silva so that they could just have those heavy control on the defense with that double Sentinel. And on the attack, we will expect DC to really pull in some strings from some of all these cheeky angles.
This is very, very interesting here. Having the Deadlock as well as the Euro already introduces such a different aspect coming to Ascent. And, well, Orangutan, they did play the Sunset, which is not Ascent. But in my books, it's similar enough. And they didn't do exactly the best, but they did bring it up to an 8 point against a 13. So I would say they have pretty much the bread and butter coming into Ascent itself. But Team Flash, they literally have the tried and true team composition that has been perfected over the years, over the meta, especially in the west side that we have here for Valorant esports. And now they're going to be starting on the attack. A lot to be asked for considering they lost up 2 rounds already. Opening it up for the OGs, doing the OG strat of just corralling themselves together and working as a unit, walking as a unit. And Dorb is going to find Venka in return. I think that's down at mid. And B is now turned around. It is the area that they are heading onto. Dorb already down onto the boathouse. I think what's back, but it's been cut into pieces. The teammates of OGs, they are holding down the side. FPT cannot get a hold of it. Killers going down. Dorf, last man standing, realizes he has to push the problem. And it's now Health and Dorf A 1-for-1. Who is going to pick first?
AB Health on the side of Health. Well, he does get the clues. He does not connect the dots. It is going to be Dorf that pulls the strings and clutch in that moment. Started off a little rough there on that push over mid, and then you saw that rally through. And for a split second, I thought that OG might have actually gotten everything pretty much intact until they kind of split up. You saw those 1v1 duels taking place, and then that's where things are starting to form more into shape towards the likes of Team Flash. And right now, this bonus, they're definitely going to convert it into something huge. Like you said, Ascend, this is a neutral ground for all. The OG map where everyone's absolutely comfortable.
Absolutely. It looks as though mid is the area of contention once again. They did manage to take down Vanguard earlier. Trying to find a benefit once again, but OG is not going to do the same rally strategy that they did before. Now mid is just an open slot for them to look at each other and decide, do we go to B or do we go to A? This time round, might be a different strategy altogether. Making the slow advancements onto tree. But Health, he is aware of the antics. He is ready for it. Take down Techno though. Even the paranoia that hits, he still goes down. And A is now relented. Passed over to Team Flash. Close the door and make a quick plant.
Very sharp shots coming through. Ting now brought down to 20%, but it's going to be Health and DC. They managed to just slowly pick them up, even shredding them through the walls. And this is just looking tough as we speak of it. Still going to be a tree versus tree. If they could just wait for that perfect timing, they did not to pop the flash that hit blind one, but that's not going to be enough. They did find them cornered through the generators, but eventually will still bring a hefty amount back to Team Flash.
One step closer.
Such a strong performance from Team Flash now, considering that we saw them struggle in the first 2 rounds. And this is such a wraparound. We saw Chaos Alliance beating out Team Flash. We saw Team Flash now fighting back against Orangutan, and Orangutan beating Chaos Alliance. It's a triangle. A love triangle of Valorant, I would guess. But of course, it is just the eco round. But they did the best that they could, and Dorf 5-0 so far from what was a strong start in the beginning and finding his footing.
A scan almost detecting them throughout the cubby, whereas still trying to go ahead to check. Perhaps there is going to be a lurker right through B main, but look at that deep position that Team Flash is actually taking over onto Pizza already.
There they are.
They should be actually seeking that deep position and starting to actually wiggle through some of the rooms. But no full commitment just yet, as they are slowly rallying over onto that A side.
Hold default as much as they can. The rally here might be the right call, considering we have many teammates from FPT pushing out on the tree itself. It happened before. It's gonna happen again. And Health, he's been in the spot. He's gonna retreat. He knows it's better to not lose his life over such a trivial fight. Sound is coming out. The plants. Techno eventually finds off. Just a peek out. Goes 1-for-1. And once again,
Spike planted.
Spike is planted.
One
Oh, long, but Ting! He got sniffed out so swiftly by DC. It really felt like he's been able to detect him from all along. But still, a 2 versus 1. Absolutely daunting of task. Building as he peeks out. Duke secures it. A triple streak going in favor of the side of Team Flash. With a very revamped side of playstyle. A little swifter, a little bit more aggressive, as they cannot hold anything back for this final fight here in Group D.
Absolutely. Now creds are looking ever so daunting for the likes of Orangutan. Only sheriffs all around, but as we saw earlier from Gotham himself, the demon on the sheriff, it is possible. It is possible to come back. It's kind of impossible to get an ace on it, but he did it. But of course, this is a totally different round. Oh, geez. Now on the defense line, gonna play a little bit closer to each other just because they are on the eagle buy. But mid already relents it to the likes of Team Flash and Ting with the Marshall. Be going for, but Layla draws blood, first blood here. An entry Sentinel that we've never expected from. Layla does quite miss the mark, draws a circle around Vanka. But that draws enough attention onto the B side that mid is now making advances, but Ting gets caught out by Techno.
Techno's really playing a great game so far throughout these rounds, despite them not really securing the points just yet. Takes out the shadows. Well, if you take a look at the harder side of the field, they've consistently got successive hits through the garden, and I'm
Revealing area.
thinking that they've left it unchecked for this very sole reason that they are already stacking. They're going for the drop, and it will still be a trade going through. 2 versus 2. There's about a quarter generator with the spike being dropped, and the oldest right now over on Team Flash, but they go in as he does not have enough bullets, and that is not going to cut it with that Marshall in hand.
Oh, and you thought OGs might be able to turn it around. The firepower was just not enough, and also the antics that's coming through from Team Flash, and it's just getting the better of them time and time after again. This time round though, they have the money, they have an Odin in the likes of Hoax, and 3 ultimates available. Neural Theft, that's gonna be huge if they do get an early pick-off, and the Annihilation on health. On 3, that could just displace the likes of Team Flash to make their push this time round.
I love the timings of the push so far for Team Flash. They usually go for at least a single pickoff, and it is going to be the big guns that shred through walls, finding Layla right across. So you go in for the blind. This is going to be a very, very quick one coming through, but it's about to hold him by the entry point. Vanka taking charge, denying any form of movement coming from killers. And Hoax, he's still guarding over on mid-sector. Maybe the out drone that is being sent through to just quickly scan, but that is also being taken down rather swiftly. So I guess there's not too many options left out here for the rest of Team Flash. Oh geez, they managed to eventually put a stop to this bleed that has seen them lost out 4 points earlier, so they can start to get a little bit more. But let's see what Team Flash has in store for us.
Absolutely. One enemy remaining. Oh, good, the Odin. Going through the meat grinder. And finally, getting a flawless round just to seal the deal as well. A point for the OGs, a rank 10. I think with that, just want to correct ourselves a little bit, Contra. I think we got a little bit confused there. But only the top 1 team of the group actually makes it. So this round, yeah, so essentially, we're actually looking at a match that totally does not bring any of these teams forward. But it is still a respectable match, a show of sportsmanship to continue playing forward. And we're seeing Team Flash actually step up.
So far,
Swarm grenade out.
I guess when it comes down to how teams are fared up against each other, there is a pretty much distinct play styles that we've witnessed so far coming from all these teams. But looking at this form that Team Flash have gained, despite losing a couple of all these rounds prior to this, has definitely see them absolutely wake up from that dismal performance that were absolutely satisfactory. And oh boy, that Odin so far has been absolutely lethal, holding the rest of these members of Team Flash back.
Cutting force calibrated for
Such punishment as well. Vanka's going to find Dorf just like that. Now, a 1-4. Ever so slightly, could be step by step to bring it to a second point. For all ultimates available. Just waiting for the right time to use it.
ready yet.
Team Flash looking at A to be the area of contention. Smokes are in order. But with such a dicey entry,
30 seconds
no
left.
duel is in sight. Thing goes down. now up to Ryukyu. Well, it's killers, but he gets taken down. Can't exactly see. Goes by the generator. And those ones by the tree here. And the Hunter Fury comes in. And unfortunately,
Spike
just
down
not enough
A.
wiggle room for
One
the likes of
enemy
Team
remaining.
Flash on that A push.
Dead.
Taking a second point for the OGs for Orangutan.
That was looking rather close. That was a perfectly timed suppression coming in from that KO. Killers, despite that immense effort, you saw how much time he actually bought for him to at least secure a couple of takedowns, but they were all funneled into that generator where they don't really have enough space to work with. So great job for the side of Orangutans to be able to expect those constant pushes. I think that these same style of play coming from the side of Team Flash is becoming a little tad predictable by now. Therefore, OGs, they're just gonna go in for the direct challenge. A TP coming out just to get out of the way. There's still gonna be that trap wire that will now be removed by Ting. It's got that Blade Storm. This could still put a big dent despite them going on eco over on the course of the round. OGs, full weaponry, they should still have certain advantages as Techno takes out the other Omen.
Enemy mark.
Seems as though all the entryways, that's where they're gonna lead their focus to. A lot of control has been passed over to Team Flash at the current moment. The only one is up into A. But with the default setting, they don't exactly get as much information. But Pix seems to be the name of the game. Despite everything. Wanker with that operator is gonna find Dorf. Actually up in the tree. Pushed all the way back. He doesn't quite get his abilities, but he still has his bullets. Fortunately, Team Flash not gonna be biting the bait. Actually making their way over to market. And 20 seconds left on the clock. They have to get something going.
It feels like they were having no choice but to really push through the lures to actually almost their way all through B, but there is a giant Odin waiting on the wings, but will eventually be brought down. Big swing coming in from DC, which, you know, the time was against them, the numbers were slowly wearing down as well. They just don't have the tools necessary to just convert anything on that round. So,
Absolutely.
OGs, they're making their bounce back into this match.
Yes, this should
The bounce back indeed. Yes, a few ultimates were utilized in the previous rounds, but it doesn't matter because economy is going towards their favor. Team Flash, what was leading the first 4 rounds,
Time to jump.
now down with half shields, with regen shields, but no economy is stable just yet. And now this time around, they might be getting the right read. It is a full cycle to be. One cypher chip could totally change that, but the ultimate, the lockdown from Killjoy is gonna bring the matter towards their hands. No push so far, even though they had the lockdown utilized. The investment could just be for naught. Hulk though gets taken down, and it is a battlefield full of retaliation after retaliation. B-side is in the possession of Team Flash.
Flang is also coming through. This is where we'll see the Hunter Fury now pop right into play. DC managing to actually get the catch, opening a little bit more wiggle room for the rest of the right defense to push right through Dimensional Drift. Now get all the intel necessary. He goes for a challenge, headshot, beautiful with the Bucky, and the rest of OGS follow suit. And here we go, 4-4.
4-4. The equalizer. Out of everything possible, it is 4 after 4, not even a back and forth. OGs finally taking stride in their plays. They realize they don't exactly have to make the forward action. Instead, let's play with the chips that Team Flash has been giving to us and make sure we cut them along the tracks. Working out well, especially with the 2 ultimates expanded in the last round.
Yeah, they have no other choice but to really utilize that, or else they will be forced into another deficit of economy that will put a big dent to Orangutan. So that was a vital win. But is this going to be another different form of a direct strike hitting into A? As we do see two members
Deploying
charging right
drone.
through. There's also a push right through the garden as well, while a 1v1 duel is taking place right across B main. It's gonna be a triple stack instead. They try to actually flush out this Killjoy, and indeed they will. Venka getting the perfect shot over onto Layla. Now, that actually leaves a lot of information that there are just a few members matting over onto A, so this is where Team Flash, they will just break right into the side.
Tank on the generator, continuing his pursuit. Down to heaven he goes. He is hiding down like a cockroach. Not sure if OGs catch wind of this though, but they are going for the wraparound. But the wraparound is also getting wrapped around. So it is a moment's notice whether they're gonna find each other. Ting in the middle of no man's land, but he does manage to find Venka, taking down the operator, and right below him is Health that is going to swallow Hoax up. No retake for OGs this time round.
Beautiful execution out there. That full commitment was rather interesting on why OGs went in for that full pursuit. Maybe they were buying that they're going for that direct B hit again because of how effective it was for them to just claim that site with all 5 members into that funnel. So the moment that the kill jar drops, they know that, okay, with the amount of information that they gathered, it's only going to be 2 members manning all over onto A. They know that their chances on that 4 versus 2 is definitely very, very easy for them to just overwhelm the numbers deficit coming from Orangutan. So I guess back to the drawing board we go. So what do you think needs fixing here for OGS?
At least for Orangutan, I believe that they kind of have the right idea here. They executed out in the previous rounds. I think a little bit of a switch up in terms of where they're going to be positioned is the key, because we do see Health staying around in tree side. We do see the likes of B sides being at least held by either Techno as well as Hoax, or just left alone to his own devices. But if we do get a switch up, I believe that different types of areas could be swapped around with the control of the members. And I think that's exactly the surprise that Team Flash does not expect from OGs.
So, another big shot coming in from Venka. Very swift one on that challenge. Not having that duel is just gonna make things a little slower on this offensive approach. Marking onto the target as well, so a little tough for them to actually bypass any from side, especially with the tripwire also set into place. And that is going to be a recon dart that does connect. It's just so annoying to actually deal with ciphers that place all these awkward camera angles. And oh boy, we've heard another big shot out there, but it is going to be Dorf going with the double.
Could be huge. Taking down member after member, no more Cypher to get the intel, especially on the defender side. It's gonna be crucial, but no advancements, no plans has been made just yet. In fact, Spike is being slowly delivered safely from the back of site towards A. But
30 seconds
the other
left.
entry does have some traps by Help himself, and he is fighting on Layla. He does manage to get the readjustment here, and now main is where the focus should be turned on to. Smokes everywhere though. And Health doesn't even go for the reload here. 3 bullets, 30 HP as he waits for his teammate for the retake.
Revealing area.
Scanning off to 1, but managed to actually go in for leapfrog over on the corners of the generator. Guess it's best that they actually look for alternatives just to get themselves pretty much in a better spot in the upcoming round. So it's still going to be a chase for the side of the orangutans. So at least bringing these 2 weapons back gives them a little bit of that fighting chance. But I guess Team Flash, they found a little bit of that formula. All they really have to do is just to get all this form of information on each respective side, and then they can just make a firm decision on where exactly to strike.
Yeah, and a lot of to be asked here from Orangutan. They did the switch up, they got themselves an early pickup, but just did not capitalize over the control that they started making from themselves. They seem to be moving in the unit, trying to go on with a buddy system, but that loses so much map control by not being able to hold up the mid site, by not able to push out. And you see a lot of these Valve actions in terms of the teams that do make it out of here. Unfortunately, I think Orangutans, if they're not able to do it, they might not win this round. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Benka goes for the aggressive push out, finds out Buku, no more controller. This could be humongous for OGs.
Absolutely clean on that taking as well. And he's relentless looking for another one. Nothing seems to be stopping Venka for this moment, but they definitely take note of his position over onto spawn. King's gonna slowly track him, but he's already turned it right into the rift. Spots out Ting. Pressure's not going to actually do too much. Now he's got all that info gathered, so he could just go in for the big wraparound. But even so, it is held.
Spike planted.
It comes up huge. 2 versus 2.
Now, both entry points being taken over by the likes of Health and Steam. They want to go for a save. Probably not. This is time to attack the point and kill us.
Player standing.
Going into the back and forth. Unfortunately, Venka all the way at the back. Seems as though there is some kind of discord in between the two mid teammates here. And Layla, he gets his head taken off of him. Venka with just a few bullets manages to take him down. 4K. But with that, no cigar. Spike pops off. He is only able to order a pizza in his sadness here. Or to 7. Team Flash walking away with another
Last
point
round
once again.
in the half.
I guess salvaging the operator is the only reprieve in that round, so still all these formal duels, it looks pretty much down to the wire. Despite getting that full clearance, there wasn't enough time where we saw, even with that form of info provided, it really felt a little bit disjointed on how they've actually tried to retake that site. But now, overall mid again with the challenge. And this time it's gonna be Layla.
Powerless.
Such a big opener with like Team Flash, Jet, Ting, Blade Storm just using it out to a blind target. Unfortunately does not find anybody. In fact, he gets taken down instead through the smokes, probably the barrel I would say. The flash onto DC. All the OG members on A are now fallen victim to the attack of Team Flash. Take out Hooks as well. Killers and Layla making so much happen for the team. It's just a mere 15 seconds.
Switching sides.
Vietnam's hope, Vietnam's star, the champions of BCL. They are showing what they're worth here in this matchup. An 8-point lead here in the first half. But now it's time to actually see how does this aggressive side of OGS perform, where they gotta take note of the teleportation spots of this Yoru in order to perhaps seek them out. And sometimes, you know, it could always be a fake, so it can't be a little bit tricky. I mean, depending on where he actually tries to get right into, there's specific spots where you could just go all the way down to that hell of the A site. So it is a full swarm as we speak of it, with a full array of Killjoy bots all being set up. So not gonna be an easy take after all, as Layla does get to land one on the Vanka.
Perfect.
Aggressive push on the catwalk, taking down one. Off as well. It seems as though what looks like the attack is now looking like the defense. Techno up on the Raptors here. Mabuku hot on his trail. He knows there's one. Paranoia does connect, but the shot does not. Oh, I may have spoke too soon. Techno is taken down. And only one health. One health with no utils. 100 HP. No shields. And a dream.
Just just like you said it, Team Flash right now also securing themselves the pistol round. And things are looking booming right now. All they have to do is not flop this bonus, and then they'll have a smooth ride at least to deal with the situation that OGS will put them through later on. So we're seeing even certain situations where orangutans, when they were on some of these tricky rounds, they can still get something huge in return. So don't count them out just yet. This is going to be a very swift push out. Benka, as I said, he's going to be able to actually land shots. But vision being denied here. Sending in the Aldrone. Gets a little bit of a clip, and quick with the flash. He does cut through the alleyways, but it is a Marshall that does connect.
It's so dicey now. Half of B-side is claimed by like the OG, but Team Flash is still hot on the trail. Killers with just a pure ghost, taking down health. Venka finds one with his Sheriff as well. Such insane shots coming in by Venka. Described as hard-headed, described as cocky, and that really shows. He goes in, he explodes out, but fortunately unable to find the point for his team this time round.
Stirring their way to the finish line here. 3 more points is all it takes for Team Flash to secure their win here in Group D. Orangutans, they started off pretty darn well, I would say, throughout the course of the day. I mean, surely there was certain rounds which they could have actually have to work on certain mishaps that they've committed, but
Cover going out.
this is Team Flash that just goes on the highest gear so far. Speaking of which, Techno answers back, got himself that Phantom to just check him right through.
Fence looking to be very close into the midline here. Not a single soul actually on the site. Everyone's trying to push out onto the main, trying to get as much information as they can. And that's what happens as well when you do lose out on your possible other extra member here. You have to play with every chip. No more Sova. No more Hunter's Fury, no more Drone, no more Recon Dart. Now it's looking as though the combo line is actually moving towards the back of sight. A might just be open for business.
Yeah, they managed to actually draw all the members of Team Flash to hit over onto B. So they can actually get the plant down, but defending it after the plant is going to be a little bit of a hefty task.
30 seconds left.
At least they managed to
Spike
blockade
planted.
some of the entry points via God, so they will have to only go through the drop, which is going to be pretty much open for the taking. DC does land one onto Layla, make it a lot more doable.
Oh, Techno finds one. Hal finds one for himself as well, and it's a back and forth, and though Killers did manage to find 2 members in the middle of nowhere, he gets taken down at the very end. And that is the orangutan that we like to see. Taking it back, of course, with the better gunfire this time round. They're able to play towards the advantage. Now we're on to round number 4 of the second half. Both sides basically equalized. We have to take a look at how it's going to turn down. B main now. Collected is orangutan. Perhaps they're going to go for a B push or a mid one.
Pretty sure that they won't repeat the same thing twice unless they can actually funnel the rest of Team Flash back into this B site. Market now being pretty much cleared off. Seems like it's going to be a little bit of fake out and being pulled through. Oh, what a shot from Venka. Over back, we do also see Hotel getting caught out, trying to actually give a little bit more of that support. The flank being set right inside of the rush. This is not looking all too well. Still a 50-50, and now
One
you can
enemy
find the
remaining.
drop, and once again, that's accuracy.
There you are, little shit.
Might have spoke a bit too soon there. Some explosive shots early out, made their way all the way to market. But Team Flash, unfazed by their aggression, played off the tag team 1-2 that they had. And a timeout definitely needs to be called out. for Orangutan. 5-11. Like you said, an explosive start towards the day. Played pretty well. Did drop out midway through, but with that, they still seem to be in the utmost of spirits. They had an idea of how to come back and executed it as they continue forth. Now, with 6 points at the back foot, to equalize it, it seems almost impossible, but it is not undoable.
Yeah, and a lot of all these trades were very well calculated from Team Flash. You saw how they positioned themselves to only allow them to get that access through its mid, and I believe that Team Flash have expected that to be pulling true for the rest of how OGs want to move directly towards Pizza, and then you see the rival where they have just got both of the doorways as well as spawn to be perfectly covered. So straight to the mid grinder, Orangutan gotta be really mindful of how they actually approach some of all these situations, despite, you know, getting that initial pick. They were a little bit sloppy, where the moment that we saw Venta getting that catch, over her back, that Sova lost out.
Absolutely. Found door is gonna be close. Provide a false sense of security at this time. The attackers are hard on the trail, but Burkhart's gonna take down DC. That guy's something to say about it. There's just so much to say about it. Taking down 3 members down in tree, and that's what happens when you stack up. This guy is on fire, and so is Techno. Invigorated, takes on the judge. Dorf managed to make quick work of him, but he gets to 26 HP. Regenerated, his shield is coming through. But hell, the IGL, the captain, now bringing his whole team into the 6 point. They are not out of it just yet.
Yeah, and for all that pent-up frustration, all of those rounds lost so far has now startled them just about enough to see that ferocious ambush for Vodka just mill and pummel them through. And if this is gonna be the same case, this mid control has to be very pivotal. And take a look at this push coming from Ting to get that blade scan, but he might actually be caught out.
Oh, the Annihilation misses out as well. Like you said, the perfect scan. Bringing so much information, but at the same time, OGs, they realized they weren't being hunted. They play the defense ult, doesn't quite find anybody. But now resources are being expanded by Team Flash. Resources as well by Orangutan. And they haven't quite yet make any progress through the attack.
They took these angles. Got absolutely punished for it. Orangutans solely outsmarting the members of Team Flash, and they are playing a little bit more in an erratic fashion at this very moment. That clears out so much more room for OGS to really clear a lot of all these angles so swiftly. I guess
remaining.
like Team Flash, they fight the bait right now. It's only down to the Killjoy. I don't think there's much to offer here.
Yep. They see ahead. Venka doesn't even need to be the one to take him down. Especially bounces over to health. But what a play by Orangutan. We saw such an aggressive push out in mid. Jumping all the way out of catwalk. Trying to find someone, but I think just overextended themselves there. Using the Blaze Storm as well. Couldn't quite find anyone. They did see the spike though. But to no avail as they retreated so quickly that it didn't even matter that they walked all the way out.
I think that the moment where Ting actually exhausted the Blade Storm as well as push it all out, expending every single ability that the Jet has given them that confidence that, hey, we can actually just go in for that bum rush, W gaming all the way. So this will be it. Ting finally gets to exact his vengeance. Tried to get one through the cage, but it will do so. Instead, punished by Techno.
Just like that, you do not expect Techno to just be all the way at the back there, going behind enemy lines and doing so much for the team. Spike is also planted down the B side, but it's now cut into half. Bukit gonna find health. Folks retaliates with the Hunter's Fury. but now suppress only gunfire. And two members, they know he's not on site. He's at Roadhouse. He's at the open swing. Unfortunately, Killer's just taking him down. And now we're gonna get another point. Finally, Team Flash online once again. Taking it to match point.
No charges. No
Immense
charges.
effort
Match point.
shown by
Fight
orangutans.
forever, but we should wrap
The
this up.
desperation to regain control. And right now, it goes back to this really tough task to get 5 points in a row. Do they still have it left in the tank? Plenty of ultimates expendable by Team Flash. Only a neural tip
I must wait a
for
moment.
the side of orangutans. I think this could be a big play, especially with the Hunter Fury as well as the lockdown to be set into play. So they could basically take it slow if they really want to, but Buku taking the angle. Here comes that swing. He takes out Banka. And there goes that duelist.
Timing. The blind side unfortunately did not flash at the right time of the swing there. Got punished for it. No more duelists for OGs. The only one that could safely push out as well and help pays with his life. His team goes down. Seems as though the ship is slowly sinking. Hopes.
Right here.
He described him as someone who's very reliable. He is a calm, although he is young. And this time round, it seems as though the time is just not in his favor. No, DC is there though. He is in his favor, and he's helped him out. Although he's been suppressed, although he's been paranoia, unfortunately, not enough. As Bilkert knew his position, knew that he was there, and there it have it. It is going to be to the likes of Team Flash as they finally put their name onto the board.
A hard-fought victory for Team Flash as they flash to get this win up against orangutans. And you saw a lot of all these feisty battles taking place from both ends. And at a certain point, we're looking at perhaps a big momentum swing for the side of orangutan. But that second half, a little too hard for them to actually get more to be done. Especially after losing out on that pistol battle. But when we take a look at stats, you just see everybody was just gutting each other out. Like all these double digits out there. Hoax, unfortunately, of course, like he had to play a little bit more of that supportive role for the side of orangutan. And even on that last stand, that very final round, he still managed to also pull some of all these big heroics. But it was just absolutely overwhelming. So that actually sums out all the action that we do have, Elle, here in Group D.
Absolutely. I think it's been a roller coaster of a ride from the very beginning of the day. We saw team after team best each other, and we got this little love triangle down here. But we did see Alter Ego getting the best out of every single team here and making it out alive. But what a round by Orangutan. I think they are not to be looked down upon, especially, and Team Flash, because they started off with a 2 loss. You would never think that they could come back from it, and they did. They showed that the tried and true composition of agents are the better picks here, and they have been rocking Ascent, especially since now bringing to it to the last map. But with that, we are towards the end of Group D. We know our winners, but is there a standings update actually, Contra?
Yes, we do. So let's quickly take a look at the table at this very moment. From Group A, congratulations to CGZ as they have been able to hold on the top end of the field. Whereas, you know, it's been a very strong field of teams that has been battling their way out there. So I guess like there's still games that are ongoing right now to see who actually have secured their spot, but we have already concluded for Group B, so I guess like I can't really confirm it for CGZ just yet. So it's XIP, ZOL, as well as Alter Ego so far making that mark. But Group C, I believe that there should be perhaps that sort of tiebreaker rules which sees ZOL to be making their mark to be able to proceed to the playoff stage.
Yeah, and to be exact, COL actually scored a 38 points in total off of their 2-set wins here, and boom, just 5 points behind. So it was close, but unfortunately, no cigar for Boom Esports, even though they ended up in the same 2-win and 1 loss, especially with CNE as well at the 34-point mark. So even if it wasn't CNE, it wouldn't be Boom, and it would be going to ZOL, Zol Esports here. Hopefully we get to see the champion coming out of Group A very soon. But ladies and gentlemen, so far, this is our top 3 that we see. XIP, Zol, and from Group D, Alter Ego.
That's right. So that's it. Of course, we do look forward for a whole lot more. Also, keep in mind that the playoff stage is going to happen on land, so you can make your way to MeTech, Kuala Lumpur, if you guys do have, no plans, or you just want to set a date with your loved ones. You could basically have a whole lot of fun time over the weekend to check out the Predator APAC Predator League. So that being said, if you guys are fans of Dota as well, there's also a whole lot more of offerings, including massive deals coming from Predator Gaming overall. So that is going to be pretty much it for what we do have to offer for the games for today. So it has definitely been quite the journey, and I guess later on we will eventually have the full updated standings for conclusion of Group A. For the winning teams, we wish them the very best of luck, and also we thank all the teams who have traveled far and wide to compete here in the APAC Predator League.
Absolutely, and I am so excited to see who's going to be making it out alive into the semifinals and then the finals itself. And I'm going to be at the live event down at MeTech this weekend, so hopefully I can see the teams for themselves. Just talk to them a little bit. Hopefully, I'm a fangirl myself, but yes. But I'd like to thank the Predator especially for bringing us this tournament and intel for the power-ups that we have today. And I'm super excited to see who's going to end up at the very final. And had a great time today, at least for me as a caster.
Yeah, it's been an absolute blast. I hope you guys have enjoyed all these action that we do have. So we're going to have a very stacked roster of teams that will prove themselves, and a new king is to be crowned here in this season of the APAC Predator League. So I guess that is what we really want to find out over the course of the weekend. So I will be there as well. Perhaps I'll see you in the event. So maybe I'll hit you up by then. But of course, make sure you guys once again follow Predator Gaming, follow Ace of Predator from all social media platforms to stay up to date to what's really going on. And I believe there's also contests where there's prizes to be given away for all of you guys out there, whether if you're going there or you're not making a cut, because I just saw some of all these stuff that I scroll through from Instagram where you can scan the QR code and you can win keychains as well as some awesome stuff from Ace of Predator and perhaps intel at the very same time. So my name is Contra, this is Lemonade. I believe it's about time we sign off. So we hope you have a pleasant weekend up ahead and have a great day, folks. Till then, take care.